NBC 10 News starts now.
Well, it is here. That major winter storm we've been telling. It is packing a heavy punch. Check out this snowy scene. This is along Market Street in Center City, Philadelphia. A blizzard warning down the shore. That's right, the Jersey Shore getting the heaviest snow from the storm, and all of it is blowing all over the place. Look at this, making for a nasty morning along the coast. No matter where you are, you can expect hours of snow from this morning into this afternoon. You can see the winter storm there on First Alert radar and how big it is right now. Good morning and welcome to a special edition of NBC 10 News Today. I'm NBC 10's Erin Coleman. We are on the air right now to bring you live team coverage from Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware as a winter storm hits our area. You can count on NBC 10 for team coverage of this major winter storm. We've got a team of meteorologists here in studio. And look at that, a team of reporters spread out all over the region from the city to the shore. Plus, First Alert traffic keeping a close watch on the roads. Right now, as I mentioned, the Jersey Shore is under a blizzard warning. The heaviest snow falling there, and it will be
just whipping under this overhang right now. We just left our hotel in Atlantic City where we stayed over the last few hours just to keep it safe so we didn't have to drive on the roads. So you're getting a firsthand look as we walk outside. You come through these doors, take a look at this perspective. You can see the wind from the snow that it's just whipping off of this snowbank that it created. It's really hard to put yourself in this wind, Erin, with the snow. It's a soft, light snow, but it whips so, and it whips kind of so fiercely, and it stings you in the face. This is just a natural snowbank that was created over the last little bit from this wind. So if I can hand the microphone to John real fast, I'm just going to take the shovel and cut through this to show you what we're dealing with on the other side. All right. If you've ever shoveled snow, which we all have, you quickly know the first few shovels you can ascertain just what kind of morning it's going to be. Well, this is like a light snow to walk through it. It doesn't seem slippery or icy. It's not the easiest snow to shovel. So, and I've had my fair share of shoveling. That was not going to be a fun situation. And that's just a snowbank that's pretty high, but it's thin, it's narrow. Let's walk through into this parking lot adjacent to where we're staying, just a few blocks that way, Erin. That's the boardwalk. You can see resorts, hotel, and casino just right in our backdrop here. So this is the situation people are going to be waking up to as they wake up now, and it's just going to get worse as they wake up later on in the morning here along the shore. Definitely blizzard conditions here. It's still snowing. It's been snowing for hours. The wind is a significant factor, makes it difficult to walk in any direction where the wind is coming from. So we're going to stay on top of this. We're going to show you the conditions throughout Atlantic City over the next couple of hours. We're going to make our way to the boardwalk, hopefully meet up with some people who are starting to get an early, effort in shoveling. And we'll touch base with you shortly, Erin.
Oh, my gosh. All right. Yeah, that wind really telling the story there for you, Katie. We'll check back in. Thank you for that. We're tracking conditions all over our area. Let's give you a live look at Mays Landing in Atlantic County. You can see a snowplow there on the road, but look at the road itself. It is covered. It is covered completely white at this point. So these snowplows working overtime, trying to keep ahead. But it's proving to be a difficult job. Heavy snow is expected to cover all of South Jersey, and the entire state right now is under a state of emergency because of this winter storm. Let's check in with NBC 10's Lauren Winfrey. She's live in Mount Laurel, Burlington County. Good morning, Lauren.
Good morning, Erin. Katie was talking about the wind and the snow, and it really is no joke. And it's making it really just hard to see ahead of you. Like, it's hard for me to see the camera right now. And these aren't the weather conditions anyone is really trying to drive in. Our drive from Philly to Mount Laurel out here, it was like a slow crawl. But we know these crews are working hard. The roads are still snow covered to an extent. And people are just trying to make their way through it all as best as possible. But visibility out here is pretty difficult with these blizzard-like conditions. I do have a ruler with me. I feel like a meme this morning. Have you ever seen those memes when they're like, the snow is coming, so brace yourself for reporters pulling out their rulers? That's me this morning. Gonna take it out, gonna stick it down here. And we're at a good, 4.5 inches where I am. So yeah, it's really piling up out here and coming down. like Katie said, it is really whipping out here, and it really stings you in the face. We're going to be out here all morning. We'll have more for you in just a little bit here, but for now, reporting live in Burlington County, Lauren Winfrey, NBC10 News.
Oh, my goodness. All right, Lauren, we'll check back in with you. Go get warm. All right, that is a sound that you can get used to. Some overnight plowing going on in Bucks County. We found this crew. They were out around 3 a.m. in Warrington trying to help keep a community as clear as they could. But as we mentioned, these snowplow drivers, folks that are trying to clear communities, clear parking lots, this is going to be a long day for you. All right, our First Alert Weather team has you covered with the most accurate forecast. Let's check in now with meteorologists Krystal, Klei, and Bill Henley with what you need to know. You guys have been preparing us for today. It is here.
Yeah, we've been talking about this for, wow, about a week, this storm coming.
Last weekend, I remember saying we had to watch the weekend to come, and now here we are.
Yeah. And we are watching it all morning with you. Yes, and what a storm it is. This is playing out so far right on schedule. There's the storm center yesterday morning. It was just off the Florida coast, so it's making some fast progress moving up to the northeast. But it is just offshore. And notice the winds whipping around it. That's rain offshore. But also well offshore is snow. So this is all snow for our area this morning, and it's even reaching into the Lehigh Valley. But by far the heaviest, steadiest snow is in Delaware along the coast and the Jersey Shore. Look at those bands of heavy snow. I feel sorry for Katie Zachary and Lauren out there this morning. That is a heavy snow. And even inland, though it's not as heavy in Philadelphia, Newark, or even Dover, that's some steady snowfall is making for some treacherous conditions. And it's lighter snow in the Lehigh Valley, and that's where the snow is going to come to an end a little bit earlier. But the other factor is the wind. Right now, we're getting wind gusts of 33 miles an hour from Millville and Atlantic City. Those winds are likely to get a bit stronger, and that's blowing the snow, and that's making for those snow drifts that Katie Zachary was just talking about. Look at that. Near zero visibility. That's a live view from Cape May from the Marquis de Lafayette Hotel. Heavy snow, winds at 18 miles an hour, gusting to 25. Meantime, in Philadelphia, that's snow-covered street. That's looking at Center City right now, 26. The winds at 21. It feels like 12. And that's the other thing. The snow is going to taper off later this morning. But the temperatures are going to be cold all day, especially when you factor in the wind. It's going to be bitterly cold this afternoon, and tonight it gets even colder. So our first alert for this major winter storm is playing out. This is in effect until 7 o'clock this evening for Philadelphia, the suburbs. The heaviest stuff is going to be in New Jersey and Delaware, especially at the shore where blizzard warnings are still up. Heavy snow and those gusts to 50 miles an hour will make it bitterly cold even after the snow comes to an end. Now, what you get is definitely neighborhood dependent, and it is going to be quite a range. NBC10 First Alert Meteorologist Krystal, Klei has a closer look at the neighborhoods this morning.
Yeah, so we're going to start with the Lehigh Valley and Berks County, then we'll hop over to Delaware. Each half hour, we're going to hit a different neighborhood, so you can stick with us, and we will get to your neighborhood soon enough. So we're looking at the Lehigh Valley and Berks right now. Remember, these are actually the areas that are going to see the lowest impacts when it comes to these neighborhoods because this is the fringe of this system. It's a coastal storm, it's a nor'easter, so it's not reaching all the way out as far with the heavy banding for areas like Allentown and Reading. But it has been a kind of light to steady snow consistently through the night. So we have still been getting snow in these neighborhoods. Same for northern Delaware, kind of a nice steady snow. When you notice this kind of difference in more of a grayish blue color, that's a bit of a steadier snow. But the heavier stuff is farther south, Kent, Sussex County. This is where, so there's the hour-by-hour model for the Lehigh Valley and Berks. Notice by around 9 to 10 a.m., it's mostly lighter stuff that's falling at this point. So it's not going to be as heavy by 9 to 10. And then by 1 in the afternoon, aside from maybe a little flurry or light snow shower, the snow has come to an end. So here is your low impact forecast for Lehigh and Berks County, 9 to 10 in the morning. Light to steady snow. Totals 2 to 4 inches and our gusts around 30 miles per hour. Now to Delaware, we go hour by hour, and by 9 a.m. still a pretty heavy to steady snow that is falling, but it does weaken by around lunchtime for Delaware, and then it will finally pull out of Delaware by around 1 to 2 in the afternoon, and then we'll just have to deal with the mess that's left behind. When it comes to our impacts, it ends around noon with the heaviest south, as you just saw. Totals around 7 to 11 inches when everything is said and done. Gusts 30 to 40 miles per hour, and that minor to some pockets of moderate coastal flooding also possible between 5 and 6 a.m. this morning. So right now, starting to see that high tide cycle hit. So we're going to talk more about Pennsylvania suburbs and South Jersey. That's coming up in the next half hour.
All right, Krystal, we'll see you then. For now, let's take a look at the snowy roads in Drexel Hill, Delaware County. The snow, it was blowing all around, as we have been telling you, at Township Line and Vermont roads. Again, if you can avoid going out, today is the day to snuggle up, stay in bed, stay under the blankets, and watch NBC 10 News today. We'll do the work for you. Our live team coverage of the winter storm continues. Let's give you a live look high above Center City, and boy, yeah, that's really the story. In addition to this winter storm, it is the wind just whipping the snow around. We're going to take you back outside live in just minutes. A live look at South Jersey. Coming up on 5:14 right now, and welcome back to our live team coverage. Let's give you a look at conditions right now in Cape May. Oh my goodness, look at that. Look at that shot right there. It's very difficult to see, but what you can see are those bands of snow. Look at the wind whipping it past the camera. You got to look really, really closely to see that. Heavy snow also falling right now over in Delaware. Let's get to NBC 10 Delaware Bureau reporter Tim Furlong. He is live at the Biden Welcome Center along I-95 in Newark. Tim, what are you seeing?
I'm seeing snow blowing right into my face, and it's really, it's not as, I don't think it's as bad as Katie had it, down at the shore. But you can see it's sort of a caked on snow. They have salted, they have brine, they have plowed, and this is what the roads look like. This is the parking lot at the Welcome Center, but this really is what some of the roads look like. It's hard to get down to the actual surface of the road. I also want to show you some video I shot on my way down here. Take a look at this. This is Concord Pike, Route 202 in North Wilmington. If you were in a sedan, bad idea, because you were sliding all over the place. The roads were coated with this thick layer of hard packed snow, and then the ice, and it's cold, it's well below freezing, and so it's just been a nightmare out on the roads for the people that are out. Here, as we come back live to the Biden Welcome Center, the cars that are here are people mostly coming through Delaware. A car just pulled in. I've seen a lot of New York plates, New Jersey plates, Maryland plates. People are coming through here, but you should know, if you're waking up this morning and watching us, that there are driving restrictions in place in Delaware. They're asking you not to be on the roads in Newcastle County, which is where we are. In Kent and Sussex counties are saying you're not allowed on the roads. It's a level 2 driving emergency. So you have to be very careful with that. You're not supposed to be on the road unless you're essential personnel. The wind, that's the other thing we're talking about here. When you're driving down the roads, it's hard. The snow is blowing right into your face. The wind is whipping pretty good here along I-95 in Newark. But again, at this point, most people seem to be staying off the roads, which is a really good idea. I think I heard Erin say it's a good day to snuggle and stay warm. Snuggling and staying warm sounds awesome. I would love that. But it's not to be for us today at NBC 10, but that's okay. That's why we're here, because we want you at home to stay safe. So, Erin, to recap, no snuggle, no warm for us, but it's cool. I'm down with that. That's what we do, right? Back to
I know you are. Taking one for Team 10, and we love that, Tim. All right, we're going to check back in. Hopefully you have a blanket in the truck or something. Snuggle in the truck for a little bit. All right, we'll check back in with you. We'll see you in a bit.
Awesome.
Let's bring in NBC10 First Alert Meteorologist Bill Henley. Bill, we've been seeing pictures from all over the area so far. Doesn't look good.
It is not good. No. We've got deteriorating conditions.
Yeah.
And even in those areas which are not seeing the heavy snow, they're getting a steady snow. It's coming down, and it is treacherous outside. I have driven through it this morning. It was not pretty, but people were taking it slow. Look at Center City right now. There are a few cars out there. That's Broad Street. Broad Street doesn't look too bad. No doubt they've been through a couple times with plows, but the snow is still coming down. The wind is blowing. You look closely, you can see those flags in this live view. And this is how it's going to look for the next few hours. Now, the skies will start brightening up. We'll get sunshine in 2 hours' time. Not see sunshine, but get the effects of it with the brightening skies. And steady to heavy snow is going to continue for the next several hours, but it will be tapering off as we go into the late morning and afternoon hours, depending on your neighborhood. But it's the gusty winds that are going to be with us all day. Now, we will see the strongest winds this morning, but it'll still be gusty, and that's going to make it for some bitterly cold conditions right on through this afternoon and tonight. We'll take a look at that in just a second. Right now, the radar, really impressive. Look at that heavy band of snow for the Delaware beaches. This is exactly where we've been expecting to see the heaviest. Also for the Jersey Shore, reaching Atlantic City into Cape May County and even into southern Burlington County and Ocean County as well. But the farther away you get from the center of the storm, which is offshore, it's not as heavy, but it is steady snowfall from Philadelphia into Gloucester, Camden, Salem, Cumberland County, even parts of Burlington County. And the farther north and west you go, the lighter the snow is going to get and is going to end earlier. So this is our hour-by-hour forecast. At 9 o'clock this morning, look at that. We still have those bands of heavy snow right at the shore. That's heavy accumulating snow and blowing snow, as we've seen. So the conditions are not going to be any better there. So stay put, at least through 9 o'clock. But inland areas, it'll start to lighten up at 9 o'clock. And then as we go towards noon time today, there it is. It's really lightening up for the Lehigh Valley. Even into Philadelphia, it's tapering off. We'll still be getting some snow, and it will be blowing around a lot. So the visibility might still be limited. And the heaviest snow at the shore at noontime is starting to pull offshore. That's at noon. And then as we go through the afternoon, that snow comes to an end in Philadelphia. And by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it's moving out of our shore communities. Still some light snow, but nothing like what we're going to deal with this morning for Ocean County. Wind gusts in Philadelphia, not as high as the shore, but they'll be still gusting to more than 35 miles an hour. Look at that, right through this afternoon and into this evening. So those feels like temperatures, well, that's noon today. So I know a lot of people are looking forward to, well, not really looking forward to shoveling, but planning on doing some shoveling, planning on plowing the driveway or shoveling the walk. But that is really cold, and the wind is just going to blow it back in your face as you shovel it. That's 6 o'clock this evening. Really no different, but it gets colder overnight tonight. We'll see numbers that are dropping below zero. So some frigid conditions that will be with us. As far as snow totals are concerned, our forecast is on track. We've already seen some neighborhoods in South Jersey, closer to the shore. Cape May County reporting 8 inches on the ground. And so we only need another 4 inches to get up to the 12, but some areas will get even more than that. No doubt we'll get some pockets of some heavier snow. But the farther you go inland, the less shoveling there will be to do. And easiest on the shoveling is off to the northwest, 2 to 4 inches of snow there. And we will see sunshine tomorrow. So if you're going to put off the shoveling duties, I think that's probably a good idea. It'll still be fairly light and fluffy tomorrow, Erin.
Fairly light and fluffy.
Yes.
All right.
I'm not volunteering to come to your house.
I mean, because that's kind of what it sounded like. All right, thank you, Bill. Our live NBC 10 team coverage of the winter storm continues. Let's give you a live look high above City Hall. We're going to take you back outside live in just a few minutes. Don't go away. 5:23. Let's see how the snow is impacting road conditions across our area. First Alert traffic reporter Matt DeLucia is here.
Good morning, Erin. And yeah, it is very messy out there, especially in South Jersey. Also, Philadelphia seeing some issues right now. 76 of the Vine Expressway. We have a ramp closure there. Also looking at 95 and the Blue Route right here. You can see that the roads are still very much snow covered. So a lot of the plows haven't really gotten to do much of the activity there of getting all of that snow off the roadway just yet. But if you look over here, we do have an accident here in South Jersey. This is 295 northbound, just past Route 70. It's off to the shoulder, not causing that much of an issue. And also New Jersey commercial vehicles, any vehicles that are out there on the roads, that is banned at this point, except for the Turnpike, the Garden State Parkway, and the AC Expressway. Pennsylvania also has a speed restriction there, 45 miles per hour. And then looking at mass transit right now, SEPTA does have some detours because of weather conditions. New Jersey Transit bus and Riverline service is suspended, at least to start the day. And PATCO is running on a snow schedule. Erin?
All right, let's talk about, we'll check back in, Matt. Philadelphia may not be feeling the worst of this storm, but the snow is still really piling up out there right now in the city. Check out Broad and Spruce. This is what it looked like not too long ago. Plenty of cars out there, probably too many cars out there on these snowy roads in Center City. We even found a few people out as well. Some of them pretty quick to realize that this weather makes good for selfies, as long as you can get that one hand out of your glove and keep the camera dry. I don't know about that. How about a live look at the scene along Philadelphia's JFK Boulevard? A reminder, you cannot park on snow emergency routes in the city or you will be towed. You've got to leave room for these snow plows to get through and clear the road. So no parking. Here's a look at conditions along I-95 in South Philadelphia. Look at that. You can barely see the shot in addition to all of the snow, it is the visibility that's very poor right now, and you can really tell that from this picture. So if you have to head out, you have to go slow. Give yourself plenty of extra time, plenty of extra space between you and the other cars on the road. I personally saw many accidents on the way in, so take it easy if you absolutely have to be out there. Our cameras have been out all night long checking on conditions around our area. This is how it looked in Cape May around 2 o'clock in the morning. Couple of inches were already on the ground, still falling steady. Cape May County emergency management officials say they are plowing the roads, but they're also concerned about those strong winds that could lead to some power outages as well as flooding in Cape May. They say low-lying areas along the coastal towns that normally see that flooding, you are going to see it again today. Our live NBC10 team coverage of the winter storm continues. Let's give you a live look at the Center City skyline from across the river. And boy, when we talk about visibility, there you go. Not very good. We're going to take it back outside in just minutes.
NBC 10 News starts now.
Right now on NBC 10 News, a major winter storm is blasting the Jersey Shore. Let's give you a live look at Cape May. The shore isn't just getting snow, it's the very high wind gusts, too, that are causing a lot of problems out there. Let's give you a look now at Center City. Philadelphia isn't getting quite as much snow, but a lot of roads are still treacherous. Got to be careful out there. Our NBC10 First Alert radar is tracking the storm minute by minute, hour by hour. You can see it there off the coast. We still have a long way to go. Hours to go until this nor'easter actually clears out. Good morning and welcome to live continuing winter storm coverage here on NBC 10 News Today. I'm NBC 10's Erin Coleman. We are on the air right now to bring you team coverage from Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. You can count on NBC 10 for team coverage of this major winter storm. We've got a team of meteorologists here in the studio, a team of reporters fanned out across our region from the city to the shore, plus First Alert traffic, really keeping a close eye on the roads. We have got to begin our coverage this half hour at the shore. The shore getting the worst of this storm. This is a live look, guys, at the Atlantic City Boardwalk. You can barely see it. Not clear at all. The boards are covered in snow. The shore doesn't normally get as much snow, as you probably know if you've been in this area for a while, as the rest of our region. But this is the second major storm this month to really smack this area. Let's take you live now to the Jersey Shore. We go a little further south now to Ocean City, Cape May County. That is where NBC 10's Karen Hua is live for us. Karen, talk about the conditions there and what you're seeing.
Well, Erin, I just want to keep it real with you. It is absolutely brutal out here. I brought my trusty tape measure. We're going to be using this throughout the day to be tracking these snow totals on the ground. And to give you a just general idea, we're going to put this into the snow. Gosh, that is at 7 inches, nearly 7 inches of snow beneath my feet right now. Another good idea, I'm about 5 feet tall. This is where my knees are right now. And this is the road that we're standing on that cars are expected to drive through. So really this snow has just accumulated overnight. And like you mentioned too, the Jersey Shore has not been able to catch a break. And this is a shore that doesn't usually see snow accumulate at this point. We were here earlier this year, just two or 3 weeks ago, for the first storm of 2022, where the Jersey Shore was slammed with more than a foot of snow. The Jersey Shore today, this weekend, is expecting also some of the highest snow totals in our region. So definitely different than normal. And ooh, you hear that? You see that wind picking up right now? Yes, those are the road conditions right now. So if it's any indication, please do not be on these streets. We drove out here last night just to avoid these bad conditions, these worst conditions today. And already then, last night, the roads were slick. Visibility was very low on the highway. We saw these signs already saying state of emergency, blizzard emergency. So it really was a bad situation, urging you folks to please stay at home. Also, you have to think too, like road crews who are out here who are doing their best to clear these roads. Ooh, yeah, that's pretty brutal. They're working a little slower than usual as well today because of these conditions. So again, another reminder to please stay at home. That's the latest from Ocean City. Erin, I'm going to toss it back to you in the studio.
Yeah, you got to get warm because that snow is just hitting you in the face. And I know what that feels like. It is not a good feeling. Karen, thanks for being out there for us this morning. Let's head now to South Jersey, a little further inland. Look at this pretty scene in Collingswood, right? It looks great if you're not standing in it or driving in it. That is untouched snow blanketing Haddon Avenue, and it is as quiet as it looks. Enjoy the view now before the plows turn this into that slushy mess that we're going to see on the sides of the roads piled up a little bit later. To Montgomery County now, the plows, they're working overtime to clear the snow really everywhere. This is how it looked overnight. This is King of Prussia along Route 202. We spotted plows, big and small, all in a line there doing their jobs. But the snow, it is still coming down. It is still falling. So the best advice, stay home, stay off the roads. Give them space, folks. Let them do their jobs. They like to get started early in Bucks County. We found this guy at around 3 o'clock this morning clearing a community in Warrington. We could all use a machine like this later today, right? Would be nice. The driveway would just take a few seconds. It's going to be a busy day for this plow driver and a lot of others. Plenty of coffee, hopefully, in that cab with him. Let's check in now on the conditions in the city of Philadelphia. The snow is not as deep, but the wind is blowing around, and it is still treacherous. We've been telling you that. NBC10's Randy Gyllenhaal, he's live in Center City to check on the conditions there. And my God, look at the wind. Randy, the wind, oh my gosh.
Yes, I want to talk about this wind. We are in a wind tunnel, so this is in between a couple of the skyscrapers, a little more intense in some parts of the city, but throughout the Center City area, this is the kind of thing you're going to be seeing as these winds pick up, as more of the snow starts to accumulate, and it just gets blown all around. We're standing here on Arch Street, where the snow is covering the roads, mostly though, just because even when they plow through here, they're going to have to do it again and again and again because of these really heavy wind gusts. And what we're seeing, if we zoom in over here, actually, sometimes you'll occasionally see what looks like a dust devil. That's actually just the snow spinning around. You see that in the desert sometime. We're seeing it this morning in Center City, Philadelphia. A lot of debris getting blown around in some of these wind tunnels as well. We mentioned those blizzard-like conditions down the Jersey Shore, but in certain parts of the city, you're going to have really poor visibility driving, walking around, just because of those heavy winds. And what's also doing is it's making it kind of hard to measure the snow. So I'm going to break out my ruler as well. Take a look. This is a snow drift, so this is going to be deeper than usual, but already the snow drifts are pushing 6 inches here in Philadelphia. It's hard to get a read on anything else because it blows everywhere, but I just measured over in Rittenhouse Square. That was about 3 inches on the ground, a little more quiet there right now. I want to show you what it looks like as these crews outside the Comcast Center, they're doing this work. Thankfully, we got to thank all of our crews out this morning because these are really difficult conditions to be shoveling, and they're working against the clock. They're also working against the wind too. Over here, we got a guy salting as the conditions and temperatures continue to drop. The salt is going to become key, but you really can't even get to do much of that until you can get the snow to stop, and that's going to take hours more to come. As you can see here on 18th Street, completely covered in snow. Really not good driving conditions right now. And just take a look at this car over here coming through this wind tunnel. As everything is blowing around, you can just see how difficult it will be to drive this morning. Over the next couple of hours, we're going to head all over the city, take a look at South Philadelphia, head up to Roxborough, the Art Museum. Later in the day, once this sort of dies down, it may be good sledding conditions for the kids, but really the wind is going to cause a lot of the problems, especially as the temperature drops. May look pretty out here, but it's really unpleasant to be out here right now. So we'll send it back to you live in the studio. For now, we're live outside in Center City. I'm Randy Gyllenhaal, NBC10 News.
Just to hear that wind against your microphone, Randy, I mean, that says everything that you need to know. And that's the story when you're in Center City, right? You're in between those buildings and the wind just kind of catches you. My goodness. All right. Be safe, stay warm if you can. The snow also causing problems for Amtrak, as you might imagine. It's canceling service up and down the East Coast. Let's give you a live look. 30th Street Station. Here's what we know so far. All Acela service, it is canceled for today, period. And limited Keystone service will run between Philadelphia and Harrisburg only. That means no Keystone trains will run between Philly and New York, period. A number of other services are also impacted today and tomorrow, so make sure you check with Amtrak before you leave the house. Our First Alert Weather team has you covered with the most accurate forecast. Let's check in with meteorologist Krystal Klei and Bill Henley with what you need to know right now. That shot of Randy in the city. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, we were talking about how the winds are getting stronger in the short term. So it's not going to get any easier out there for her or anybody else that's heading outside this morning.
We're really in the thick of it right now. The worst of the winds, the worst of the heavy snow is the next several hours for us.
Several hours, the next several hours. So Randy probably doesn't want to see this map, but let me show you because it's changing constantly. They just updated. We're now seeing wind gusts of 33 miles an hour in northeast Philadelphia, 35 at the shore, but just about everybody is getting those really cold gusts this morning. And so blowing snow, drifting snow like Randy showed is what we're going to deal with. There's the storm center. It's hundreds of miles offshore, but it's such a strong storm and there's high pressure to the north, so we're getting those strong northerly winds and the cold air is in place, so that's heavy snow right along the coast. And though it's not heavy snow in Philadelphia and even lighter in some of the suburbs into the Lehigh Valley, it's steady snow and accumulating, and we could easily see a few more inches in Philadelphia. Now, the heaviest snow is starting to pull away from Delaware. This is where we're going to see improvement first during the day today, while the heavier snow bands will still be impacting Atlantic City and into Cape May like they are right now. And this is still some pretty solid snow from Morris River and into Burlington and Atlantic County. You can see Mullica Township, Vineland is getting some steady snow, and that snow in Philadelphia being blown around. The first to see it come to an end will be Berks County and the Lehigh Valley. Blizzard warnings, by far the worst of it is going to be at the shore. Randy should be happy he's not there, but our reporter's there. It's a challenging day. Heavy snow, the potential for 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts this morning, and hazardous travel until 4 o'clock this afternoon. Right now, the visibility is way down. That's an indication of how heavy the snow is. You can see the visibility is not as bad in Philadelphia and even lighter in the Lehigh Valley. So it is neighborhood dependent what you're going to get from this storm this morning, and we're breaking it down for you by neighborhood. Krystal.
Yeah, that's right. So you see the just coated boards there. But if we talk about the Pennsylvania suburbs as well as South Jersey, pretty snowy in those neighborhoods as well. But clearly a difference the farther north you go. So we'll start with our Pennsylvania suburbs, where you can see on our radar return A, there's two things going on. First off, this is still a pretty steady snow. But do you see how we're starting to see these kind of breaks where you get the lighter blue? That is the snow weakening some in our suburbs. And these are the neighborhoods that are expected to see the least amount of snow and the quickest end to the heavier snow. Still going to be a while before we completely get rid of it, but we are starting to see that trend. It's still quite steady to heavy over South Jersey neighborhoods. That includes Burlington to Camden, Gloucester County, and Salem all the way over. So what we're looking at is the steady to heavy snow that's falling right now, and it will continue for a few more hours. Let's go hour by hour on our future cast to show you that. There's 8:30. Now we're really starting to see a weakening in the Pennsylvania suburbs. Look at these temperatures. If you want to do the shoveling right after the snow ends, you can, but you'll probably have to do it in periods because it's going to be brutally cold out there. Lunchtime, just some light snow left, and by 2 o'clock, I do expect we are pretty much done with the snow in the Pennsylvania suburbs. So we'll call this a moderate impact event, ending noon to 1 with totals 4 to 7 inches. Still snow-covered roads, still gusts 30 to 40 miles per hour, an impactful event. But the worst of it is in parts of New Jersey, where you see around 9 a.m. pretty steady snow still falling, starting to weaken some at noon, but not exiting until around 2 to 3 in the afternoon. So here's your impact scale. High impact event totals 7 to 11 inches with gusts 30 to 40 miles per hour. Likely to be some impassable roads out there, especially through midday, and low visibility as well. We'll talk more about this and the cold that comes after the storm in just a few minutes.
We got a long way to go. All right, thank you, Krystal. Here's a look at the driving conditions on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. This is video from the southbound side of the Turnpike, just south of the Quakertown interchange. Not so bad in this video at this particular area, but we know conditions can change by the minute out there. The storm still has hours to go. Hours. You can count on NBC 10 to stay with you every step of the way. Before we take a quick break, let's give you another live look outside from our camera on top of the Presidential City Apartments. This is a look at I-76. I drove through this area just a few hours ago. It's not great. You're going to hear us say this a lot today. If you don't have to be anywhere, stay home, stay off the roads, stay warm inside. We're going to bring you all the pictures and information that you need to know. We're coming right back in 2 minutes. Give you a live picture from South Philadelphia as this major winter storm slams us. This is the stadium complex. You can see I-95 there off to the right. And if you look closely, you can also see a few snow plows there trying to clear those parking lots out. Although at times this morning we haven't been able to see much, they've got two games down here at the Wells Fargo Center today. The Flyers game at 1, and at 7:30, the hardwood comes down on the ice for the Sixers. So as of right now, both games are still scheduled to be played. Delaware and New Jersey, they are getting the brunt of this storm right now. So let's check back in on conditions in the first state. NBC10 Tim Furlong, our Delaware Bureau reporter, is live in Newark, Newcastle County. You're a little bit warmer than the last time we saw you, Tim.
Yeah, you can be very specific. He's live in his car in Newark, Newcastle County. But my photographer, JR, is like, you might as well stay warm. One of us might as well stay warm. But yes, alas, this is what we do. We got to get out of the vehicle. And that's okay. It's okay. I heard Karen a couple minutes ago, by the way, talking about the snow totals. Here, it's weird. It has been snowing all night in my house in North Wilmington. It started snowing about 7 o'clock last night. And it's been snowing a lot. And you can see this guy going super fast down here, by the way, with this. He's very confident with that plow. And it looks like he's going to take out that sign every now and then. But we've also seen people, by the way, that have been driving. And I don't have the nerve to go up to people and sort of ask, what are you thinking? But that's what I want to ask him. Because this lady, she just went into the rest stop here. She's driving this little hatchback here. That car is really not made for the road conditions. And I want to bring JR back here because I want to talk about the road conditions for a second. This under my feet right here, this is how it looks out on a lot of the roads. The secondary roads, the back roads, forget about it. It's a whole different thing. I-95 is kind of a glazed over kind of setup right now. So you see cars. I mean, like there's a car out there now coming up north on I-95. That's actually a plow truck. He's moving pretty confidently there, but there is a layer of snow and ice on the road. And back to our snow totals we mentioned a minute ago. This is our best gauge of how much snow we've gotten here in Newcastle County. A couple inches. This car has clearly been here for the duration of the snow. It's going to be here a lot longer because you can see down here, this Toyota is not going to make it over that. And I'm not going to be helping shovel that because that's going to be some heavy lifting right there on this cold and very windy day. And Erin, that Jeep was pretty warm that I was sitting in a couple minutes ago, so I'm going back there now. JR is going to go to his truck. We're going to stay warm. We'll see you back here in just a little while.
Get back in it and stay warm as long as you can. Yup, I don't blame you. It's not great out there. All right, the storm making a big impact on flights. Let's give you a live look at Philadelphia International Airport. Look, our director just said, hey, look, I'm going to show you the airport. And I said, is that the airport? You can hardly, look at it. You can hardly even see the planes, but believe it or not, that is Philly International. You got to look really closely to see the planes there. More than 300 flights have been canceled here today. Around the country, more than 3,400 flights have been canceled. Philadelphia airport officials, they say snow crews, they are working to clear the main runways. Just a fun fact here, there are 40 million square feet of surface that crews need to clear at the airport. So that's a lot of work. That's the equivalent of driving from Philly to Lexington, Kentucky. Wow. So they got a lot of work to do and a lot of flights are canceled. So if you were scheduled to fly out, you need to check. If you can stay home, you should. But if you have to head out, you got to remember these tips, and these are important. First thing you should do, you have to take it slow. You really have no choice being out there. AAA says this will prevent you from losing control if you hit a slippery spot. They also suggest increasing your following distance and to not power up hills. That's interesting. It's also important to let family and friends know that you're going to be on the road in the event of an emergency. AAA says road conditions can be especially dangerous for when ice forms under that winter snow.
It doesn't matter what type of vehicle you have. It doesn't matter what type of tires you have. SUV, pickup truck, no matter what you have, nothing prevents you from skidding on ice.
Great equalizer there. Also have a survival pack in the trunk. AAA suggests having a shovel, extra medications, bottles of water, first aid kit, de-icer, ice melt, or kitty litter if you got it. Also bring a blanket, an ice scraper, jumper cables, extra clothes, and non-perishable snacks. Best case scenario, you don't have to use them. Worst case, it can really help you wait out if you get stuck in the snow and you got to be out there. All right, let's bring in NBC10 First Alert Meteorologist Krystal. Klei, she's looking at our neighborhoods, and boy, we've been getting a really good look at what things look out like all over the region from our reporters.
Yeah, kind of a mess out there, which is what we were expecting. We're in the thick of it now, and we will be for a while. So let's talk about the latest this morning, as Bill and I have been here for several hours already, kind of peeling over the data and where that low, the storm center, is currently located. So roads are already snow covered, and our heaviest snow has really begun throughout the night. It'll continue until about 9 to 10 in the morning, especially over parts of New Jersey and down the shore. Our highest winds will extend a little longer than the heaviest snow. From about 6 a.m. through noon, we are looking at our strongest wind gusts. So we're really just starting to see those winds crank up, and then we're in the thick of it for about a 6-hour period. This is when you really want to avoid travel, especially the farther south you go, where we're seeing those higher snow reports already. So there's the look at NBC10 First Alert satellite and radar. Center of the storm is out to sea, but notice how you're seeing this kind of lineup of perfectly heavy snow that's just hitting the shoreline. If you remember a few days ago when we were talking about the track deciding the difference, look at that heavy snow has made the difference between places getting 4 inches or so and places already having 10 inches. So that's that big, almost half a foot difference. And look how razor thin it is right up against the shoreline, clearly lighter as you get farther into parts of Pennsylvania. So now we'll take a closer look, and you can see that heavy snow band setting up right over Cape May, Atlantic City, and along LBI north into Monmouth County. And then in Delaware as well, just clipping the southern half of our Delaware beaches with the heaviest snowfall rates that's making visibility around 0. Still a nice steady snow, though, in the suburbs and parts of Philly. It's starting to turn lighter in the Lehigh Valley and Berks County. So let's go hour by hour with our Futurecast, and you see the timeline here. There's 7 a.m., still nice and steady at the shoreline and into South Jersey, portions of Delaware. Starting to weaken a little bit in Philly here, especially by 9 a.m. Still a good snow, but not as heavy as it currently is. And then really a light snow for our Pennsylvania neighborhoods by lunchtime at best. This is when the system's starting to pull off to the northeast and away from us. So in the afternoon, between 2 and 4, most of the snow is out of here, but we will have those impacts to deal with through the rest of the afternoon, which is why we have that first alert. So I was typing these in until about 15 seconds before I came on camera right now. I'm going to get you more reports as the day goes on, but look at the numbers here. Cape May, 10 inches. Almost 10 inches in Mays Landing, about a half a foot in parts of New Jersey right now. Those are what we have currently. This is what we'll have when everything is said and done. We really haven't tweaked this at all since yesterday. You can see Philly cut between that 4 to 7 and a little bit higher in parts of South Jersey, of course, over a foot for our shore locations. Winds, another big factor. We're talking gusts 40 to 50 miles per hour, like I mentioned, through noon. A bit weaker inland, but it still will be gusty out there. And you can see in Philly those wind gusts up to about 35 miles per hour through lunchtime. And we'll wrap it up here. Once we get rid of the snow, we have dangerous cold to talk about. This afternoon, your temperature is 20. Tomorrow morning, it's 11. But because of those winds tomorrow morning, the wind chill, 3 below in Philly. The entire region should feel below 0 through tomorrow morning.
Wow.
This is not going to be great conditions. Yeah, Erin, to do the shoveling. If you're going to go out and do that, small breaks. If the kids want to get outside, small amounts of time. Otherwise, it can be dangerous.
It's going to be very brutal out there. All right, Krystal, thank you. We've been showing you all around our area here, but a little bit further north. They're talking about getting 36 inches on Long Island when this is all said and done. So let's see what it's doing up there right now. NBC's Jessica Cunnington is live for us on Long Island right now. Jessica, good morning. Coming down on you.
Coming down, Erin, good morning. Yeah, we are really getting the brunt of this storm here in Suffolk County and the eastern part of Long Island. I'm in Riverhead right now. I'm going to let you just take a look at what we're dealing with here. Several inches on the ground already, but the snow is coming down very quickly and it is blowing. It's blowing diagonally. It's blowing in a swirl motion at times. So this is what we're dealing with right now. The wind, the low visibility, that snow coming down very very quickly, and that is exactly why we're in a blizzard warning right now all throughout today and through this evening as well. So we're really at the beginning of this. We're seeing several inches on the ground. It's powdery snow. It's a light snow, but there's a lot of it. And again, it's coming down very quickly. So if you could see, I'm just kicking it around. It's no big deal. But that is what we're dealing with here. Again, we are out in Suffolk County, Long Island. I'm in Riverhead right now, where we are really feeling the brunt of this storm. But again, many hours still to go right here. I'm Jessica Cunnington. Back to you guys.
All right, Jessica, thanks for that. Same here. Many hours to go. So I'm going to say it again. Do not go out unless you absolutely have to. Sit back, check out the sights and sounds of this storm from the comfort of your home right here on NBC10. We are going to be through this thing with you. As we go to break, here's a look at conditions in Drexel Hill, Delaware County. The wind, it is blowing the snow around. Look at this, making it hard for drivers to see out there. It's pretty dangerous, so stay off the roads. We're coming right back with more live coverage of this major winter storm. Next.
NBC10 News starts now.
The major winter storm is here, and it is packing a heavy punch this morning. Check out this scene in Center City, Philadelphia, right high above City Hall. There's a blizzard warning down the shore. That's right. The Jersey Shore is getting the heaviest snow right now from this storm. And all of it is really blowing all over the place, making for a really nasty morning along the coast. No matter where you are, you can expect hours and hours and hours of snow from this morning into this afternoon. You can see the winter storm and just how big it is right here on First Alert Radar. We are getting pummeled. Good morning and welcome to a special edition of NBC10 News Today. I'm NBC10's Erin Coleman. We are on the air right now to bring you live team coverage from Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware as a winter storm hits our area. You can count on us. Count on Team 10 for coverage of this major winter storm. We've got a team of meteorologists in studio, a team of reporters spread out across the region from the city to the shore. Plus, First Alert Traffic keeping a close watch on the roads for you. Right now, the Jersey Shore is under a blizzard warning. The heaviest snow is falling there, and it will be all morning long. Our NBC10's Katie Zachary is live in Atlantic City. Katie, how are things looking there? Oh, my goodness.
Ooh, that's a good gust. Can you see me, Erin? I know it's a little hard to see you.
Barely.
Yeah. So just let's talk about the wind. The wind is a huge factor here. It just really takes your breath away. It moves your body as you're standing out here. This live truck that we were sitting in just a little while ago, you get perspective of how big and strong and heavy, rather, that live truck is. This wind was shaking the truck considerably as my photographer John and I were sitting in here. Just as we trudge along through this parking lot adjacent to the hotel, we're just a few blocks away from the boardwalk. We're off of North Carolina Avenue. You can see just how much snow has fallen, easily 6 to 8 inches here. It's hard. Oops. And it's slippery. Tim Furlong earlier in our last hour was talking about that slippery surface, kind of a little bit of like a slick, icy surface once you get under here. And he's not kidding. It definitely is. If we spin it around, we can show you one of our other NBC10 crews live trucks here. Windshield wipers up. That's what most cars in this parking lot have done just to prepare for, the windshield getting iced over. And there is a layer of ice there. You can kind of scrape it off. But this shows this is snow packed. So this just goes to show you, Erin, how cold it is here too. So you have the whipping wind, you have the freezing cold temperatures, you have the snow coming down. As it comes down, the snow is actually light and not terrible, but it's like that wind as it whips it in your face. And then when you try and shovel it, which I did when I saw you in the last hour, it's a heavy snow to shovel. So we're going to leave you. We started with a wind gust. We're going to leave you with another wind gust, Erin, and we'll see you shortly.
Oh, man, absolutely brutal conditions out there, Katie. All right, thanks for showing us around there. We are tracking conditions all over the area. Let's give you a live look at Route 9. This is Upper Township, Cape May County, and you can see we are following what appears to be a snowplow. But look at the roads. Look closely down there at the roads. They do not look good. Again, Cape May County right there. You know, streets are snow covered all across our area, including in the city of Philadelphia. And if you don't have to go out, stay inside. NBC10's Randy Gyllenhaal live right now. Randy, you've moved locations. Tell us what you are seeing and tell us about the drive over to where you are.
Yeah, so we were in Center City about a half hour ago in some of those wind tunnels between the skyscrapers. It was blowing left and right. Thankfully, we've moved to South Philadelphia. We're in a much quieter area. But I want to show you what the streets look like. This is Ellsworth, a part of South Philadelphia that's very dense. Always have tons of issues parking here, finding a parking spot. And you can see all these people who left their windshield wipers up. They're probably in good condition. But take a look at this car right here. And first, I want to show you the license plate. This is the Queen's car here on Ellsworth and Broad. And just because of all of the snow gusts and all of the kind of drifting we're seeing, just take a look at the side of this. It's kind of like a crusty snow. It's light and fluffy, but it's going to start freezing as we get into the next few hours and that temperature starts to drop. So really important to get out there and try to clean off as much as you can, as soon as you can this morning, as some of these cars are just getting blown with all of this blowing snow left and right. The winds will pick up and that'll get even worse. Let's do a 180 and we'll turn around and have my photographer Dan here. We're going to walk towards Broad Street because I want to talk about some of the restrictions we have. Broad Street in South Philly, you've probably seen tons of cars parking even in the median, but it is a snow emergency route, and that means anyone parked on Broad is going to get towed out of here. And take a look, no cars here. The only people we've seen out and about this morning are the shovelers and the Philadelphia Parking Authority that was ticketing cars up and down Broad. We just saw a few of them out. You can see the streets, they don't look great. They need a little bit of work, so if you do want to head out, especially those side streets in places like South Philly, it's going to be tricky. But for now, we're live in South Philadelphia, very snowy. Randy Gyllenhaal, back to you guys.
Just curious, Randy, have you seen any snow plows out there? I know they're working overtime. They're pretty slammed at this point, but looking at the roads, like they've got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, it's going to take time, especially on the side streets. I've seen about 1 or 2 plows, but once they really just need the snow to keep falling at this point, and then they can start clearing. It's really a race against this really high rate of accumulation on these streets. Places like Broad, we've seen a little bit better, but if you live in a tight neighborhoods, very dense area, it's going to take a while to get those plows on your street. Have some patience, just don't drive.
It's going to be a while. All right. Thank you, Randy. Heavy snow expected to cover all of South Jersey, and the entire state right now is under a state of emergency because of this winter storm. NBC 10's Lauren Winfrey is live in Mount Laurel, Burlington County. Good morning, Lauren.
Hey, good morning, Erin. And the snow's still coming down here. We just saw 4 plows go past, trying to clear some of these roads. We weren't seeing a lot of drivers just a bit ago, but now it seems like a few more people are out on this road, even though, like you've been saying all morning, if you don't have to be out here, you just really shouldn't be out here. And also, like you said, Governor Phil Murphy declared a state of emergency for all of New Jersey. The National Weather Service has issued a blizzard warning for Burlington County's southeastern section. And you know how much salt they're using out here on the roads this morning? 6,000 tons to clear 500 miles of highways, and clearly the roads needed out here, especially as the snow continues to come down. So, Erin, I don't have knees like Megan, so I figured instead of bending down, I just put my stick here. We're at about 5.5 inches of snow. It's about 1 inch more than we were at about an hour ago. And like I said, the snow continues to come down. It's really whipping in your face, all the wind, all the things. And it is soft, light snow, but it's hard to walk through if you if it isn't plowed, if the road you're walking on isn't clear. So if you can get out and clear some of it, it's a good thing if you have to be outside. But like you said, if you don't, stay at home, Netflix and chill. Do something in the house. But for now, reporting live in Burlington County, Lauren Winfrey, NBC10 News.
Lauren, that sounds very good. Snuggle up and get that blanket and just chill out. All right. Thanks for that update. You know, the plows, they're keeping very busy this morning. This little one right here, clearing a parking lot in Newark, Delaware. The snow there coming down steadily, covering cars like it is pretty much everywhere. This one may not be going anywhere anytime soon. A lot of work ahead of them. All right, our First Alert Weather team has you covered with the most accurate forecast. We're going to check back in with meteorologists Krystal, Klei, and Bill Henley with what you need to know right now. Still steady, still coming down. You said this.
You'll be able to use that phrase for the next few hours. Still steady, still coming down, still cold, gusty winds, still a nasty nor'easter for our area.
Absolutely. So we're monitoring the winds and the snowfall rate, both of which really starting to pick up here.
Yeah, the pictures are not pretty, but it will be changing during the day. We will see improvement. The low pressure center of the storm, which was just off the Florida coast yesterday morning, is making progress. It's moving to the north. And as that happens, in the short term, we'll see the winds intensify a bit at the shore. But in the long term, during the later morning hours and this afternoon, that's going to pull all of this away from us. All but the wind. That's going to stay. Right now, the bands of heavy snow, you can see them clearly for the shore from Ocean County into Atlantic, Cape May, and the Delaware beaches. That's where blizzard warnings are up and in effect until 4 o'clock this afternoon. So heavy snow, blowing snow, low visibility, nasty travel conditions, and that's really not going to change until late morning. It clears out in the afternoon, but the winds will be still blowing. That's Atlantic City. There's the boardwalk. You can barely make it out. The wind is gusting to 36 miles an hour, and they are reporting freezing fog and snow at the International Airport. Meantime, the Lehigh Valley, what a difference. Snow is falling here. It's 18 degrees, and it feels like it is in the single digits this morning with the wind at 13 miles an hour. So what you're getting right now is neighborhood dependent. You can see the snow-covered streets in Center City. Krystal.
Absolutely. So we're talking Philadelphia and the Jersey Shore in this half hour. So let's go ahead and flip our computers over, and there you can see our live radar showing off Philly. Still a steady snow coming down, and the result, as you just saw from that live camera, our roads are snow covered. Then we slide into the Jersey Shore where the heaviest snow is coming down, and man, it's coming down at a steady clip. I was just reading some reports from the National Weather Service chat system that our meteorologists are able to access and kind of chat with other meteorologists in the area, looking at snowfall rates of around 2, potentially 3 inches per hour, which is why we've already seen reports up to 10 inches already along the shore. So let's go to Philly now in our futurecast, going hour by hour for you. There's 9 a.m. Still a pretty steady snow, temperatures in the low 20s. Bam, now we're in the teens. The snow has weakened quite a bit by noon, and past noon quickly the snow will exit, but we will be very cold and gusty throughout the rest of the afternoon. So this is a high impact event in Philly, ending around noon to 1 with that steady snow bringing another 2 to 4 inches on top of what has already fallen. Snowy roads already out there. Those are only going to get worse through the morning with gusts 30 to 40 miles per hour. Then we go hour by hour at the Jersey Shore, and there's those heavy bands continuing through 9. Notice by 1, weakening some, but still some pockets that are steady. It's not until about 2 to 3 that we clear out. So quickly we'll talk impacts in Cape May, where you can see just blowing snow. And as mentioned, we are watching for those blizzard conditions. A blizzard meaning when falling or blowing snow with gusts at 35 miles per hour sustained for 3 hours with visibility below a quarter mile. We'll talk more about those conditions across the area coming up.
All right, sounds good, Krystal. Our live NBC10 team coverage of the winter storm continues. Let's give you a live look once again above Center City, where you can see the snow just whipping around. That wind is gusting. We're going to take you back outside in just minutes. Don't go away. 6:15 right now, and welcome back to our live team coverage. Let's give you a look at conditions right now in Cape May. That is Beach Avenue, and you can see the visibility from our cameras. I mean, you really can't even see the roads there. Clearly, they are snow covered, so not a good morning to be out on the roads. If you have to be out, well, take it easy, go slow. If you don't, stay inside. Heavy snow also falling right now in Delaware. NBC 10 Delaware Bureau reporter Tim Furlong, he's live at the Biden Welcome Center along I-95 in Newark. Tim, we've been checking in with you maybe every half hour or so. What are you seeing now? How's it looking?
Yeah, the Welcome Center is not very welcoming today. The weather is cold and nasty. You can see the plows are coming through. And you can see they put the plow down and they plow a little bit, but it's really, really hard for the plows to get down to the actual road surface. There's really not enough salt you can use. The brine did a good job, but it's well below freezing. It's really, really, really icy cold. So it's very rare that we actually see the blacktop down there. And even then, even with my boot, I can't get down to it. There's a very slick layer which is great for doing my moonwalk, which I'm really good at, but it's not good for people trying to drive on the roads. I don't want to just walk up and surprise people in their car, because it's early in the morning and that would weird people out. But we have seen lots of people not lots of people starting to show up at the rest stop. I did talk to one woman who was driving a little tiny hatchback, and I said, how are the roads out there? And she goes, they are not good, and they're really not good if you're driving a little tiny hatchback. We can't say it enough. You really shouldn't go out in the roads. In Newcastle County, you're allowed to drive on the roads right now. They advise you not to. In Kent and Sussex County, where they're expecting even more snowfall, they're saying you're not allowed on the roads. They've actually made it a rule. You're not allowed on the roads unless you're essential personnel. Again, in Newcastle County, it's a little tricky because a lot of the people coming through the rest stop and up on 95, they are coming through Delaware. So they might not even know the regulations anyway because they're just driving to or from somewhere else. But again, it's really a hard packed driving surface out on I-95. It's really hard to get around. It's hard even just to kind of get out of your car and walk into the rest stop. But if you need a bathroom, if you need coffee, it is open. That's a good sign right there. But yeah, there's really no good reason I can see to be out on the roads right now. And if you do go out, and we heard from AAA, Aaron, and I did the story yesterday with AAA Mid-Atlantic, you really do need to take the stuff with you in your car, like a little emergency pack, jumper cables, extra clothes, a shovel, some de-icer, things like that. You have to have it in your car. And if you think, what could happen? Remember what happened in I-95 in Virginia just a few weeks ago when all those people got stuck for like 24 hours on the highway. That is the absolute worst case scenario, my nightmare. But as you saw, it can happen. So prepare accordingly. And listen, I have it in my own car. I wouldn't tell you to do it if I didn't do it myself. So I've got it in my personal car at home too. So for my family, we're all set for conditions like this. We would not be driving in conditions like this. My wife, my daughter, no going out today. I already laid down the law. I said, we're done. When I get home from work, guys, that's it.
That's it.
Chill. That's it.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
That's what we're doing. Yeah.
Tim, some good advice, some good reminders there, too. All right, we'll check back in with you in a little bit. We've seen the snow. The wind is out there, too. Look at it blowing things around. This is from a backyard in Bucks County just a short time ago. Look at it blowing past the camera there. This is not a safe time to be outside, period. Stay inside unless you absolutely have to go out there. NBC10 First Alert Meteorologist Bill Henley is here. You've been saying that, and these pictures really do tell the story of what it feels like out there.
And I love to see Tim talking about what you need if you have to head out, because some people do have to head out. Be prepared. Be prepared for the worst, especially over the next few hours. This is a live view. That's Lincoln Financial Field. People are on the roads. They're making progress. The roads have been plowed in front of Lincoln Financial Field, and many of the roads have plowed, but the snow is still coming down. And as we go through the day, the temperatures are going to get colder. But the next 3 hours, that's when we're going to see the heaviest snow. It will slowly taper off later this morning, and then it's out of here this afternoon. But the strongest winds, they're starting to ramp up. We're already seeing wind gusts of 47 miles an hour in Delaware. Lewis is reporting winds gusting to 47 miles an hour for multiple hours. They've got blizzard conditions there, and the most hazardous travel will be the next few hours as we continue to get those strong winds and the heavy snow really bringing down the visibility. And there you can see bands of the heavy snow just offshore, but they're reaching into parts of Delaware, right along the coast for Cape May and Atlantic City and into Ocean County. But the farther you go inland, the lighter the snow is, but that snow is coming down. So the hour-by-hour forecast shows what's ahead. This is 9 o'clock. There's still some heavy snow at the shore, but it's starting to lighten up, especially north and west in Philadelphia. And in the later morning hours, we'll see some big improvement. By noontime, it's tapering off in Philadelphia, and it's much lighter at the shore, but the wind is still going to be blowing, so we'll see some gusty conditions right on through this afternoon. And that's the other factor. Those heaviest snow, that's going to come to an end right around mid-morning. But those strong gusty winds will be with us all day. So look at those feels-like temperatures this afternoon. So shoveling, yes, we'll have shoveling to do, but you may not want to tackle it today. This is going to remain pretty much in the same state overnight tonight. It's not going to turn mushy and then refreeze. It's just going to stay frozen right on through the night. So the heaviest snow, just as we've been talking about all week, will be along the coastline. The farther inland you go, the less shoveling you have to do. And much nicer shoveling conditions tomorrow afternoon. A frigid morning tomorrow with wind chills below zero. But by the afternoon, we're heading to 27 degrees, and we'll definitely see more melting on Monday. Erin?
All right, that sounds good. All right, thank you, Bill. Our live NBC 10 team coverage of the winter storm continues. Let's give you another live look. We can't show you too many of these cameras, so you can get a real picture of what it's like out there and how you do not want to be in it. This is City Hall right now. We're going to take you back outside in just a few minutes. Let's check in to see how the snow is impacting conditions on the roads across our area. First Alert traffic reporter Matt DeLucia is here.
Good morning, Erin, and I'm going to show you a couple of different scenarios right now. So you look at Girard Avenue, Frankfurt Avenue in Philadelphia, where the roads are still snow covered. But you look at some of the majors here. Here's 95 at Broad Street, right by the sports complex, where the plows have been through there. I mean, we still have snow falling, so there is a lot more work to do. But then you go down to Cape May County. Here's Route 9 at Cape May Courthouse. Our ace photographer, John Marcucci, making his way through, navigating the roads. And you can see it is all snow covered there right now. So you really have to be careful. And there are a lot of speed restrictions that are in effect. You don't really need them at this point because you don't want to go fast. A lot of people are spinning out. Look, 42 northbound and 55 northbound, we have some disabled vehicles in that area. And it's just slow all over the place. If you are taking mass transit, SEPTA does have some detours and delays because of the weather. The New Jersey Transit bus and Riverline service is suspended to start the day. They're going to evaluate that as the day goes on. And PATCO is running on a snow schedule. Just take it slow out there because on my way in, I saw several accidents on the roadway, so it is very messy out there. Erin.
Matt, you and me both.
Yeah.
All right, here's a look at conditions along I-95 in South Philadelphia. Oh my gosh, yes, that is in fact I-95 in South Philadelphia. Look at that, you can't even see it. So in addition to all the snow, it's the visibility that's a big problem on the roads right now. Very poor visibility. So if you have to take it out, if you absolutely have to be out there, go slow. Give yourself plenty of extra time and a lot of space between you and the cars around you. Wow, you can't even really tell what that shot is. Our cameras have been out all night long checking on conditions around our area. This is how it looked in Cape May around 2 o'clock this morning. A couple of inches were already on the ground. Again, this is 2 a.m., so this is 4.5 hours ago. So we've had a lot of snow on top of what you see right here. Cape May County emergency management officials, they say they are plowing the roads. They are doing the best they can, but they're also concerned about those strong winds that could lead to some power outages as well as flooding. A lot that they're keeping an eye on down in Cape May. They say low-lying areas along the coastal towns that normally see flooding, they're going to see it again today. Our live NBC10 coverage of the winter storm, it keeps going on. Let's give you a live look back at Center City. This is the skyline from across the Delaware. Again, that visibility, it is an issue all over. You can hardly see this shot right now. We're going to take it back outside in just a few minutes. Don't go away.
NBC 10 News starts now.
Right now on NBC 10 News today, a major winter storm is blasting the Jersey Shore. This is a live look right now at Cape May Beach Avenue. You can hardly see it. The shore isn't just getting snow, but they're getting really high wind gusts, too. You can see it whipping past the camera there. Let's give you a look now at Center City. Philadelphia isn't getting quite as much snow, but a lot of the roads, if you look closely there at 17th and JFK, still treacherous. Our NBC10 First Alert radar is tracking the storm minute by minute, hour by hour. We still have a long way to go until this nor'easter clears out. Good morning and welcome to live continuing winter storm coverage here on NBC 10 News Today. I'm NBC 10's Erin Coleman. We are on the air right now to bring you team coverage from Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. You can count on us. Count on NBC 10 for team coverage of this major winter storm. We've got a team of meteorologists here in the studio and a team of reporters fanned out all over the region from the city to the shore, plus First Alert traffic. Keeping a watch on the roads. We got to begin our coverage this half hour, though, down the shore. the shore getting the worst of this storm. Here's a live look at the Atlantic City boardwalk. And you have to look closely here because the shot, it's not that clear. The boards covered in snow and everything else in there. The shore doesn't normally get as much snow as the rest of our region. But this happens to be the second major storm for this particular area this month. Let's take you live now to the Jersey Shore. We go a little further south to Ocean City, Cape May County. NBC10's Karen Hua is live there for us. Karen, talk about the conditions there. Last time we saw you, you were just blowing around.
That's right, Erin, and conditions have really not gotten any better. It has been brutal here this morning. This wind is biting. It is relentless. No wonder New Jersey is under an emergency warning, state of emergency. And last we came to you an hour ago, we had our trusty tape measure. We measured about 7 inches of snow. We're going to do another measure for you here. This is the sidewalk that I'm standing on right now. You can see this is untouched snow. Let's see what those totals are. That is about 9 inches of snow you are looking at right now. I've been measuring all up and down this street. That's 9 inches on the sidewalk. In the middle of the road, I'll bring you over here to give you a look at what cars have to drive through. I've been measuring in some of these parts of the road that cars have been trying to get through, and some of these totals here are 7 inches. You can imagine under these harsh conditions, it makes it a lot harder for plows and road crews to get out here early this morning. And so really, if this is any indication, this is not going to be an easy situation to drive through. And now the Jersey Shore this year has not been able to catch a break. You just think about 3 weeks ago, we had that first storm of 2022. The Jersey Shore was hit with about a foot of snow, and this time the shore is expecting even more than that as well. Some of the highest totals in our region. Everywhere you go down the highway, you are seeing these emergency warnings, essential travel only. It was not easy for us to drive down here. So we're going to be with our trusted tape measure here all day long, tracking these totals for you. But for now, I'm in Ocean City. Karen Hua, I'm going to send it back to you.
Yeah, we hear that gusty wind there blowing past the microphone. Really paints a picture. All right, let's head a little further inland in South Jersey. Take a look at this scene in Collingswood. Really pretty overnight, right? That is untouched snow blanketing Haddon Avenue. It's very pretty if you don't have to be out in it. And it's as quiet as it looks, too. Enjoy the view now before the plows turn this into a slushy mess that we're going to see piled up on the side of the roads a little bit later. In Montgomery County, the plows are working overtime to clear the snow, too. This is how it looked overnight. KOP along 202. We spotted the plows, big and small, doing their jobs on the highways and in the parking lots. But the snow, it is still coming down. So the best advice is to stay home, stay off the roads, let the plows do their job and get them clear. Checking now on the conditions in the city of Philadelphia. The snow is not as deep, but the wind is blowing it all around, pretty much all over our area. NBC10's Randy Gyllenhaal, he is live to give us a check on the conditions. Randy, you've been hitting different areas in Philly. Where are you now?
Yeah, so you're taking a look at a PennDOT plow that just gave us a thumbs up and a triple honk as they're doing these roads here on the Schuylkill Expressway. Let's zoom out here. We're standing here live in University City above the Schuylkill Expressway. We've moved from South Philadelphia. Now we're heading north, probably to Manayunk or Roxborough. But here we're going to talk about the highways. First, I want to show you the visibility issue. Take a look at the Center City skyline. You can actually see some of the skyscrapers again. About 30 minutes ago, the visibility was much poorer as we were getting those really heavy wind gusts that caused that snow to all just blow around everywhere. So that's getting a little bit better, and we've been watching plow crews like that one just coming up and down the Schuylkill Expressway. So I want to show you what it looks like right now as we walk over to the overpass. You can actually see some pavement. That's great. They've been pre-treating these roads. PennDOT and other crews ahead of this storm, they knew it was coming. So you can see some black pavement, which is good. You compare that, however, with what we saw in some of the side streets in South Philadelphia. The snow really just packed down, and it's going to take a while for those crews to get to some of those neighborhood streets as well. So it's just going to be a difference of where you are and what kind of driving you're doing if you have to go out. I can tell you, I was talking with some of the road crews earlier, and they're just urging people, if you do have to drive out here, go very slow because there's going to be plows left and right, emergency crews with their flashers on. We don't want to see anybody get hit, and we're already seeing reports of crashes here as the roads are looking a little bit better on the highways, but worse on the side streets. For now, we're live in University City. Randy Gyllenhaal, NBC 10 News.
You can't get too confident out there on the roads because you could hit a slick spot like that. Randy, thank you. The snow is also causing problems for Amtrak. It is canceling service up and down the East Coast. Let's give you a live look at 30th Street Station. Here's what we know right now. Acela service, it is canceled today. It is canceled today, and limited Keystone service is going to run between Philadelphia and Harrisburg only. So that means no Keystone trains are running between Philadelphia and New York. A number of other services are also impacted today and tomorrow, so you have to make sure you check with Amtrak before you head out. It's 6:36, and our First Alert Weather team has you covered with the most accurate forecast. We want to check back in with meteorologist Krystal, Klei, and Bill Henley with what you need to know right now. You guys have prepared us for this for days.
We saw this one coming for days.
Yes.
And it is playing out as we expected with the heaviest snow and now blizzard conditions reported along the coast with less of an impact inland, but clearly a big impact for our morning especially.
Absolutely. We were just talking with National Weather Service said Lewis, Delaware, blizzard conditions now.
Yeah, they're getting wind gusts of close to 50 miles an hour. The strongest winds are offshore. That's where the center of the storm is. You can see that river of strong wind. It's sweeping past New England, Cape Cod. So what we're getting is not quite that bad, but it's bad enough. And to show you the magnitude of the storm, the snow is still falling in the Lehigh Valley and Redding. That's accumulating snow in Philadelphia and a moderate snow now for much of New Jersey and Delaware. The heaviest snow, though, still continues at the coastline for the Delaware beaches and the Jersey Shore. That's where they've had hours of winds gusting beyond 45 miles an hour in Lewis, and strong gusty winds will be ramping up during the next few hours along the coast for Atlantic City, for Cape May, along with these bands of heavy snow that will be inching inland every so often. But as the day goes on, this will slowly pull away as that low center pulls away from our area. So we'll see improving conditions first inland, and then this afternoon they'll be improving at the shore. Right now, temperatures are in the teens and 20s. Allentown is 19, feels like 6. Look at those wind chills. 12, and 7 for Wilmington. And we're not going to see improvement during the day of more than a degree or 2 as the snow tapers off. And then the wind chills will be a factor, especially as we head into tonight. But there are differences based on the neighborhood. You can see the Atlantic City camera getting pounded this morning, Krystal.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've been breaking down neighborhood to neighborhood each half hour. We're now talking Lehigh Valley, Berks County, and Delaware as well. So wide view to start shows off. Visibility is not great anywhere, but those spots where you see 0 along the shores, the heaviest snow. 1 to 2 is a pretty steady snow, and then 3 is a light snow. And notice the difference. The Lehigh Valley and Berks now in that lighter snow. You can see that on our radar returns as well. That light blue you see, that's kind of the edge of this system starting to creep in. It's going to be a slow creep, so we'll still have a few hours before it is done with, but it is not as heavy as it was even a bit ago. Then you look at parts of Delaware, northern Delaware, we do see still steady in Wilmington and Middletown, and then a bit heavier, but not as heavy against our Delaware beaches. Whereas I just mentioned a moment ago, the National Weather Service said we have reached that blizzard criteria, it looks like, along Lewis Beach, where it's been very windy throughout the last few hours. Hour by hour as we go through our futurecast, starting to drag that snow out by 9-10 a.m. and then just an isolated snow shower into the afternoon. And then we hop over to Delaware. Your timeline here, still a light to steady snow through 9 a.m., really weakening by noon, and then around 1 to 2 o'clock, Delaware starts to dry out as well. We'll talk more about the Pennsylvania suburbs, South Jersey. That's coming up in your next half hour neighborhood hit.
All right, we'll see you then, Krystal. You know, this storm still has hours and hours to go. You can count on NBC 10 to stay with you every step of the way. Now, before we take a quick break, another look outside from our camera. This is on top of the Presidential City Apartments. You're looking down right now at I-76, the Schuylkill Expressway. You see a few cars out there, and you see those roads still covered. Plows have a lot of work to do. You're going to hear us say this a lot today. If you don't have to be anywhere, stay off the roads and stay inside. We're going to bring you all of the pictures, all of the information that you need to know. Stay warm, stay cozy. We're coming right back. Live picture now from South Philadelphia as this major winter storm slams us. This is the stadium complex. This camera on top of the Wells Fargo Center. Although at times this morning we haven't been able to see much out there, you can see that they've got two games down here at the Wells Fargo Center today. Flyers at 1 o'clock, and at 7:30, the hardwood comes down on top of the ice for the Sixers. In this shot, you can see 95 off to the right, a few snowplows trying to keep the parking lots clear. As of right now, both of those games are still scheduled to be played. You know, they have been saying that this storm could be one of the biggest to ever hit Boston. Wow, let's see what it's doing up there right now. NBC's Krystal live in Boston for us. Chris, tell us what you're experiencing and how is it for you?
Yeah, hey there, Erin. Snow is falling here in Boston. We probably have anywhere from 2 to 4 inches on the ground right now. It's been snowing consistently since about midnight, and I'm going to make a lot of people mad, and I'm going to curse us all when I say it's going to get a lot worse. It really isn't that bad right now. You probably can still see some of the Boston skyline off in the distance behind me, but we're really expecting this storm to intensify sometime after 10 o'clock this morning. Between 10 and 6 p.m., that's when things will really get cranked up in this area. So this is just a little appetizer of what's to come. So what's going to happen next? Well, right now we've got a real dry snow falling. At some points today, forecasters say that this will be falling in the 2 to 4 inches an hour range, and that we'll also see high wind gusts. Down on the south shore of Massachusetts, they've already seen gusts up around 70 miles an hour. That's approaching hurricane force winds. As you might imagine, people are hunkered down inside. Not a lot of traffic out there. There's nothing getting in and out of Logan Airport just across Boston Harbor from where I am right now. Some 600 flights already proactively canceled. This snow is expected to go well past 6, 7, 8 o'clock tonight, possibly until midnight. And so this is really just getting started here. It's bad. It's going to get a lot worse, Erin.
All right, Chris Pallone reporting live for us from Boston. Chris, thank you for that. Let's head back down to our area, Delaware and New Jersey, getting the brunt of this storm in our region. So let's check on conditions in the first state. NBC10's Delaware Bureau reporter Tim Furlong, live in Newark, Newcastle County. Tim, talk us through it. What are you seeing?
As if you didn't need to, you said we're in Delaware, but if you needed proof, boom, right there. That's the proof. We're at the Biden Welcome Center on I-95, right between, smack dab between north and southbound I-95. And I want to show you, this is our sort of gauge as to how much snow we've gotten. But I don't think this is really fair. Like, if you look at this, it doesn't look like we've gotten that much, but it's been snowing since about 6:30 or 7 last night. And I think the problem is that it's so windy that you can't, it doesn't just fall and sit where it is. It's kind of a light, fluffy snow on the very top. Look at this. I mean, when you look at all right, JR made an executive decision. He's going to show you the wind first. So thank you, JR, for doing that, even though I'm talking about what's on the ground. So why don't we bring it down here, my friend? And we can see how down here, it's fluffy snow, but there is that caked on layer that you can't even really get through to get down to the concrete or the blacktop. So that's what we're seeing here and on the roads too. I just talked to a guy who was in a little bit of a rush, which is kind of weird because you shouldn't be in a rush driving today at all. But he was heading up to North Jersey from Maryland, and he said that the roads were a lot like the roads inside the complex here, which you can see they're snow-packed, they're covered. 95 is like that too. He said there are spots where it's a little bit better, and then there are spots where it's a little bit worse. I drove through 95 in Wilmington today to restore the corridor construction zone. I was going about 20 miles an hour. And I saw other people trying to go a little faster, and they're slip sliding away. So you have to be really careful out there. It's just one of those days when you shouldn't go out. And in Delaware, you're not supposed to go out in Newcastle County and Kent and Sussex County, where you just heard the forecast down there and what's going on down there with the whipping wind and the blizzard conditions, the technically blizzard conditions. It is just no time to drive. And down in Sussex and Kent counties, you're not allowed to drive in Delaware right now unless you're essential personnel. So yeah, the wind is bad. The snow is still falling. The sun will come up. It'll get a little lighter out here in a little while. That's a good thing. But again, as you see over here, down here, you can see we have a good deal of snow here, and it's not letting up anytime soon. I mean, you can see it's still falling, and yeah, we're still out in it, and it's not getting better. I keep waiting, Erin, to tell you, it's letting up. Things are getting good here now. Not yet. Not yet.
Now, Bill and Krystal say we've got a ways to go before it starts to let up where you are. All right. Thank you, Tim.
Great. Thanks, Bill.
Right. He says, thanks, guys. This storm is making a big impact on flights. This is a live look at Philadelphia International Airport. Believe it or not, this is the airport. More than 300 flights have been canceled here at PHL today. Around the country, more than 3,400 flights have been canceled. Philadelphia airport officials say snow crews, they are working to clear the main runways. In fact, we haven't seen any planes moving, but those flashing lights that you see there, yeah, those are the little snow plows that are trying to clear around the airport. There are 40 million square feet of surface crews that need to cover to clear the airport. 40 million, that's the equivalent of driving from Philly to Lexington, Kentucky. So a lot of work that they have to do, and those plows going to be working overtime there at the airport to keep things clear. If you can stay home, you should. But if you have to head out, remember a few important tips. First thing you really need to do, you have to take it slow. You really have no choice. I can tell you that firsthand. You got to go slow. AAA says this is going to prevent you from losing control if you hit a slippery spot and they are out there. We've seen plenty of accidents. They also suggest increasing your following distance and to not power up those hills. Don't push it up those hills. It's also important to let family and friends know that you're going to be on the road. Stay in communication with them in the event of an emergency. AAA says road conditions can be especially dangerous when ice forms under the snow.
It doesn't matter what type of vehicle you have. It doesn't matter what type of tires you have. SUV, pickup truck, no matter what you have, nothing prevents you from skidding on ice.
Certainly doesn't. Also, this is really important, guys. You got to have a survival pack in the trunk. And no, this is not too much stuff. AAA says having a shovel, extra medications, bottles of water, first aid kit, de-icer, ice melt. Also bring a blanket, an ice scraper, jumper cables, extra clothes, and non-perishable snacks. If you get stuck, you want to have that to be as comfortable as you can. You don't know how long it could be before somebody can get you. So you got to have that survival kit. NBC10 First Alert meteorologist Krystal Klei is back now with a look at what some of our neighborhoods are seeing at this point.
Yeah, so it's been really a mess across almost all of our neighborhoods with the exception of those northernmost zones. Let's talk totals, and you can see the impacts when it comes to the snow that fell overnight. And so far this morning, we're now at over a foot in Ocean View, New Jersey and Cape May County. Mays Landing, you're at almost 10 inches and over 6.5 inches, or 7.5, I should say, in Magnolia, Delaware. About 5 inches for Cherry Hill, as well as Valley Forge, and 4.5 in Norristown. So we are seeing that obvious difference between it being an annoyance with the roads being slippery and a bit snowy and those roads being impassable in some of our areas farther to the south out there this morning. So how much more snow before we're done with this? Lehigh Valley, Berks County could see another 1, maybe 2 inches, but we are starting to really see it weaken there. In the Pennsylvania suburbs, 1 to 2 inches as well. Philly, another 2 to 4 is possible. Same deal in Delaware, especially northern Delaware. And then South Jersey, about 3 to 5 inches. It's about 5 to 7 additional inches for the Jersey Shore. So we're still talking quite a bit of snow that's going to fall on the shore before this thing exits. So if you're at 12 inches right now, that's where you get to that 18 by the time everything's done that we had in our snow map yesterday for you. So your travel outlook by this afternoon, highways slippery and snowy. Side streets, though, will continue to be snowy and even impassable throughout this afternoon. You're going to have to give the crews time to do their thing once this finally stops coming down. And then our sidewalks are going to be snow covered until we start to get that snow off. And remember, that is going to take a minute to get off because you've got a good deal to shovel. Good news is it's pretty fluffy, so it should be more easy. It's not that heart attack snow where it's really a high water content and heavy to move. Radar and satellite showing off where the storm center is, so it's now pretty much leveled up next to us. Remember, when we started this morning, it was still to the south of us. It is taking that track to the northeast, meaning the heaviest bands are starting to pull off of our area. Still seeing them right up against the shoreline, but they were farther into New Jersey early this morning. So we are starting to see a little bit of a pull here, which is a good sign for folks that want this to come to an end. Same thing in Delaware, where you can see the deepest blues have now pulled off of the Delaware beaches. So still pretty heavy there, not as heavy as a couple hours ago. And our lighter snow is starting to creep into the Lehigh Valley and Berks County. So when we go hour by hour with our futurecast, you see not really much change for the next hour or two, but by 9 a.m., now really starting to lighten up in the Lehigh Valley, Berks, even Chester County. And then past 9 a.m., it starts to get weaker even into Philadelphia and and Delaware as well. At this point, I think it's going to be much lighter in Philly around your lunchtime. Heaviest bands, they are out. Still a steady snow down the shore. And then around 2 to 3 o'clock is when everything starts to entirely move out and we can finally come to an end with this snow. As for your wind gusts, still pretty windy out there for the next several hours straight. Look at that, around 35 to 40 miles per hour inland and over 40 mile per hour gusts at the shore. That's the concern with those blizzard conditions throughout the afternoon. Even once the snow stops falling, if your gusts are high enough, you can still have blowing snow and limited visibility. And with those winds and the bitter cold, look at the forecast. At 3 o'clock, 22 feels like 7 in Philly, overnight feeling like 0, and into tomorrow morning, bitterly cold, around 11 degrees. The wind chill at times falling below 0. Erin?
Some of those temperatures just brutal. All right, thank you, Krystal. Do not go out unless you absolutely have to. I sound like a broken record, but sit back, check out the sights and sounds of this storm from the comfort of your home right here on NBC 10. It is bad out there. And as we go to break, here's a look at conditions in Drexel Hill, Delaware County. The wind, it is blowing the snow around, making it hard for drivers to see out there. Visibility not good in a lot of areas, so stay off the roads if you can. And here's a live picture right now. Cape May, snow is piling up as it gets a little lighter outside. Coming right back with more live coverage of this major winter storm.
And good morning, Matt DeLucia, First Alert Traffic here. Taking a look at 95 at 322 here. So this is the northbound lanes. We have a disabled vehicle there. You might be able to see those flashing police lights. A lot of the roads have been treated. They're getting plowed and that process is moving, but it's still taking a bit of time. But you look at some of these other streets here, especially the ones that really aren't the major, 17th and JFK here in Center City. It is still snow covered. A lot of your side streets are going to be looking like that as well. A lot of snow still falling in the area right now. Slow going on most of the roads right now. 295 northbound at the ramp to 322. The exit ramp is closed because of a disabled tractor trailer. And also 495 northbound near Stony Creek. The left lane is closed because of an accident. It's going to take some time for these plows to do their work, so please give them that time. We'll be right back.
NBC 10 News starts now.
It is here. It has arrived. The major winter storm is packing a heavy punch, too. Check out this snowy scene in Center City, Philadelphia, right above City Hall. Blizzard warning down the shore, the Jersey Shore, getting the heaviest snow from this storm. And all of it is blowing all over the place, making for a nasty morning along the coast. And no matter where you are, you can expect hours and hours more of snow coming from this morning into this afternoon. You can see the winter storm there and just how big it is on First Alert radar. A lot to talk about this morning. Good morning to you and welcome to a special edition of NBC 10 News Today. I'm NBC 10's Erin Coleman. We are on the air right now to bring you live team coverage from Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware as this winter storm hits our area. You can count on NBC 10 for team coverage of this major winter storm. We've got a team of meteorologists here in studio and a team of reporters spread out across our region from the city to the shore. Plus, First Alert Traffic keeping a close eye on the roads. Right now, the Jersey Shore is under a blizzard warning. The heaviest snow is falling there, and it will be all morning long. NBC 10's Katie Zachary live in Atlantic City. Katie, every time I see you out there, I want to say things are improving, but clearly not yet.
Oh, my gosh. No, and by the end of this, my mascara, Erin, is going to be running down my face. This was not a good morning for makeup. What was I thinking? All right, so we've gone to the other side of where we're staying in Atlantic City to show you the main roads, but I can't even look at you straight on. This wind is just so fierce and biting, coupled with the snow. Here's one of those snow drifts that we've been showing you throughout the morning. It's like 3 to 4 feet high. This is just a snow drift. The snow, but I'm showing you as I can walk through it. The snow is pretty lightly packed, but as it comes down more and more, I think Cape May just not long ago had close to a foot of snow that's already fallen. It is going to get heavy because there's obviously moisture in the air. It is cold, and there's kind of an icy feel underneath everything. As you can see by this car that's been here for the last few hours, there's a total sheet of ice on the windshield here. So let's walk down this way, John, on the sidewalk. This sidewalk was shoveled. It's covered with, quickly covers again with snow. I want to take you out out to some of the main streets here in Atlantic City. We talked to a traveler here just inside the hotel who was actually from Ohio, and they're used to, lots of snow where he lives near Toledo. He says they've had 1 inch all last year, 1 inch of snow. So it's to come here. He's here for a martial arts tournament. He said people from all over the world are here in Atlantic City this weekend for this martial arts tournament, and for them to be welcomed by these blizzard-like conditions is almost comical. He had a really good sense of humor about it. But just as I leave you, Erin, take a look. Near whiteout conditions at times when this wind is blowing. It's really hard to be outside. If you live on the shore, you don't have to step outside your home. Don't. We're going to send it back to you, Erin. We'll see you shortly again.
It is crazy to see that other people are out there walking around with you. And Katie, you have painted a picture. It is really brutal out there. Hopefully you can get into the truck, get warm, because it is not a place to be right now. We'll check back in. All right, we're tracking conditions really all over our area. Let's give you a live look at the roads in Cape May. This is a live look right now, and take a look at that road right there. Streets are snow covered everywhere, including right here in Cape May. There's not even a hint of the street surface that you can see. Completely white out there on the street in Cape May. Let's take you across the city of Philadelphia now, a little further inland. And we can tell you, if you don't have to go outside, please, please stay in. This is a bad one. NBC 10's Randy Gyllenhaal, he is live now. Randy, you keep moving locations. We love it. Tell us where you are now and what you're seeing.
Yeah, so we're kind of in between Manayunk and Roxborough, right off Ridge Ave, taking that drive up to Schuylkill. I can tell you 76, it was pretty clear. They were able to put those plows down with the blades down. You saw some concrete. The side streets, especially in hilly areas like here in Manayunk and Roxborough, are not as good. Take a look at this car that just got inundated by a snowdrift. We're talking a few inches of snow just that gets piled on top here. And then look at the hood here, too. This is a lot of snow. A lot of people are going to have to clean off this morning. We did just see a city crew, though, come up this side street, one of these hilly roads in Manayunk. Take a look at that. Some clear pavement. So they are getting the work done this morning. They're out and about. We got some hefty shovelers out working this morning too. They're going to be very busy trying to keep those sidewalks clear for you as well. It's these side streets, especially in places like Roxborough, that could be tricky, especially if you don't have that kind of four-wheel drive to get you up the hills. I can tell you every single winter we see people getting stuck in this area. So that's something to think about if you really do want to go out. Think about if your car can even handle it if they don't look like this, because not every street is as clear as this one. Let's zoom in down there. I think I see a black cat taking its stroll. Did you see that over there? So people are getting out and about this morning. As the sun starts to come up, we'll have more people coming out, starting to clean off their cars, and maybe those streets will start to look better. But right now, it's actually not windy like it was in Center City. It feels like we're getting a little break in those severe wind gusts that were blowing everything around, but that could change in the next hour or so as we're waiting for the sun to come up and the storm system to slowly move off the coast, and then the cleanup begins. For now, we're live in Roxborough. Randy Gyllenhaal, NBC 10 News.
Really impressed that we have people out shoveling and cats out walking. Yeah, not the best conditions to be doing this in. All right, Randy, we'll check back in with you. Heavy snow is expected to cover all of South Jersey, and the entire state is under a state of emergency right now because of the winter storm. NBC 10's Lauren Winfrey, she is live in Mount Laurel, Burlington County, where it is still coming down strong. Hey, Lauren.
Hey, good morning, Erin. Yeah, it's still coming down. For a second, I was like, oh, it's getting better out here. But I think that was just me telling myself to think warm thoughts. Anyway, I'm out here making friends. They're up early. I'm up early. It just makes sense. Listen to Mercedes. She's telling me how she's going to get home in all of this.
Because I've been told by a lot of our customers that it's ice right where I usually go. So I either brave the ice, which I'm not fond of in the dark, or I go backwards and around. So that might take me like 45 an hour.
And listen to her scraping off that ice. Mercedes is out here for about 30 minutes trying to clear all the snow off her car. She says her commute home usually takes about 20 minutes, but could take up to an hour today. She's not the only one. We spotted a few other drivers out here too, trying to do the same thing. Everyone trying to clear those cars before they get on the road, which is a good thing. We saw some crews out here working hard. They've been out here all morning long. The county plans to use 6,000 tons of salt to treat 500 miles of highway. That is a lot of salt and a lot of treatment that needs to be done out here. And as you can see, there are some cars passing. They're out and about, just trying to make their way to wherever they're going. And the hope is that they do so safely. We'll be out here all morning, but for now, reporting live in Burlington County, Lauren Winfrey, NBC10 News.
Out there making friends, you know, it makes the time pass, makes it a little bit easier when you can make a friend. All right, thank you, Lauren.
Absolutely.
A picture perfect snowy scene in Philadelphia. Look at that. This is how it looked overnight in Rittenhouse Square. Really pretty there. Some heavy snow coming down, but still looking really nice for a walk. If you got to get outside, get some fresh air, try and walk and do that if you can. Our First Alert Weather team, we've got you covered with the most accurate forecast. We want to check in with meteorologists Krystal, Klei, and Bill Henley with what you need to know right now. Yeah, if you're outside, you want to just get some fresh air, great. The roads, not so great. For a second.
For me, the air's fresh enough inside. I can wait until things improve this afternoon, and then we really get some solid improvement. Unfortunately, not until tomorrow.
Yeah, and the cold after the snow is going to be really a struggle as well. So today is absolutely, you've been saying the snuggle day, like indoors, blanket. You know what my dog does every day? That's what we all should be doing today.
Absolutely.
Snuggled up on the couch.
You didn't bring him along today.
He would have been barking right now in the studio.
Yeah, we would have mic'd him up and put him on TV. What the heck? Hey, satellite and radar. We are seeing some changes. This low pressure that was parked just east of Florida yesterday morning. That's how much distance is covered now just off our shore. Still hundreds of miles offshore and slowly moving off to the northeast, but it's still close enough to be spreading some heavy snow bands into the Jersey shore. And this is where we're seeing the worst of it, especially along Ocean County and into the Atlantic City area. But it's not as steady. The heaviest snow is starting to let up a little bit at Cape May. Still not a pretty scene, especially with the wind. And the wind is especially strong in parts of Delaware. It's been gusting to more than 40 miles an hour for hours. In Philadelphia, we're getting some pretty good gusts and some steady snow, and that's going to continue until later this morning, and then we'll see it taper off fairly rapidly. And the first to see it end will be the suburbs and the Lehigh Valley. But this wind, that's going to be with us all day. And look at those flags in Center City. 24 is the temperature. The wind is steady at 20. So right now the wind is 10 degrees, and there are stronger gusts, while it's right around 30 for Philadelphia, Northeast Philadelphia, and Wilmington. Look at Atlantic City, gusting to 41 miles an hour right now. It is ramping up just as we expected. So wind chills at this time, what's 10 in Philadelphia, 9 in Atlantic City. It feels like 1 in Pottstown, and there's more of that cold air on the way. So our first alert is still in place, but you'll see conditions change during the day. This first alert for the major winter storm through 7 o'clock for Philadelphia, the suburbs, New Jersey, Delaware, and the shore. The heavy snow, the heaviest, will continue at the shore for the next few hours. The strong gusts, 30 to 50 miles an hour. Well, the strongest this morning, but it'll still be windy and bitterly cold later in the day. And that's what we're going to have to deal with once the snow comes to an end. And that's going to be the case right on through the night. Of course, there are differences neighborhood by neighborhood. NBC10 meteorologist Krystal Klei is breaking it down this morning.
Oof, and it's hard to even tell where we are in that camera view. I believe that was Cape May, New Jersey. Whiteout conditions there. In fact, the National Weather Service calling it blizzard-like conditions. So we haven't officially met the criteria, but because of the whiteout and how long it's been going on so far, it's akin to a blizzard out there in those areas. Let's talk impacts. Pennsylvania suburbs. This is a moderate impact event for you, ending around noon to 1 with up to 1 to 2 more inches on top of whatever you've got already, which generally looks like about 2 to 4 so far. Snow-covered roads and gusts 30 to 40 miles per hour, and those will even last into your afternoon as well. So windy conditions expected. For New Jersey, let's talk some snow totals. So I just finished updating this map like seconds before I walked on camera here. You can see over a foot in Ocean View, New Jersey. Same deal in Forked River. About 7.5 inches in Medford, 5 in West Deptford, and in Hamilton Square, just over 3 inches. These are just the latest snow totals that have come in. These numbers will continue to go up. In fact, here's your impact forecast for South Jersey. Ending around 2 o'clock, a high impact event with another 3 to 5 inches expected here by the time everything is said and done. So again, that's on top of what you already have. Gusts 30 to 40 miles per hour. Certainly some impassable roads, especially those smaller side streets, and low visibility at time. We've been experiencing that for a while now. We'll wrap it up here by looking at radar currently. So there's the Pennsylvania suburbs, a relatively steady snow that is falling, still pretty heavy in South Jersey, Tabernacle, Demolka, Vineland, all with that heavier snow snowfall. The worst of it, of course, at the shore. We'll talk more about the shore in Philly coming up in your next half hour.
All right, Krystal, we'll see you then. Our live NBC 10 team coverage of this winter storm continues. Let's give you a live look once again. Take a look above Center City where you can see the snow. You know, it was really whipping a couple of minutes ago, maybe a half hour ago. Little better at this particular moment, but we know we've seen gusts of wind just whipping that snow around. We're going to take you back outside in just a few minutes. Don't go away. Good morning. It's 7:15 and welcome back to our live team coverage. Here's a look at conditions right now in Cape May. This is Beach Avenue in Cape May. You can see completely covered, completely white this morning. Heavy snow also falling right now in Delaware. We've been checking in with NBC 10 Delaware Bureau reporter Tim Furlong. Let's do that once again. He's live at the Biden Welcome Center along I-95 in Newark. A little bit more light out there at this hour. Tim, what's it like?
Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, I like snow, so it's pretty, and it's not really as windy as it has been. Now, JR, you can show the flags if you want. And you can see it's breezy, but it's not killer windy. But as you come over here, you can start to see out here in some of these areas, you can see the blacktop on I-95, which is a good thing. Hey, sir, how are you? Can we talk to you real quick?
Sure. Morning.
All right, look, that's the thing. Not everybody's super friendly when they come out of the rest stop because of the snow driving stuff. Where are you?
Starbucks? Come on, you kidding?
You know, I was waiting. I went in there. I said, "Do you guys have Starbucks? Are you guys open?" And they go, "Well, we have everything open except coffee." I'm like, your Starbucks. It was a while ago, but they're open now. That's a good thing. Where are you headed from, or where were you coming from and going to?
So we live in Newark. My wife runs the Starbucks here. I was busting chops because they can't open the drive-thru because they've had people call out sick because of the snow. So I'm a hobby photographer. I'm heading to the White Clay Creek. As we get a little light, I want to try and catch the snow in the river and do some photography this morning, or else I wouldn't be out.
That's a man after my own heart there, enjoying the snow. I like that. I like that. What are the roads like there? Tell people at home. They're not supposed to be on the roads technically.
It's a little dicey. It really is. You start to, on the corners, you start to slide a little bit, so you got to just be real careful, keep it slow. And if you don't have to be out, and I'm not going far, but I had to come out and grab breakfast.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's just be careful, go slow.
I like that. That's my man right there. Thank you for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Be safe out there, brother.
You too, guys. Take care.
Yeah, so it's not, I mean, you know, you shouldn't be out on the roads, guys. So don't go out on the roads if you can avoid it. You know, he was helping his wife and taking some pictures and stuff. But yeah, be careful out there because it's still coming down pretty hard. Back to you guys.
It is. This is not over yet. We got a ways to go. Thank you, Tim. You know, the shovels, they are getting a workout, and they have been for hours now. This guy wasted no time making sure he's ahead of the game here in Haverford this morning. This is a lot of snow. So don't overdo it. Take breaks. And it's really cold out there, too. Take your time. NBC 10 First Alert Meteorologist Bill Henley is here. You may want to leave the shoveling until tomorrow.
The bad news is there's a lot of snow in some neighborhoods.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave the shoveling, if I'm allowed, till tomorrow. Somebody else might have a different idea by the time I get home. But it's going to be light. It is light. So even though there's a lot, it is light. It's not the what they normally call heart attack snow. It's not that real heavy snow. And that's because it's so cold outside. This is a live view. This is from high atop the Mellon Bank building in Center City. You can see the snow is falling. That's not heavy snow in the city, but it's windy and it's cold, though. The heaviest snow, the latest is it's just moved offshore, and that's some improvement. The beginning of the change that's going to see have conditions really improve during the day. But right now we are getting gusts near 50 miles an hour. So the most hazardous travel, as Tim Furlong has mentioned, is happening right now. So best to stay put, even in the suburbs where the roads are not great. There you can see the bands of heavy snow just pulling away from the Atlantic City area and Cape May, and they've pulled away from the Delaware beaches. So we're seeing improvement here, but the winds, they're still gusting to more than, well, near 50 miles an hour. Just saw a wind gust, just the latest report from Lewis, of 49-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So blowing snow and drifting snow will really pile up, as Katie Zachary has been showing us from the shore. Now, that's steady snow, but it's much lighter in Philadelphia. The moderate snow is in South Jersey, and light snow in the suburbs, and even lighter in the Lehigh Valley. We're still on track at 9 o'clock to see those bands of heavier snow offshore, and then as we get closer to noon, it will really lighten up, come to an end in Berks County and parts of Chester County, and that's some moderate snow for Atlantic City into the Toms River area, and then it finally pulls away as we go into the mid-afternoon hours. But then we just have to deal with The winds will stay gusty right on through this afternoon. And it's not going to warm up much, maybe up a couple degrees. So at 5 o'clock today, look at the wind chills. 4 degrees in Allentown, 6 in Philadelphia at the shore. That's not great shoveling weather. And tomorrow morning, it won't be great either because those numbers will be below freezing. Below zero. There it is. 1 below at 1 o'clock in the morning on Sunday. And you'll feel that cold air right on through tomorrow morning. So if the shoveling waits till tomorrow, this is what you'll have to deal with at the shore. Inland, we're still looking at 7 to 11 for parts of Delaware and South Jersey. But you go into Philadelphia and the suburbs, we're looking at 4 to 7 inches and 2 to 4 off to the north and west. And even though it's going to be a frigid start tomorrow, we will warm into the upper 20s with some sunshine. And even though that's below freezing with bright sunshine, there will be some melting during the day and even more melting on Monday. Erin?
All right, Bill, thanks for that. Our live NBC 10 team coverage of the winter storm rolls along. This is a live look at conditions in Delaware County right now. This is a new shot from Baltimore Pike in Clifton Heights. Look at that hill right there. Look at those roads right there. We're going to take you back outside in just minutes. Don't go anywhere. It's 7:23. Let's see how the snow is impacting conditions on the roads across our area with First Alert traffic reporter Matt DeLucia. Not good in a lot of areas.
Not good pretty much everywhere, Erin. Even the roads that have been cleared out, we still get some disabled vehicles and some spinouts. This is 95 northbound here, right by 322. This is off to the shoulder, not causing too much of an issue there. You saw that road was pretty well plowed. Now look here in Cape May County. This is Wildwood Crest, Seaview Avenue. You can't even see the road. It is just completely covered in snow, and this is happening throughout the shore areas right now, so it's just a bad area to drive in. Look at the AC Expressway, the drive times right now. Over an hour from 42 to Atlantic City. The average speed there only 38 miles per hour, so you definitely do need to take it slow because it is slick out there. Just coming in early this morning, we saw a lot of accidents on the roads. Seeing a little more green here, but still a lot of red and yellows here in terms of slow driving. PA Turnpike westbound there between Norristown and Valley Forge. We have the 2 left lanes blocked because of an accident there. So accidents, spinouts, we're just seeing a lot of that out there right now. So the plows are still working. You got to give them time, Erin.
And you got to be safe. Be careful. Thank you, Matt. Let's check out some video. This is just in from Montgomery County. Here we're driving down Montgomery Avenue in Bala Cynwyd. Just as Matt said, still a lot of snow on a lot of the roads, including this one. Crews have a lot of work to do, and it's going to take them some time. So if you can, please stay off the roads. How about a live look at the scene along Philadelphia's JFK Boulevard? Reminder, you can't park on snow emergency routes in the city or your car will be towed. You can see some cars out there on the roads right now, 17th and JFK. And here's a look at conditions along I-95. Take you to South Philadelphia. In addition to all of the snow, it's the visibility in a lot of areas. It's very poor, especially when that snow is coming down and the wind kicks in. Very, very poor. So if you have to head out, again, take it slow. Give yourself plenty of extra time and plenty of space between you and the other cars around you. We want you to get to where you have to go safely. Our cameras have been out all night long checking on conditions around our area. All right, overnight, 2 a.m. or so, this is how it looked in Cape May. Couple of inches were already on the ground there, but again, this is some time ago, so a lot more has been added on to what you're seeing right here. Cape May County emergency management officials say that they are plowing the roads, they're doing the best they can, but they're really concerned about those strong wind gusts that could cause power outages as well as flooding. They say low-lying areas along the coastal towns that normally see flooding, well, you're going to see it again today, so they're preparing for that. Our live NBC 10 team coverage of the winter storm continues with a live look at the Center City skyline from across in New Jersey. The sun is coming up a little bit lighter out there. We're going to take you back outside. Here's a live look at Atlantic City in just 2.5 minutes. We're right back.
NBC 10 News starts now.
And right now on NBC10 News today, a major winter storm is blasting our area, including the Jersey Shore. Here's a live look at Cape May right now. Believe it or not, that is Beach Avenue. Very hard to see out there. The shore isn't just getting snow. They're getting very high wind gusts too, and that's contributing to the poor visibility. Let's give you a look now at Center City. Philadelphia not getting as much snow, a little bit better in the city, but a lot of roads, guys, still very treacherous out there. You got to be safe. Our NBC10 First Alert radar is tracking this storm minute by minute, hour by hour. You can see it right there and how big it is. We still have a long way to go until this nor'easter clears all the way out. Good morning and welcome to our live continuing winter storm coverage on NBC10 News today. I'm NBC10's Erin Coleman. We're on the air right now to bring you team coverage from Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. You can count on NBC10 for team coverage of this major winter storm. We've got a team of meteorologists in studio, team of reporters spread out across our region from the city to the shore, plus First Alert traffic. We've got you covered. We are keeping an eye on everything. And we're going to begin our coverage this half hour down the shore because that is the area that is getting the worst of this storm. And look at this picture. It's really telling the story. This is a live look at the Atlantic City Boardwalk. It is covered in white and the wind making it very, very difficult blowing that snow around to see. The shore doesn't normally get as much snow as the rest of our region, but this is the second major storm to hit down the shore this month. So let's take you there now. We go a little further south from AC to Ocean City, Cape May County, and that is where our Karen Hua is live in Ocean City for us. Karen, talk about the conditions there. Any improvements at all?
Unfortunately, no improvements, Erin. Since we last came to you live an hour ago, we drove just one block from our hotel down to the Ocean City Boardwalk here, and driving just that one block was very treacherous, was very difficult. Again, I have my trusty tape measure here. We were at 9 to 10 inches of snow about an hour ago. Let's check that again. Putting this tape measure in here, what does that say? Oh my gosh, that might be a little deeper of a spot, but we put it in here. At least in some parts, this is well over a foot right now. In other areas, it's about a foot depending on where you measure. So I would say about a foot to 13, 14 inches right now. This snow is not letting up. But a little bit of levity in all of this. Look at who we found here on the boardwalk. We have Andrew and Mark here. They're from Vineland. Tell us what brought you out here. It's pretty early in the morning.
We didn't realize it was going to be snowing, so we came for a walk on the boardwalk and we just hit the snowstorm.
You thought it was going to be tropical, the beach,
yeah,
right?
We said, let's build a snowman, so here we are.
And what do you think of these conditions so far? How cold is it? Can you describe to the folks out there?
Perfect conditions for snowman.
How was the drive here? Because it's still a little bit of a way from Vineland.
It wasn't terrible, but the roads, it was all right. The roads were pretty bad, but it wasn't that hard.
Well, we're hoping you guys can get home safe and sound. You know, the later it gets on, of course, the more the snow is going to be piling on. So, of course, you guys have some fun out here on the boardwalk. They're probably the only folks out here this early in the morning, but otherwise, please avoid the roads. If you can, these conditions are pretty harsh. We're live in Ocean City in the studio.
Karen, I give you credit. You found the two people, the only two people out there on the boardwalk, and they are making the most of this really, really tough day. Thanks for that. Let's take you to Westchester, Chester County. This was the scene on Gay Street about 7 a.m. You can see there's a guy out there shoveling, putting a little bit of salt down this morning, getting some work done early. Again, if you don't have to be outside, just take it from us. It's not a great place to be. Stay home. All right. In the city of Philadelphia, let's check on conditions there. The snow is not quite as deep, but the wind is blowing it around. That's really a constant theme this morning. NBC10's Randy Gyllenhaal live in Center City to give us a check on the conditions. Tell us about that, Randy. What are you saying?
Yeah, so actually down in Manayunk, moved from Center City. We're on Levering Street. Heard Karen saying about 9 inches down the shore. Don't have that quite yet, but right here in Manayunk, I found a nice soft spot. We're looking at almost 4 inches of snow already, and we got a few hours ahead of us. And anyone that knows Manayunk or Roxborough knows you need something like this trail-rated Jeep to get up some of these hills. Take a look at Levering Street, one of the hilliest roads that we have in Philadelphia. We got cars coming down. We just drove down this street. Wasn't great. Hey, man, you do all right?
Yeah, man. How you doing?
How's these hills in Manayunk?
Not bad.
Yeah? No four-wheel drive?
No.
I ain't handling it. Tell me what you got doing this morning.
I got to go to work.
Oh, man. All right. You get there safe, all right?
Thanks, man. Have a good one.
Thanks, you too. So, yeah, I mean, these hills in Manayunk can be tricky if you don't have a four-wheel drive car. He seems to be handling it all right. But take a look. They're not plowed yet. Going to be a while for these dense side streets. But neighbors already up early helping other neighbors out, doing some shoveling, getting some salt down. I got Daniel here. Daniel's putting down some rocks. Tell me about what you've been up doing early this morning.
This is all I'm up to this morning. I woke up and I knew that we had some snow last night, so we're up early, drinking some coffee, getting some salt down so nobody slips.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
You've been doing a good job. Take a look down here. He's got it mostly cleared. Now's a good time to put some of the salt down once you get...
Just put it on the steps right here and you can see that it's all cleared now, so...
Yeah. Tell me, living on...
recipe for success.
Yeah, living on Levering Street, these hilly roads, what's it like in Manayunk when it snows like this?
It's not good when it snows like this, I'll tell you that, but it's not too bad. I mean, you're living in the greatest city in the country, so you can't complain.
All right, go Birds.
Go Birds.
So yeah, live here in Manayunk, people getting up early here, trying to get ahead of some of this snow, and it's really pretty out here actually. So if you're gonna get out, meet your neighbors, have a good time, get some of that salt down. For now, we're live in Manayunk. Randy Gyllenhaal, NBC10 News. Back to you.
You know, everybody seems to be in good spirits. I kind of like this. Bodes well for the day, considering the conditions we're under. All right. Thank you, Randy. Maybe it's you, Randy. I don't know. The snow also causing problems for Amtrak. It is canceling service up and down the East Coast. Let's give you a live look. 30th Street Station. All Acela service, it is canceled today. You're not going to be taking Acela today. And limited Keystone service is going to run between Philadelphia and Harrisburg only. So what does that mean? No Keystone trains are running between Philly and New York, period. A number of other services are also impacted today and tomorrow. So you really have to make sure you check with Amtrak before you head out. Our First Alert Weather team has you covered with the most accurate forecast. Let's check back in with meteorologists Krystal, Klei, and Bill Henley with what you need to know.
Things are not as bad as it was just a couple hours ago. We're starting to see some improvement.
Oh, good. And starting to see the changes on radar as well, that the heaviest band's starting to pull off the shore. So a good sign for people that are wanting this to come to an end.
So this is so far moving according to plan. The snow came in overnight. The heavy snow developed. Those bands of heavy snow are still in the area, but they're now pulling away as this low, this fast-moving low, which was just east of Florida yesterday morning, is pushing off to the northeast. So we will see improvement. You can see much lighter snowfall in Lehigh and Berks. That's steady, mainly light to moderate snow in Philadelphia. And the heavier bands are limited to Ocean County, but they're pulling away from Atlantic City and Cape May, and they've already exited Delaware. But there's still some strong gusty winds, so there's going to be a lot of not only falling snow, it's still coming down at a pretty good clip, but also blowing snow. And the wind is blowing in Philadelphia. Those wind chills are never going to be pretty during the day today. This is Cape May. That's a live view. This is near whiteout conditions. You can make out a little bit of the Marquis de Lafayette Hotel. You can see the flags moving just a little bit, but that is not good at all. The winds are gusting to 33 miles an hour. 25. So what's falling is sticking and not going to go anywhere during the day today, tonight, or tomorrow. You can see the wind in Philadelphia. That snow coming down. It's not heavy snow, but it's steady. 24 degrees. The wind chill is 10. And even after the snow comes to an end in Philadelphia, it starts tapering off by noon. It's just windy and cold this afternoon. The temperature's barely moving, and those wind chills will be in the single digits during the day today and dropping to even lower numbers overnight tonight. Of course, some neighborhoods are going to be colder than others. That's why we've been breaking it down neighborhood by neighborhood. That's a live view just in front of the Comcast Center. It's not really pretty outside. Is it, Krystal?
No, it is not pretty out there, and we've been talking about the impacts neighborhood to neighborhood all morning long, so now we're talking Jersey Shore and Philly. We'll begin with the shore. Of course, we've been seeing this for the whole week. The worst at the shore and our Delaware beaches. Extreme impacts ending around 2 to 3 this afternoon. The good news is, as we just mentioned a second ago, the heaviest snow is now starting to exit. Snowstorms are a little different than, say, tracking something like a tornado in our summer season where it's a quick mover. This is one of those where it takes time time for the heaviest bands to finally get out of certain neighborhoods, but we are starting to see that pull away from the shoreline at this point. Another 3 to 5 inches of snow, though, on top of what we already have is possible in these neighborhoods along parts of Atlantic, Cape May County, up into Ocean County as well. Gusts 40 to 50 miles per hour we are currently seeing, and impassable roads are going to be expected throughout, I'd say, at least mid-afternoon. You got to wait for those plows to kind of do their thing and clear out the area. For Philly, it's a high-impact event ending between noon and 1 with steady snow still falling right now, but it has weakened some in the last couple of hours. Another 1-2 inches of snow possible out there with snowy roads, as you just saw from our live cam, and those gusts peaking 30 to 40 miles per hour. I'd say through about noon we'll see those peaking winds. So there's the look, live radar in Philly, and like I said, still pretty steady. These little pockets that you see look a little grayed out. That's a little bit heavier snow that we're seeing along Roosevelt Boulevard. And then you see as we go into the shore, the heaviest stuff is that deep blue. Notice how it has pulled just barely off the shoreline. So still pretty steady snow, but not as heavy as it was a couple hours ago. We're starting to slowly turn the corner. We'll talk more about what to expect as we move forward the rest of the day coming up.
That sounds like some good news there. All right. Thank you, Krystal. Starting because the storm still has hours to go. You can count on NBC 10 to stay with you every step of the way. We are going to be here. We are going to be on air. But before we take a quick break, let's give you another live look outside from our camera on top of the Presidential City Apartments. This is I-76. This is the Schuylkill Expressway. And you are going to hear us say this a lot today. If you don't have to be anywhere, please, please stay off the road. Stay inside, snuggle up. We're going to bring you all of the pictures and information you need to know right here on NBC 10. We're right back. Welcome back. Let's give you a live picture now from South Philadelphia as this major winter storm slams us. This is the stadium complex from our camera on top of the Wells Fargo Center. Although at times this morning we have not been able to see much, we're seeing a little bit more now. The sun is up. They've got 2 games down here at the Wells Fargo Center today. The Flyers play at 1 o'clock, and at 7:30, the hardwood comes down on the ice for the Sixers game. As of right now, both games are still scheduled to play. We've seen Plows plow in the parking lot there every now and then. Well, they've been saying this storm could be one of the biggest ever to hit Boston. So let's go back on up to Boston, see what's happening up there right now. NBC's Katie Brace is live for us. How's it looking, Katie?
Well, the wind has certainly picked up within the last few hours, and we do have a few inches of snow. I want to show you the skyline here, as it does look beautiful, though it is very chilly out here. The city of Boston right now has 500 pieces of equipment working on the roadways. They can put more than 800 pieces of equipment, snow plows and sanders and salters out. Now, this stretch of road looks relatively clear. This, however, is not the norm, because this is actually the spot where a lot of the plows turn around to go onto one of the major highways here in Boston, also turn around to go back into the city. We have the water off to our side. There was a concern about some potential flooding, but the water has risen, the ocean has, but not to the level that will cause flooding. But throughout the city, we have seen just a lot of private contractors clearing the sidewalks. The city has 38,000 tons of salt ready to go for the storm and after. So they feel like they are very well equipped, though the city has stressed roads like this down to the pavement not going to be the norm, and certainly they expect to get to some of the side streets well after the snow has stopped this evening. Reporting live in Boston, Katie Brace, NBC 10 News.
All right, Katie, thanks for that update. This storm is making a big impact on flights. This is a live look at Philadelphia International Airport. Dare I say this picture's gotten worse. The visibility out there, not great. As of 7 o'clock this morning, so just 45 minutes ago, at least 306 flights had been canceled from PHL, and 13 flights are delayed. Around the country, more than 3,400 flights have been canceled. I mean, you really can't see anything. I think I can barely make out the tail of a plane there. Philadelphia International officials, they say snow crews, they are working hard to clear the runways. Those flashing lights that you see just barely, those are the plows that are plowing the runways. Just a fun fact here for you. There are 40 million square feet of surface that crews have to clear at the airport. That is the equivalent of driving from Philly to Lexington, Kentucky. So a big job there at Philly International. Seniors in South Jersey can get help clearing snow from their property. Listen up, if you fall into this category, Camden County has a hotline that you can call and request a crew to come and shovel your sidewalk and your driveway. All right, the number is right there on your screen. Write it down, 856-783-4808. 856-783-4808, extension 5035. All you have to do is call, leave a message with your name and address, the number also scrolling at the bottom of your screen. Calls are taken on a first come, first served basis. Shoveling starts when the snow stops. If you need help, go get that help. You know, a lot of people, they're going to be out shoveling today, but it could put a strain on your heart if you are not careful. There are things that you should do to cut down on the risk. A lot of this really important. Experts say to shovel several light loads instead of one big, heavy load. Save your back as well. Take frequent breaks. Drink a lot of water. And if you feel chest pain, if you feel lightheaded or perhaps short of breath, head inside. Take a break, please. If any of those symptoms persist, you need to call 911. Be careful out there. Power outages are a big concern, too. This morning in New Jersey, Governor Phil Murphy says between the snow and the wind, you just might lose power. He says be patient when it comes to getting that power restored. Listen.
Please remain mindful that while our electric utilities will try to restore power as quickly as possible, weather conditions at any given moment could prevent utility crews from getting up in a bucket safely.
Now, there are warming stations in every county across the Garden State as we take a live look at Beach Avenue, Cape May. If you do lose power, to find a list of those spots, just go to NBC10.com/findit-on-10. All right, NBC10 First Alert meteorologist Krystal Klei is back with us now. You know, things are improving, dare I say it?
Yeah, that's right. Looks like we're having some.
All right, some technical.
Get our mic there. There we go. You know, when we're on this song, we got to make sure we're changing the batteries all the time. But yeah, we're starting to see the snow just weaken just a touch out there. Still, though, pretty steady. And look at the totals that we've got across the area here. This is the result of what we saw overnight and this morning. So we're seeing totals that are actually reported now between 9 and 15 inches down the shore. So over a foot has now fallen at the shore, and it is still going to be falling lighter, but still falling all the way through early afternoon. About 5 to 10 inches over parts of South Jersey, just clipping near Philly, and then more like 3 to 5 as we start to get into our Pennsylvania neighborhood. So huge range, just as we expected, between those high amounts and those lower amounts that are sitting up into parts of our Pennsylvania neighborhood. So here's a wide picture of the storm center. Out to sea, just as expected, but just close enough to keep us with all snow. And I want to see, I'm not sure if we got our touchscreen turned on right now, but I'll just point out to you, right along this heaviest band that we have, it was right up against the shoreline. It's now starting to pull off the shoreline. So that's the difference between that just pounding snow where we saw Katie Zachary almost not able to move because the snow was coming down so hard. It's now pulling off the shore, and that's also starting to drag that little edge of the end of snow out of Berks and the Lehigh Valley currently. So there's the tighter view. It's still a pretty heavy snow against Cape May and Atlantic County, but the worst of it has started to now drag off of our shoreline. Same thing for Delaware. It is starting to move out. There's the end of it. You can see Berks County starting to thin out enough. So we do see the end in sight. Still several hours, though, of this snow weakening and dragging through. So our hour by hour model, this is our NBC exclusive storm model, 9 a.m. Still pretty steady in Philly and into South Jersey, but getting really light in parts of our suburbs, Berks and the Lehigh Valley. By noon, I think we're starting to come to an end in most of our Pennsylvania neighborhoods, and it's getting considerably weaker in South Jersey. And past noon, that's when the last bits of snow will start to move off the shore, and we can finally start to clean up. So when everything's said and done, we really have not changed this map since yesterday. 12 to 18 inches along the shoreline, 7 to 11 in parts of New Jersey, and then you see that 4 to 7 range over parts of the suburbs. Certainly enough that you're going to have some cleaning up to do. So the question might be, when do I shovel? You can actually wait if you want. Timing, like I mentioned, is clearing after 3, but it's going to be pretty windy, so it might not be enjoyable to do so. Temperatures are going to become dangerously cold later afternoon and into tonight, so if you are outside, you need to take breaks to warm up. Do not spend, the whole afternoon out on that driveway. It's just going to be really cold on the body. And the type is more of a fluffy snow because we don't have a lot of high liquid content in the snow. It means that it's not going to melt and refreeze. Temperatures are already below freezing, and they're going to stay that way. So you're not going to have to worry about it turning into like a rock by tomorrow morning. You certainly can wait to shovel if you want to. As for our wind gusts, around 30 to 40 miles per hour. And we'll wrap it up here with that wind gust forecast. The worst of the winds starting to weaken between 2 and 6 p.m. But look at the result when it comes to those temperatures. 20 this afternoon, 11 tomorrow morning, and tomorrow morning feeling below zero. Erin?
Oh, it's brutal. All right. Thank you, Krystal. Don't go out unless you absolutely have to. I know I've said it a lot. I sound like a broken record, but it's true. Don't go out. Sit back. Check out the sights and sounds of this storm from the comfort of your home right here on NBC 10. Get warm. Stay warm. This is a live picture of Cape May, and it looks cold. Snow is piling up as it gets a little lighter outside. We are coming back with more live coverage of this major winter storm. We are here with you. Don't go anywhere. 7:55. Let's check back in to see how the snow is impacting road conditions across our area with First Alert traffic reporter Matt DeLucia.
And good morning, Erin. Yeah, taking a look here at 76. This is by Gladwin. You can see a plow truck right there just trying to clear all that snow. Drive times aren't too bad for the most part in Pennsylvania, but the snow is still falling, as you can see here on this map, and a lot of the roads still getting hit with some pretty decent snowfall at this point. Down the shore even, you look at the AC Expressway, average speeds are only about 37, 43 miles per hour, and you go farther south here, and it is even more red as you get closer to Cape May. One interesting thing I've been texting with AAA, Jana Tidwell over there, she just told me that that most people are heeding the warnings to stay off the roads, and it's going to get busy once people start to venture out again. Those calls to AAA. She also says that the super cold temperatures are going to continue to kill the car battery. So you look at all these tips here. The best bet, Erin, is just to stay indoors right now because it is slick. I know you and I both saw some crashes on the way out here today.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It is no joke out there on the roads. All right. Thank you, Matt. You know, as this major winter storm moves through, we want to see what you're seeing in your neighborhood. Go to NBC10.com or the NBC10 app and click on the See It, Share It section to send us your snow videos. You might just see them on the air. We want to see what you are seeing. All right, let's give you a look at the conditions in another town a little bit closer to the Jersey Shore. Oh, gosh. This is a look at the snow we've seen in Jackson Township, Ocean County. Look at that wind. It is really whipping the snow around out there. Not great conditions to be out in this stuff. We've got more coverage of this major winter storm straight ahead. As we go to break, let's give you a live look. Right now, Center City, you know, at times we think it's improving, at other times, not so much. That's City Hall in the background there. We're right back in 2 minutes.
NBC 10 News starts now.
We have been telling you for days that this was coming, and now the major winter storm is here, and it's packing a heavy punch, too. This is what it looks like in Center City, Philadelphia right now. Blizzard warning. The Jersey Shore is getting the heaviest snow from the storm, and all of it is blowing all around, all over the place, making for a nasty morning here in Atlantic City and along the coast. No matter where you are, you can expect hours of snow from this morning into this afternoon. You can see the winter storm there, the nor'easter, and just how big it is on First Alert radar. Good morning and welcome to this special edition of NBC 10 News Today. I'm NBC 10's Erin Coleman. We're on the air right now to bring you live team coverage from Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. As this winter storm continues to hit our area, you can count on NBC 10 for team coverage of this major storm. We've got a team of meteorologists in studio. We've got our reporters fanned out all over the region, from the city to the shore, plus First Alert traffic keeping a close eye on the roads that are really treacherous in some areas right now. You know, the Jersey Shore is under a blizzard warning as we speak. The heaviest snow, it is falling there, and it will be falling all morning long. Let's check in with NBC 10's Katie Zachary. She's live in Atlantic City, and I can see that wind. Katie, we've been talking to you for several hours. It is not letting up. Yeah.
No, and Karen's live shot about 25 minutes ago, just south of us in Ocean City. She was on the boardwalk, and I was marveling at the fact she was able to stand there and not brace her body against the wind. We are just getting whipped with the wind here in Atlantic City. There's a plow. There are several plows that we've seen just constantly going over the main streets here. Take a look, though, down this main drag in AC. We're just a few blocks away from the boardwalk. Visibility is not good here at all. You can't even clearly see to the next traffic light. If we pan up to the traffic lights, away from that blizzardy white, you can see the traffic lights are moving in this wind. It is that fierce. When we last checked in with Bill and Krystal, and they were telling us that wind gusts were 40 miles an hour, even upwards of that. As we turn down in the other direction, you can see this car with its hazards on. It's even hard, Erin, for me to look toward that way because the wind is just pelting snow into our eyes. They have their hazards on. They're stuck in the snow here. So this is another sight that we're seeing. I can't show it to you right now, but just a few minutes ago, we had people who have to walk to work or walk to catch public transportation, not taking the sidewalks because they're not shoveled. But I'm in the middle of the street here. They're walking in the street because this is really the only passable way for them to get from block to block. Even though plows have come by, there is still this thick layer, icy snowpack layer that makes it really slippery. We've slipped a few times just walking around. So conditions overall, I would say, are improving a little bit. Maybe that's because we now have a little bit more daylight and everything's better with a little daylight. But yeah, Erin, just the wind and the frigid temperatures and the snow, it's still the main story here in AC and will continue to be for the next few hours. It's why it's best to stay inside and off the roads. We'll send it back to you.
Absolutely brutal out there, Katie. We're feeling for you. All right. You know, we're actually tracking conditions all over our area. Let's give you a live look at the roads. This was a new shot here in Avalon, Cape May County. And look at that. The wipers are going and the roads. Can't even see the surface there. Completely covered in snow. Streets are snow covered across the city of Philadelphia, too. And you've heard me say this. If you don't have to go out, don't go out. Stay inside. NBC10's Randy Gyllenhaal is live right now. Randy, you have been bouncing around from different areas in the city of Philadelphia. Where are you now? What are you seeing? Looking like Kelly Drive there.
Yeah, so we're just taking a nice relaxing break here after driving so much. So we're taking in the beautiful sights here along the Schuylkill River on Kelly Drive. We're sitting right here on the Schuylkill River Trail, which is pretty much a ghost town, of course, when we have conditions like this. But we have actually seen some people. Just saw somebody cross-country skiing up and down the Schuylkill River Trail, getting some exercise in this morning. Saw a couple runners who are out and about in really heavy coats. So some people, they're not going to let a little bit of snow stop them here in Philadelphia. But it's blowing around. Kelly Drive is not great right now. I can tell you, we saw some slipping and sliding, not much pavement to be seen. But let's take another look at the river with this beautiful bridge here. It's actually a great sight if you can get out and walk around this morning. A winter wonderland in Philadelphia. It's the kind of snow that just sticks to all of the treetops and the ground and really looks beautiful. Not all that difficult to shovel either. But the road situation is not great in certain areas. Of course, we just came from Manayunk, where those hilly roads are really difficult. Coming south now down toward the Art Museum, and take a look at these cars. They're going pretty slow along Kelly Drive because this is a pretty slick spot, and typically where we do tend to see some crashes, slip outs, and more. We have seen the streets department everywhere this morning. They are out and about. They have their crews doing the plows with the blades down, really focused on the major roads. So Broad Street and the other big roads like the Parkway, those will be much better. Going to take a little longer to get to some of those side streets and neighborhoods. As the snow continues to fall, I can tell you one piece of good news. The winds aren't as whipping as they were earlier this morning, but it's going to be blowing around for the next few hours. You may want to wait till the snow starts to move off the shore before you get out and about this morning. From a beautiful Kelly Drive, I'm Randy Gyllenhaal, NBC10 News.
Yeah, it looks pretty if you don't have to drive in it, Randy. All right, thank you. You know, heavy snow is expected to cover all of South Jersey, and the entire state is under a state of emergency right now because of this winter storm. NBC10's Lauren Winfrey, she's live in Mount Laurel, Burlington County, still coming down there. Any improvements that you've seen over the past few hours, Lauren?
No improvements. Still coming down. I'm still struggling. I'm even struggling to walk around out here. Like every time I get out the truck, I'm like trying to get up this little hill we're on, but we're making it work. Met someone else, Christine Swope. She has a really important job to do today, and she says that's the only reason why she's out and about. Take a listen.
I have a wedding this morning to do hair and makeup for, so through all this, we're getting there. Back roads are a little rough. Once I got out to the main road, it was a lot better.
Yeah, so Christine talked about the back roads being rough, and we can imagine because the snow, like I said, it's not letting up. We aren't seeing too many people out here, and when we do see people on the roads, they are driving pretty cautiously. Only those, like you said, the state is under a state of emergency, and the National Weather Service has issued a blizzard warning for Burlington County's southeastern section, and we can clearly see why. So I say good luck to Christine this morning. Good luck to that bride and groom. What a day to have a wedding. Can you imagine?
You know,
but if they take pictures outside, it could make for a really pretty.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Beautiful pictures today. You just hope that all the guests can get there safely, and it's a little bit later on in the day when a lot of this is pushed out. Good for her, though. She's got to get there to make that bride look beautiful. Thank you, Lauren. The snow, it's still falling, but it is daylight now. And they're already starting to clean up in Bucks County. Look at this new video in the Plow is clearing driveways and sidewalks here. Again, if you can avoid going out, this is the day to get comfortable on your couch. Watch NBC 10 News. We're going to do the hard work for you. Our First Alert Weather team has you covered with the most accurate forecast. They have been busy. Let's check in with meteorologist Krystal, Klei, and Bill Henley with what you need to know. So we keep seeing that system off the coast. Is it moving off?
Yes, but it's
moving away.
It's a gradual. We've been talking about some improvement. Some is the operative word there. This is going to take hours for it to really improve. But some neighborhoods, like the Lehigh Valley, where you see in Bucks County, they're starting to clean up. It's really tapering off quickly there.
Yeah, I've already started to see some tweets, things like that sent to me saying not too bad now in my neighborhood. These are the northernmost neighborhoods. Everyone else, as Lauren said, no. Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
We are making some progress, though. But if you're standing out in the wind and the cold and the snow is still falling, it might not feel like it. This low is moving. It was just off the Florida coast yesterday, and it's starting to pull away from our area, just ever so gradually. Now we're seeing the heaviest bands of snow pull offshore, and that is an improvement. That being said, there's still lots of wind and moderate snow at the coastline, so that's really limiting visibility and going to make for near blizzard conditions for this morning, but it's going to improve as we go into the afternoon. Blizzard warnings are in effect until 4 o'clock. Heavy snow, then gusty winds and hazardous travel. That continues into the afternoon hours, even after the snow comes to an end. Look at the forecast gusts. For the Jersey Shore, they'll be peaking this morning and this afternoon, topping 40 miles an hour, getting close to that 50-mile-an-hour mark. So very windy. And for Philadelphia, the wind is blowing, too. Snow is still falling, but it's more of a gentle snow falling right now. And to 11 o'clock by lunchtime, it's pretty much tapering off in Philadelphia. Early this afternoon, we'll just deal with gusty winds, which will bring in even colder air tonight. So the temperatures will plunge overnight tonight. So we've got some very cold air around. The visibility still socked in at the shore, but not all of the neighborhoods are seeing that really heavy snow and blowing snow as well. At this time, we're seeing improving conditions for parts of our area, which is why we've been breaking it down for you neighborhood by neighborhood. There's Cape May. It doesn't look a whole lot better there just yet, but in other areas, Krystal, it's really improving nicely.
Absolutely, which is why we've been talking neighborhood conditions. So Cape May is still really socked in with the heavy snow that's moving through, even though it's not quite as heavy as a few hours ago. But look at the difference in our northern neighborhoods. I mentioned this a moment ago. Berks County, the Lehigh Valley, visibility now up to 3 and 6 miles. Now, it doesn't sound perfect. 10 is a perfect on this map, but it's a big improvement from the last couple of hours, and that's where the snow has lightened up quite a bit. So there's the look. Live radar showing off. In fact, that outer edge of this system has now started to erode into parts of Berks County. So what I mean here is you see Reading, you're pretty much done with the snow. It is coming to a close there. Still some light stuff falling in Allentown and through Northampton County as well. Over to Delaware, we still see it's kind of a steady snow, lighter, but still steady. And that continues through Kent County and even Sussex County. It's a heavier snow right up against our Delaware beaches, where at one point we did have some blizzard conditions reported in Lewis Beach. So it's been a heavy snow at times down at the beaches, and it it has been very, very windy with gusts well above that 40-mile-per-hour mark. So as we go through the rest of the morning in the Lehigh Valley, temperatures in the teens. Snow, although light, should be done by around 11 a.m. And then you see that in the afternoon, winds still up, temperature at 19 degrees at 4 o'clock. Delaware is no better. Still a steady snow through about midday. Should dry in the afternoon, but those winds will be persistent and brutally cold. We'll talk more about the rest of our neighborhoods coming up throughout this morning.
All right, we'll check back in with you, Krystal. Our live NBC10 team coverage of the winter storm continues. Here's a look high above Center City. You know, this is a shot that we've been taking since 5 o'clock this morning. Back then, the wind was it looked a mess. This is improving right here. Looks a lot better than it did a few hours ago. Wow, we're going to take it back outside in just a few moments with more live coverage. Don't go away. Fourteen minutes after 8 a.m. Welcome back to our live team coverage. You're looking right now at conditions along Beach Avenue in Cape May. Visibility not great down there, and the roads you can see completely covered in snow. We have a team of reporters spread out all across our region. Let's head out now to the PA suburbs to check in on the conditions there. NBC10's Johnny Archer live in Clifton Heights, Delaware County. Good to see you, Johnny. How are things out there?
Yeah, Erin, things are actually not looking too bad, relatively speaking, compared to what things were about an hour ago. There's a guy screaming for his dog back there behind me. I thought he was screaming at me, but his dog seems to have gotten away from him there. But anyway, yeah, like I said, conditions have gotten a little bit better. We're dealing with some light snowfall. You can see the cars driving here along Baltimore Pike. The wind isn't as bad as it was earlier this morning. Earlier this morning when I walked out of my apartment, I mean, the wind was so strong it hurt your face, but not too bad now. And as I was driving from Center City into Clifton Heights into Delaware County here, you know, the roads were definitely covered with snow, but nothing that was impassable or impossible to drive on. But you certainly had to be careful. And then once I got into Delaware County, I actually got caught behind a snow plow, and these were the road conditions that we were dealing with. Some of that slushy, wet snow on the roads, but you have to be careful. And if you pan over here, we're at a Wawa along Baltimore Pike, and right there is the entryway to the Wawa. I actually had to help a lady push her car into the driveway because she just got stuck. It was so slippery she couldn't get up that little grade. That's not much of a grade right there, but she got stuck in her front wheel, two-wheel drive car, and me and a couple other gentlemen had to help that lady push her car into the Wawa here to get some gas because she was actually late for work this morning. But yeah, if you're out on the roads, if you have to drive, just be careful, take your time, but if you don't, enjoy your time off inside the house from watching this snow from inside the warmth and the comfort of your home there. Erin, we'll send it back to you. All
right, Johnny Archer helping folks get to where they need to be, pushing cars and all. I imagine we're going to see a lot more of that today, too. Thank you, Johnny. You know, it's daylight now, so we are starting to get a better idea of how things are looking out there. This is County Line Road in Bucks County just a short time ago. New video here into us in NBC10. We can see a few cars out there, but there's still snow on the roads. Like, this is pretty much the picture all over. If you can avoid going out, this is the day to do it. Stay inside, curl up, and we're going to take you through this storm. We're going to stay with you throughout the duration. NBC10 First Alert Meteorologist Bill Henley is here. Bill, you've been talking about this storm that was coming, this nor'easter, for several days now. We're in the thick of it. Maybe we're turning the corner a bit, but we still have some ways to go.
Yes, we sure do. But it is making some progress. May not look like it, but this low is slowly pulling away. So those heavier bands are offshore. But that's still blowing and accumulating snow in South Jersey, interior New Jersey, even in Philadelphia and the Pennsylvania suburbs. Where we're really missing out on this one is to the north. Look at the Pocono Mountains. It's barely coming down. That's the sad part of this storm. It's almost completely missing the mountain. That's a live view from Camelback. Though it's not bad weather for skiers, snowboarders, a few of them out there this morning. the big snow is missing out. For Philadelphia, the timing, the snow will taper off this morning. Still some snow showers at 9 o'clock and at 11 o'clock, but by 1 in the afternoon, we're just looking at clouds and gusty winds. So the clouds will thin out. We might even see some late day sunshine before it sets, but not a lot. It won't clear out completely. It's the wind that's blowing that's going to bring in even colder air for tonight. Look at the temperatures as they go into the nighttime hours. They will drop into the teens, close to 10 degrees first thing tomorrow morning. So a really frigid night tonight. We will see sunshine tomorrow. And less wind after the morning cold, a big improvement during the day. So if you're going to do some shoveling, it's possible this afternoon, but I'd prefer to wait until tomorrow. Erin, what are your plans?
I'm going to get a blanket and curl up. And some hot cocoa, I think. That sounds good.
Good plan.
Yeah,
like
good
it.
plan. All right, thank you, Bill. The storm is keeping road crews very, very busy. Let's check in now with the person in charge of that effort in New Jersey. Joining us now is NJDOT Commissioner Diane Gutierrez-Cacchetti. Thanks for being here with us. We know you guys are busy. Give us the overall picture of what the roads are looking like in New Jersey.
Good morning, Erin. Well, this is a tale of two storms for us, and we knew that yesterday. West of the New Jersey Turnpike, if you look at the roads, at some places you see blacktop. The crews are working very hard. But east of it, they're working equally hard and having a harder time keeping up because the coastline is really getting quite a beating from Mother Nature this morning. So speed restrictions on the Garden State Parkway and the New Jersey Turnpike, the Atlantic City Expressway at 35. DOT roads are looking good, but I have to agree with your colleagues. If you can stay home, please do. What may look okay probably isn't right yet. We ask you to stay home and allow those crews to work. They've been working now for a solid 15, 16 hours. They have a lot more to go, and that doesn't count all the prep they've done all week to be sure we could fight this snow.
How many plows do we have out there? I mean, and these men and women, I mean, talk about how hard they really are working. You said they've already been out there for hours.
So we have upwards of 4,000 pieces of equipment throughout New Jersey on the toll roads, as well as the DOT state roads and interstates. But they've been preparing all week. The difference is starting yesterday, they don't get to go home. So they're with us 24/7 so that we can make sure we can rotate crews properly and get them rest and keep them safe as they're out there in their plow trucks. We've been very fortunate, even with all the impacts of COVID. Our staffing numbers have been good. Our contractors have been responding, but they are working extraordinarily hard to get these roads clean and passable and safely passable tomorrow.
You know, we know you said it. If you don't have to be out there, don't be out there, stay home. But it's worth repeating, just if you do have to be out there, how important it is to give them space and let them do their work. Don't come right up on a snowplow.
No, it's very dangerous. It's a heavy piece of equipment. They plow in a formation so they can push the snow off to the side of the road. I know people have some place that they need to be, but our best advice is give yourself plenty of time to get where you're going, maybe double or triple the amount of time you would usually take to get there. Be patient. Make sure you have an emergency kit in your car, and really just be safe. A few minutes is it's not worth getting hurt or potentially losing your life.
So well said. NJDOT Commissioner Diane Gutierrez-Cacchetti, thank you so much for your time today. We'll let you get back at it. I know you're a busy woman.
Thanks so much. Take care.
You too. Our live NBC10 team coverage of the winter storm continues. Let's give you a live look. We have blizzard conditions down the shore. This is Sea Isle City. We are on the move. NBC10 on the roads, and they are covered in snow. We're going to take you back outside live in just minutes. Don't go away. Coming up on 8:25 right now, let's see how the snow is impacting conditions on the roads. Not good in a lot of areas. First Alert traffic reporter Matt DeLucia is here.
But getting better in some spots, Erin. Still, you want to avoid going out on the roads if at all possible. Looking here at Philadelphia, 76 at the Vine Street Expressway, there's that disabled vehicle there. So this is the ramp from 76 from the Vine Street Expressway going on to 76. So you can still get by, and there are plows out there, but it is pretty messy. Taking a live look right now in Sea Isle City. So Cape May County down the shore, we've been seeing seeing just knee-deep snow in some areas. Our photographer, John Marcucci, said he just got out, and there are drifts that are knee-deep in some spots. So you can barely see the roadway there. So this is right by JFK. So just avoid the shore if you can at all. There's still a lot of snow falling through parts of our area. A lot of red on the map right now, especially there in South Jersey. So 295, the Turnpike, just a lot of trouble spots, seeing a lot of disabled vehicles, spin-outs, people just getting off to the side of the road. If you don't want to drive and you want to take mass transit, SEPTA does have some detours. New Jersey Transit, Bus River Line is suspended, and PATCO is on a snow schedule, Erin.
All right, thank you, Matt. Let's check out some video just in from Montgomery County. Here we go. We're driving down Montgomery Avenue in Bala Kinwood. A lot of snow still on the road, but I can see a little bit of black, a little bit of asphalt there. Crews have a lot of work to do, folks. If you can, stay off the roads. Let them get their job done. Take a look at this. This crew isn't wasting any time. It is daylight now and time to go to work. This is brand new video in the scene in Bucks County a short time ago. It is time to do some shoveling. Shoveling. It's a lot of snow out there. It is still coming down. It is still falling in some easy areas. So take it easy. Easy out there while you're clearing those sidewalks and driveways. Take breaks if you need to. We don't want you to have a heart attack or hurt yourself in any kind of way. Here's a live look at conditions along I-95 in South Philadelphia. In addition to all of the snow, visibility not the greatest right now in a lot of areas. So if you have to take it out, take it slowly. You have to go slow and give yourself plenty of extra time and distance between you and the other cars around you on the roads. Don't get overconfident because you can hit a slick spot and get into trouble really, really quickly. Our live team coverage of this winter storm continues. Let's give you a live look at the Center City skyline. Well, boy, if you can even see it. Trust me. I mean, you've got to really focus to try to make out the buildings there, but trust us, that is Center City, looking across the Delaware from New Jersey. We're going to take it back outside in just a few minutes. Don't go away.
NBC10 News starts now.
And right now on NBC10 News today, a major winter storm is blasting our area, the Jersey Shore, getting the brunt of it. Here's a live look at Cape May. And the shore just isn't getting snow. They're getting very high wind gusts, too. We've got a blizzard warning in effect down the shore. Let's give you a look now a little further inland, Center City, Philadelphia. Not quite as much snow here, but a lot of roads, if you look closely there at 17th and JFK, still treacherous out there. You got to be careful if you have to go out. Our NBC10 First Alert radar is tracking this storm minute by minute, hour by hour. And guys, we still have a long way to go until this nor'easter clears out. Good morning and welcome to live continuing winter storm coverage on NBC10 News today. I'm NBC10's Erin Coleman. We are on the air right now to bring you team coverage from Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. You can count on us for coverage of this major winter storm. We've got a team of meteorologists here in studio. We've got a team of reporters out in the field, spread out across our region from the city to the shore, plus First Alert traffic, keeping a close watch on the roads and conditions out there. All right, we're going to be in this half hour at the Jersey Shore. Look at this picture. Blizzard conditions in effect. The shore is getting the worst of this storm. This is a live look, believe it or not, at the Atlantic City Boardwalk. Look at the visibility there. Not great. The boards are covered, everything covered in white. The shore doesn't normally get as much snow as the rest of our region, not typically anyway, but this is the second major storm this month for them. Let's take you live now to the Jersey Shore, a little further south from AC. We're taking you to Ocean City, Cape May County. That is where NBC10's Karen Hua is live. Karen, where are you? I'm looking at all this snow out there. Okay, looks like we don't have your mic, Karen. If you can turn that on really quickly and if you can hear me. But, you know, last time we checked in with you, it was up almost to your knee. You're about my height, 5 feet tall. So it is getting, it's
so
getting
sorry,
deep back
Erin.
there.
Can you hear me now?
Nope. Yeah, I can hear you now. I can see you.
Apologies for that, Erin. Really speaks to how brutal this wind has been affecting our audio issues out here all morning. Just consistently biting wind all morning long. And as you can see, I'm standing at about knee-deep snow right now. At 5:30, we use our tape measure. It was at 7 inches. At 6:30, it was about at 10 inches. At last check an hour ago, it was like 11 inches. Let's check again what these totals are here on the sidewalk here. Oof, that is a little bit over a foot, approaching 13 inches on the sidewalk right here on Ocean Drive. Now heading over a little bit this way, if you'll trudge with me, we just saw the first plows actually show up about half an hour ago, which is why when I move over here into the middle of the street, you'll see I'm standing in what looks to be a lot more shallow snow. But, you know, these plows have been coming back and forth here within minutes, and already the snow is still accumulating right here. So if this is any indication, if you're driving on these road conditions, it is very difficult. We've seen a few cars already here getting stuck. Our photojournalist, Ed Noel, actually had to help scoop out, shovel out one of those drivers over there who just got stuck. So really, like you've been saying all morning long, please avoid these roads. It really is tough conditions out here. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
Yeah, tough for reporters, tough for drivers, tough for everybody out there. We're feeling for you, Karen. You're doing a great job as that wind continues to just pummel the area. Thanks for that. Let's take you now to Westchester County, because this was the scene on Gay Street about 7 o'clock this morning. It's about an hour and a half ago, just as the sun was coming up. People were out with it, shoveling and putting a little salt down this morning. Again, if you don't have to be out, please stay home. If you can, just leave that shoveling a little bit longer. Let's check now on the conditions in the city of Philadelphia. The snow not as deep as we saw down there with Karen Hua, but the wind is blowing it around here just the same. NBC10's Randy Gyllenhaal is live once again, giving us the check on the conditions. Randy, you've been bouncing all over the place. I understand you're in Strawberry Mansion now.
Yeah, so we moved over to some neighborhoods in Strawberry Mansion. People are waking up trying to get the snow off their sidewalks, start their day. It's kind of still coming down pretty intense here in Strawberry Mansion. And we're catching up with Samia and her sisters. We got 4 of them here. Samia, tell me, you actually have school today. You're going to Islamic school?
Yes.
All right, tell me about going to school on a snow day like this on a Saturday.
Well, I actually was wanting to sleep, but it's cold outside and very snowy.
When's the last time you remember this much snow in your neighborhood?
Like last week.
Last week? No,
but
not like this.
But it melted.
It melted. What, yeah, what, you guys got any plans? You want to go sledding? What's your plans for today?
We might come out after school because we get out at 1, so we might come out, but it depends. Because I don't really like the cold that much. I'm going to put an extra jacket.
You're going to get an extra jacket? All right, and we got your mom here. She's doing the hard work here. She's cleaning off the car. What's your name, Mom?
Hi, I'm Krystal.
Krystal, you've been doing this about 20 minutes now.
Yeah.
You're getting to the hard part, though, right?
Yes. This is the hard part.
It's because it's icing over, starting to stick.
Yes.
Yeah, so a lot of families are going to be dealing with exactly this situation, trying to get out and about. But it's a beautiful day with all this snow. What do you think? We haven't had a big one like this in a little bit.
I love it. I'm actually happy. I'm excited about it. We haven't had snow like this in a while, so I can't wait. When they get out of school, we'll come out and play in the snow.
All right. Good. Yeah, you ready to play? Hey, who was giving me the snow angel before? Show me the snow angel again. They were doing a couple snow angels here on the sidewalk in Strawberry Mansion. You not cold doing that?
No.
No? How's it feel down there?
It feels good. It feels like the snow is building up a lot.
Oh, I thought you was going to put it on your face. Oh, well, beautiful morning here in Strawberry Mansion. These kids going to go to school, do a little sledding later. It's the story of the day here in Philadelphia. Again, if you're heading out, take it slow. It's going to take you a little time to clear off the car, but this family has it under control this morning as they're ready to head out. We'll send it back to you guys live from Strawberry Mansion. Back to you.
I don't know. They're making me cold. But loving Krystal and the kids out there having a good time, good spirits all around. We love that. Thank you, Randy. The snow is also causing problems for Amtrak. Amtrak canceling service up and down the East Coast. Let's give you a live look at 30th Street Station, Acela service. It is canceled for today. And limited Keystone service, that's going to run between Philadelphia and Harrisburg only. So that means if you were hoping to get between Philly and New York, they're not running. No Keystone trains are running between Philly and New York. A number of other services, they're also impacted today and tomorrow. So make sure that you check with Amtrak before you head out. Tomorrow impacted as well. That's important. All right, this winter storm is undoubtedly scrambling a lot of people's weekend plans. Events are being canceled or postponed. For more on that, let's go live to the newsroom at NBC10's Lucy Bustamante. Yeah, I think the cancellations are going to start piling up.
Yeah, absolutely, Erin. That shopping trip that you wanted to do to Cherry Hill Mall, you're going to have to push that back because they usually open at 10 o'clock in the morning, and now they're opening at noon. As you said, we expect this to be one of the first of many cancellations or delays that we see. But look at this, guys. I mean, if you've seen the images out of Jersey specifically, which is where the storm is hitting the hardest, as our team of meteorologists have predicted, a lot is going to come in from that area. You just reported on the train service that's also going to be either canceled or taken back substantially. You could see the river rink there. Beautiful images if you get to stay home. So no reason to be out on the road. And of course, you know, everyone's skiing the slopes there, Camelback. They're just loving this fresh powder, Erin. But really just a beautiful scene if you get to have fun with it, like the family in Strawberry Mansion that Randy was playing with. So back to you in the studio. But once again, a Cherry Hill Mall delayed opening for 2 hours. So if you must go shopping, don't start till noon.
Don't start till then. I know a lot of kids are already out, mine included, yours probably too. All right, our First Alert Weather team has got you covered with the most accurate forecast. Let's check in with meteorologist Krystal, Klei, Henley with what you need to know right now. You know, the snow is one thing, but the wind is what's really made this so brutal for people out there.
Yeah, even after the snow comes to an end, the wind is what we're going to have to deal with because those wind chills will be wicked, not only during the day today, but especially tonight.
Absolutely. That's when we've got the concern of really dangerous cold that's going to start to move in overnight into tomorrow morning. But one problem at a time, right? So let's deal with the snow first.
Listen, you know, everything's changing here in the Weather Center. I have to hit play for this thing to work, apparently. And let me do just that, okay? Once in a while.
We've been on for how long have we been awake? So these things happen.
I can't remember when I last slept. Actually, I can't remember when we had this kind of snow. But the good news is over the next 3 hours, we will see the snow lighten up. We're already seeing that in some neighborhoods. It won't end necessarily, depending on where you are, which neighborhood you're in. The strong gusty winds, well, they will continue right on through this afternoon and tonight, too. And that's going to make for some really wicked cold as the temperatures are going to hold steady even after the snow comes to an end. We're not going to see much movement in the temperatures, and they're already cold. Look at the wind gusts right now. 39-mile-an-hour wind gusts in Atlantic City at the airport. They did top 40 miles an hour, and they were closer to 50 in Lewis. And those winds are cold in Philadelphia, Wilmington, Northeast Philadelphia, just topping 30 miles an hour. So the wind chills right now, well, it feels like it's below 0 in Coatesville, 1 below there, 5 in Philadelphia, and Atlantic City is 7. What we're going to see, the snow will taper off. This storm system is slowly pulling away, and we're already seeing the heavy bands clearly offshore right now, the heaviest bands. There's still some pretty good snow coming down in Atlantic City and in Cape May, too, and it's blowing snow, and that's the case for the rest of the area. So the forecast, the hour-by-hour forecast, shows it pulling away in the Lehigh Valley and in the suburbs at noon. Very light snow in Philadelphia at this hour and still coming down at the shore, but by mid-afternoon, it really lightens up at the shore, ends for Cape May over in Philadelphia. Then it's just the wind that is going to make it feel like, well, it feels like in the single digits right on through this afternoon. And, you know, I've liked the creativity when it came to measuring the snow. You know, we saw Karen Waugh use her legs and a 25-foot tape measure. Fortunately, we won't need that much in Philadelphia to measure the snow.
I just saw that Conshohocken Bakery used a hoagie roll. Stuck it in the snow. They said it was about a third of the way up the roll. So if that gives you an idea how much snow is out there, let's take a look. A few live cameras, Philly and Cape May, as we talk our neighborhood conditions. Neither camera looking good. Still really rough out there. This is why we said, I mean, I'm glad this happened on a weekend. We can stay home for the most part. Folks that do have to drive will have the road to themselves so they can take it very slowly because it's a mess out there. Cape May just sucked in now. We're getting reports well over 12 inches of snow at this point in Cape May County. So live radar in Philly, nice tight view. Really still kind of stuck still in this fairly steady snow, so it's not super heavy, but it's quite steady that's coming down, and with the winds, it's still impacting visibility. And then you saw a moment ago, Bill showed off the shore, and again, I just want to point out, the worst of it, this heavy, deep blue band, that was the snow that started early this morning and quickly dumped 2-3 inches per hour. That has moved off, but it looks like we're still seeing snowfall rates of about an inch an hour, which is why we're still seeing these totals climb in climb. When we go hour by hour in Philly, if you're getting sick of this stuff, well, by 10 a.m., we should start to see it weakening a bit. Past 10 a.m. to noon is really when the snow starts to come to an end, and we will dry out in the afternoon hours. The shore, it will take longer. Still a pretty steady to heavy snow through 10 a.m., a bit lighter at lunchtime, and then the last bit moving out 2 to 3 o'clock. We'll talk more about all your neighborhoods coming up in the next half hour.
Well, Krystal, you just said it. The storm still has hours to go. You can count on NBC 10 to stay with you every step of the way. Before we take a quick break, let's give you another live look from outside. This is from our camera on top of the Presidential City apartment. You're looking down at the Schuylkill Expressway, and you got to really focus there because the visibility not great at a lot of times. You're going to hear us say this a lot today, and I've said it. I can't even count anymore. If you don't have to be anywhere, stay off the road, stay inside. We are going to bring you all of the pictures and the information that you need to know, and we're right back after this. We've been showing you the conditions all around our area. Well, a little further north, they're talking about getting 36 inches of snow on Long Island when all this is said and done. So let's check in. Let's see what's doing up there right now. NBC's Jessica Cunnington is live on Long Island for us. Jessica, talk to us about what you're seeing and experiencing out there.
Whew, Erin, it has not gotten better. I've been out here since 3 a.m. and all we keep seeing is more snow, it coming down faster, and the wind continuing to blow that snow too. We're right here in Riverhead out in Suffolk County, really at the center of what's getting hit the hardest during this storm. We are under a blizzard warning right now, which hasn't happened in several years. I'm letting you take a look at the road conditions and also the visibility, because that's a big problem when the snow is being blowed by very heavy winds. We got a snow plow driver that just waved to us, so they're in good spirits, which is a good thing. But what we are seeing is people either with their little plows or with the city of Riverhead here, they're out and about, but they are also coming back every couple of hours to replow what they literally had just plowed, because it doesn't take long for it to be completely covered once again by this snow that you see is coming down very quickly. So people are preparing for a very long day ahead of us in terms of this snow coming down. It has not slowed up at all, and we're really in it for the long haul. The least I could say right now. Erin, stay warm in there. I'm Jessica Cunnington here in Suffolk County, Long Island. I'll send it back to you.
Thank you so much, Jessica, and get warm when you can. 36 inches expected up there. Yikes. All right. Back here at home, Delaware and New Jersey getting the brunt of this storm. So it's time to check back in on conditions in the first state. NBC 10's Delaware Bureau Chief Tim Furlong is live in Newark, Newcastle County. Tim, talk about how things are looking there. A little bit of improvement where you are?
Whoa. That was good timing right there. The awning of the Starbucks, we just got hit with a lot of snow. We moved from the Biden Travel Plaza in Newark to downtown Newark. This is Main Street in Newark, which is very busy usually, especially when the University of Delaware students are here. It's usually very bustling, but you can see today it's hard to even get down the street here. That tractor trailer just kind of rolled through. We've seen some cars here, but it's really tough out on Main Street to get through. And it's not exactly a great place to walk around either, because it's super windy. If you look over here to the right, you can see the wind coming off the top of the buildings. Earlier, by the way, there were some people reached out to me on social media saying they thought my photographer and I had some sort of disharmony because we were looking at different things. I want everybody to know JR is my bestie. I love the guy, and he's doing a great job today. So there was no disharmony. It was just a misunderstanding on TV. But I do want to show you more about the snow we're talking about here. You see what's going on down here. At least in downtown Newark, you can actually kick the snow away, and you can see the concrete here, which is what my man Taylor is doing here. Taylor, you should have your hat on, buddy. It's too cold for you. I sound like your dad. Hey, listen, what's the snow like? Is it heavy snow? Is it wet snow? Is it light and fluffy?
Light and fluffy. It's pretty easy to shovel.
Yeah. So you work for the guy who owns this building right here in this property.
This whole corner. Yep.
The whole corner. So you got your work cut out for you today?
Oh yeah, I'll be here a few hours.
Yeah, but that's okay. I mean, like it could be a lot worse though. I'm sure you've been out here on days when it's not good. good, right?
Yeah, whenever it snows, I'm out here on this corner pretty much. Yeah.
But I'm sure that there are days when you're like, oh no, it's going to be hard to shovel this stuff. There's going to be a layer of ice. Is there a layer of ice, or it looks like you guys even kind of salted it in advance?
Oh yeah, I was out here last night around midnight. I salted it. It's no ice because of that. So there you go.
Dude, you're on it, man. Like you're a hard worker. I like that. I like that spirit. I think you should just continue to do all of Main Street.
I'll try.
Yeah, that's a good attitude. That's a good worker. And you got that banging haircut like a skater. Dude, I like that guy. He's a hard worker. Keep going, man. Good for you. But yeah, you can see in Newark here, it's really, and that's when you really see it, is when you turn back into the wind. Guys, that is when it gets pretty bad. But you can see life continues here in Newark. It's just very cold, very windy, very snowy. Back to you guys.
See, that's why I didn't have a hat on, because you could see his great skater haircut. There you go. But stay warm. I love you. Reminding people, stay warm, layer up, because it's cold out there. Thank you, Tim. All right, NBC10 First Alert Meteorologist Krystal Klei is here with me in studio, tracking this thing. We've seen a lot of snow so far, piling up.
I live for Tim's live shots.
I do too.
I live for Tim's live shots.
They give me life.
Yes, there's a lot of snow out of there. Let's talk about the latest this morning. So I just updated this for you. We're now well over a foot of snow at many of our locations along the shore. But the heaviest band that we saw during those early morning hours, it has since pulled off the shore. That doesn't mean it's not still pretty heavy. It's just not the worst band that was dumping 2 to 3 inches an hour. The highest winds are going to continue through about noon, and then they should weaken some. It'll still be windy this afternoon, just not as bad. You really should be avoiding travel. We've been saying this over and over. You're probably sick of hearing us say it, but especially southward, if you can avoid it, the plow's got to get out there. Crews need to do their thing. And if you're in the way, it's just going to slow the process down. Take a look, radar and satellite. So this is the storm center as it's continuing to track along to the northeast. And you can see there is the very worst of it. It's now starting to hit New England, where they're starting to see some pretty big power outage issues in parts of Massachusetts. For us, we still have a pretty steady snow that is across most of our area. At the shore, these little deeper blue pockets that you see, these little areas where it's still a bit heavier. And we're actually seeing the same over our Delaware beaches, some pockets where it's still pretty heavy. Remember, at times we've had blizzard conditions in Lewis Beach, and then now finally starting to see the snow come to an end very slowly near parts of Berks and Chester County. So it's going to take some time, but here we go with our futurecast, and we start to pull out most of the snow from Berks and Chester by noon, getting really light for the rest of our Pennsylvania neighborhoods by noon, and then in the afternoon hours between 1 and 3, this pretty much clears our region. So let's talk wind gusts here and take a look. We're still a gust of 31 miles per hour in Philly, but closer to 40 at the Atlantic City Airport. That's the issue. The below-end snow is just a mess, and it's creating these snow drifts that are bumping up against cars that are parked outside. So here's your tips. You shouldn't be driving now, but if later you're trying to drive, clear a path around your tires and add some traction under your tires, like kitty litter or rock salt, something like that. Try to rock the car, meaning you move a little forward and then a little back. Don't do it too quickly, but back and forth to kind of get some ground. And then don't floor the gas. Clear snow from the grill and exhaust, and hopefully you can get on your way later today, but even better if you can wait until tomorrow. Back to you.
Oh, some good tips there, Krystal. Thanks for that. Bottom line here, don't go out unless you absolutely have to. You don't want to get stuck. Let's give you a... This is Kate May right here. The snow piling up as it gets a little lighter outside. And you can see, you can't even see Beach Avenue right there. It's covered in snow. We're coming right back with more live coverage of this major winter storm. It is 8:56 right now. Let's see how the snow is impacting conditions on roads across our area. First Alert traffic reporter Matt DeLucia is here.
Good morning, Erin. And yeah, it really depends on where you are. So we have a live camera set up here where you can see Philadelphia, Center City here, 422 at the Pennsylvania Turnpike. And really, a lot of the roads are getting plowed. They are getting treated. They're getting salted. That's the good news. But take a look here, Ocean City, Haven Avenue here. It is not plowed at all. And our photographer is driving very slowly through this area. A lot of people are going to be digging out in that area throughout this morning. Looking at the AC Expressway, so coming to and from the shore right now, you're looking at average speeds in the 30s. That is a good idea. You definitely want to take it slow on a day like this. A lot of snow still falling throughout the area. We do have a crash on the Northeast Extension southbound between Lansdale and Mid-County. The right lane is blocked. Erin.
All right. Thank you, Matt. As this major winter storm moves through, we want to see what you're seeing in your neighborhood. Send us your pictures. Go to NBC10.com or the NBC10 app and click on the See It, Share It section to send in your snow videos or your pictures. You might just see them on TV. All right. Look at this video a viewer sent in from Point Pleasant. You can see the snow piled up on the rail of his home. Look at that in the foreground. Look how high it is. Oh my gosh, just a taste of how much snow is coming down. And remember, send us your viewer video and pictures on the NBC 10 app. Just look for See It, Share It. We're right back.
NBC 10 News starts now.
A major winter storm continues to blanket our area. Here is a live look at the snowy scene. This is the Blue Cross River Rink, and look at that. And you can still see the snow really coming down. That's Philadelphia. Now let's take a look at the shore. Shore's getting hammered with blizzard conditions and poor visibility, as you can see. The heaviest snow is along the coast, making for a nasty morning there. Pretty if you don't have to go out in it. No matter where you are, expect hours of snow from this morning into this afternoon. You can see the winter storm, just how big it is here on First Alert Radar. We've got you covered with everything you need to know. Good morning. Welcome to a special edition of NBC 10 News Today. I'm NBC 10's Tracy Davidson. We're on the air right now to bring you live team coverage from Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, as this winter storm hits our area, and you can count on our NBC 10 team for coverage of this major winter storm. We have a team of meteorologists in the studio. We have a team of reporters and photographers spread out across our region from the city to the shore, plus First Alert traffic, keeping an eye on the roads in case you have to go out. Right now, the Jersey Shore is seeing the worst impact from this storm right now. They're seeing blizzard conditions. They're seeing heavy snow falling and the wind, and that'll be there all morning. Let's find out what's happening right now in Atlantic City. That's where NBC 10's Katie Zachary is. Katie, I can hear the wind blowing. Tell us what's happening.
Tracy, this wind has not let up for hours. That has been the consistent force that we've dealt with. Temperatures may have dipped a tad. The snow may have trailed off a teeny bit, but this wind is just stuck around. I can't even face it. When you face it, it just brings that biting snow into your eyes and into your face, making it difficult to talk, making it difficult to keep your eyes open. This wind has also created these really high snow drifts. If we pan off to the right, I'm going to just go in front of you, John. And these snow drifts, this is actually on the smaller side of some of the ones we've seen on the other side of this block along South Carolina Avenue. The nice thing is, if you get to the top of this snow, if you go out now, it's a light, fluffy snow that it's not tough to shovel the top of it. But when you get down to this bottom layer, there definitely is a layer of ice, and that layer of ice makes it extremely heavy to shovel. So imagine people have their sidewalks, their driveways, long driveways. In this case, this is a parking lot. Cars are not going anywhere anytime soon. They brought in a snow blower, so they have one guy working on it. It's going to take him a long time because the weather, it's still so persistent here at the shore. We've seen some of our colleagues who are just a little bit south of us in Ocean City, and they just don't seem to have the elements that AC is getting battered with. We were sitting in the live truck not long ago, a big truck, John, pan off. You can see how big this truck is. The wind was shaking the live truck. So it's not safe to be out in these conditions. On the main roads, they have plowed them as much as they can. So people who have to walk to work, walk to public transportation, wherever, they're actually walking down the main streets because the sidewalks are still so packed with high snow. Tracy, we'll send it back to you. We'll see you shortly again here live in AC.
All right, Katie, thanks for that. We're tracking conditions all over our area, and Katie mentioned Ocean City. This is a live picture from one of our ace photographers showing the conditions in Ocean City, and you can see snow-packed roads right there. Katie was talking about people walking down the roads. Perhaps that road has been passed once. You hear from road crews all the time that it takes them a lot of time to make all of the passes and then come back and do it again. And with the snow falling so quickly, you can see it looks snow-packed right there. Streets are covered all over the city of Philadelphia as well. And we're going to say this all morning. If you don't have to go out, stay inside. That's one of the silver linings of this storm, is that it's happening on a Saturday. So most people can just stay hunkered down. We'll show you what's happening out there. NBC 10's Randy Gyllenhaal is live now in Brewery Town. Randy, tell us what you're seeing.
Hey, good morning, Tracy. So, yeah, in Brewerytown, we're outside the Brewerytown Garden, which in the summertime is lush, filled with urban vegetables, people planting things. Right now, everything covered in a thick layer of snow. Let's find out just how much here in Philadelphia right now. We're looking at almost 4 inches there. Over here, about 5 inches, so between 4 and 5 inches on this block in Brewerytown. And we're starting to hear that sound that you hear after a snowstorm in the morning, the shovels and occasional snow blowers. And outside the garden here, we've got Eddie, who is a longtime resident of this block, always pitching in to help people. And he's got some advice for folks shoveling today. Tell me about the snow, Eddie.
Oh, soft, it's heavy. People, don't put your salt down until the snow is completely done, because you'll make ice on the bottom. Yeah. And then shovel it harder.
Yeah, so you get the snow out, wait for the snow to stop.
And then put your salt down.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you put it down now, you're going to have more trouble.
You've been doing this for years. Just tell me about helping out on your block.
Man, I do. I got my regular customers every year.
Yeah.
I take care of the seniors, you know.
Yeah.
I take care of the garden properties.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a big one.
Not yet. I didn't see them bigger than this. Yeah.
Eddie's out to work this morning. Yeah. Appreciate everything he's doing. Yep. And I'm just going to show you some more looks around here. I mean, I can tell you here in Brewerytown, we were just up in Strawberry Mansion as well. We've got a significant coating that's also on the roads. Take a look right here. Roads still completely covered, especially on these side streets. Going to take a little bit of time for streets to get out here and handle some of these side streets, but the major roads we're seeing in Philadelphia are pretty good. You're going to want to take it easy. Don't leave if you don't have to. Just get some shoveling done this morning. Wait for the snow to get out of here, and then put your salt down. That's the good advice from Eddie. For now, we're live in Brewerytown. Randy Gyllenhaal, back to you.
Yeah, that's good advice. All right, snow is still falling, daylight now, so we're seeing some more video and pictures from around the area. You can see this is Bucks County. They're already starting to clean up as the snow continues to fall in some areas. This plow is clearing driveways and sidewalks here. We're saying it a million times today. If you can avoid going out, stay home on the couch, watch NBC 10. Also, don't forget to send us your video if you can take it safely. We love seeing your video. We love seeing your pictures of what's happening outside your door. We will show you what's coming next. And when I say we, I mean our First Alert Weather team. They've got you covered with the most accurate forecast. Let's check in with meteorologist Krystal, Klei, and Bill Henley with what you need to know right now, guys.
Well, it's still snowing. It's really coming down at the shore, but we're already seeing improvement inland. And the winds, well, that's going to be a problem all day long, unfortunately.
Yeah, some good news is what we've been talking in the newsroom is we're starting to see that kind of taper line creeping into some of our northernmost neighborhoods. So that means the end is in sight, just not here yet.
The people located at the shore reporting for us this morning, they're not going to be happy. And inland, look at those winds. They're still blowing in Philadelphia. Those are strong, gusty winds that are making 21 degrees feel like 5. So if you want to go out, you need to definitely bundle up and deal with that wind. And it's going to be with us right on through this afternoon. The winds will barely come down a little bit at 9 o'clock. And by 9 o'clock, the temperatures will be lower. So he's got some bitterly cold air on the way. But at the same time, this storm system is making progress. It's now pulling away from our coast. It was just off of the Florida coast yesterday, so it's making some real progress. Now, those heavier bands, you can see them heading to Boston, but they're just offshore for our area. So that heaviest snow is moving out. And look at that. Inland, it is really tapering off in Berks County. And we're going to see more improvement as we get to the noontime hour. But the latest, we have near blizzard conditions at the shore, strong gusty winds and blowing snow. Even though the snow is going to lighten up, we already have reports of 15 inches on the ground at the shore. That's in Avalon, and the snow is still falling. Now, snow tapering off north and west, but those cold, gusty winds will stay with us. Now, how much you have on the ground, well, it's really neighborhood dependent. And you asked for a video, Tracy, so I have one for you here. This is, I set this up, a fine bottle of Rufino, the Orvieto Classico, on my back patio, and I have a security camera that's streaming to me on the web. This is a recording I just downloaded a few minutes ago, and this is at the 6-inch mark. So 6 inches to that Rufino at the label. So I'd say we got a good 4 inches at the Henley household, and still coming down. That's a little light snow there. Now, for more accurate snow totals, NBC10 First Alert Meteorologist Krystal, Klei has
But I
a
like
look.
that.
I like to measure a lot of stuff in life with wine, so I don't know. I don't think it's the worst way of doing it. Let's talk about the snow totals from the National Weather Service. These are the latest reports we've been getting in. Avalon now at 15 inches of snow. Absecon at 13.5. Woodside in Delaware 9 inches, and I've seen a few in Kent County around the 9-inch mark. Haddon Township about 6.5 inches. Philly International now up to 6 inches, as well as Fox Chase at 6.1, and then East Norton at right under 6 inches. So Bill said as we get into the suburbs, getting close to the 6-inch mark as well. Pretty close to what we were expecting in terms of snow totals, around 1/2 foot I-95 corridor and over a foot down near the shore. And speaking of the end in sight, listen, I'm a little excited about this. I can only do so many hours of a heavy snow. So what we're looking at is the end of the snow in Berks County starting to happen. Still pretty steady in the Lehigh Valley. What's happening is there's still some banding going on in the east of us now, and it's kind of clipping parts of the Lehigh Valley. So still pretty steady there. And then if we drop down into Delaware, again, fairly steady in Newcastle County, a little bit heavier farther south where we've seen just a few bands still hitting parts of our Delaware beaches. That will come to an end, but it's going to take a couple more hours. So in the Lehigh Valley, a lighter snow from 8 to 11 a.m. And then in the afternoon hours, we are dry. Look at that temperature, 18 degrees at 5 p.m. Wind chills in the single digits. And in Delaware, same deal where the snow will continue until about midday past lunchtime. We should be clearing of snow, but still very windy. So blowing snow through mid-afternoon, 22 degrees at 5 o'clock, teens by 8 p.m. And remember that wind chill tomorrow morning, below zero for almost all of our neighborhoods. We'll have more on that coming up in just a few.
All right, Krystal, thanks for that. Take a look at this video. It cannot be easy trying to get where you're going in this weather. Imagine trying to hail a bus. Yo, wait. I need to get on this bus. This guy was in Montgomery County a little while ago, High Street in Pottstown. The bus does stop. He hops on board. A good idea if you can take mass transit. We'll check on the bus routes and how mass transit is doing across the area in a little while. But again, we don't need to say it again. If you don't have to be out, don't. It's messy. The snow has not stopped, even though it is coming to an end. End is in sight, as Krystal just said, in Berks County. But let the crews do their work. Then it'll be so much better when we all want to get out and get around. NBC10 has you covered. You're going to know what it's happening outside. We're going to show you video, live reports from across our region. Our live NBC10 team coverage of the winter storm continues in just a minute as we take a live look at I-95 in Wilmington. We'll be back in just a minute. Welcome back to our live team coverage. Here is a live look at Cape May down the shore. We've been warning you for the last few days that the shore was really going to get the brunt of this storm with blizzard conditions, high winds, and heavy snow. There's what it looks like in Cape May right now. Heavy snow is expected to cover all of South Jersey. The entire state is under a state of emergency, which means they can mobilize and get resources where they need them during this winter storm. NBC10's Lauren Winfrey is live in Mount Laurel, Burlington County. Lauren, what's it like there now?
Hey, good morning, Tracy. So we have been stationed at this Wawa off of Highway 73 all morning. You just missed the plows. They were out here working hard, really trying to clear this parking lot. Also working hard, John over here. He's been working since 2 this morning, trying to make sure everyone has the gas they need. How are you staying warm, John?
I'm trying. Luckily, these things are heated. I got my big jacket on, but it's kind of cold out here, so.
Yeah, no kidding. And so, we've been talking about this storm all week, but were you shocked when you woke up this morning and saw all the snow?
We always talk about storms, and usually they're not what people make it out to be. And when I woke up this morning, I definitely did not have enough time to clear off the car before I had to be here. So I definitely underestimated the storm.
Yeah, I think a lot of us did. So I know you said it's warm inside of there. Also, what are you wearing to help you stay warm when you have to hop out and fuel up some cars?
I have 3 layers of pants on, 2 hoodies and this jacket. Under long johns, have my beanie in there. I'm trying my hardest to stay warm.
So you're working hard and doing the best you can to stay warm. I love it. And I hope you do stay warm out here because it is cold. Under this canopy, it's a little better in terms of the snow blowing all over our faces, but it's cold out here. For now, reporting live in Burlington County, Lauren Winfrey, NBC10 News.
Lauren, we chuckled when you said, what are you wearing? As if it's the red carpet, but That is a very good question because really, we always talk about it. You have to dress in layers. You're going to get out there. You're going to start warming up as you start to clear the snow. Then you got to take a layer off, but layers are the key. So thanks so much. We appreciate you.
Absolutely.
We have a team of reporters spread out across the region with photographers showing you everything that's happening. Let's go to the Pennsylvania suburbs, check on the conditions there. NBC 10's Johnny Archer has been live in Clifton Heights, Delaware County this morning. Johnny, how are things where you are?
Well, let me start off, Tracy, by saying you are absolutely right. Layers are the key. I'm wearing so many layers I've lost count because it is really cold out here. I'll tell you, if you can see that snow blowing sideways, we're dealing with a lot of wind and it's making it really chilly out here, but we're just dealing with that light snowfall that's been like this for several hours now. But if you take a look, we're in Clifton Heights along Baltimore Pike here, and you can see some of the slushy, snowy conditions. We've seen several plows go by here, plowing the roads and also putting down the salt as well, which is certainly helping, but things are also slippery out here, so just be careful. As a matter of fact, a little more than an hour ago, I was telling you how we were trying to help a lady. We're at a Wawa here along Baltimore Pike, and she actually couldn't get up that driveway there. If you cue up that video, you can see she was having a difficult time because it was so slippery. So myself and a couple gentlemen that were at this Wawa here, we had to help that lady get up that incline there. It's not much of an incline. She had front-wheel drive, but just to give you a good idea of how slippery those conditions were. That lady was actually late for work, but at least we got her up the road and into the gas station, and she got her gas and she was on her way to work right there. But that's just to give you an idea. If you're not out on these roads, and you don't have to be out on these roads, Tracy, you've been saying it all morning, stay home. These road conditions are just slippery. You don't have to be out here. Stay at home, go sledding, play with the kids, make snow angels, make snowmen, do whatever if you don't have to be out here on the roads. Tracy?
Those are all good suggestions, Johnny, and I'm sure as people are getting up, especially with the kids, they're going to take you up on that. Thank you so much. Well, it is daylight now, so we're starting to get a better idea of how things are looking. This is County Line Road in Bucks County. This was a little while ago. So there are people out on the roads trying to get where they're going. Roads look snow-packed. At least they've been passed at least a couple of times with plows right there. There's still snow on the road there. Lots of people making a lot of money today, clearing driveways and parking lots. We've been saying it all along. If you can't go out, this is the day to curl up, stay inside. We got you. We can get you through this storm. We're going to show you everything that's happening out there. Let's go to NBC10 First Alert Meteorologist Bill Henley. Bill?
Yeah, we'll continue to see some improving conditions during the day. It's just slow improvement. The winds are hanging in there. The clouds are overhead and the snow is still falling. Improving visibility, though. We're already seeing it in some neighborhoods this morning. That will continue. That's an indication that this storm is slowly pulling away from our area. Snow is already tapering off in PA over the next 3 hours. Many neighborhoods will see it come to an end. While it'll still be accumulating in South Jersey and Delaware, everyone will feel the wind. And I've been hearing a lot of talk about how cold it is outside. That wind is having an impact. The wind chills over the next 3 hours will range from 0 to 10 degrees. So really not great for staying and standing outside. Those winds have been impressive this morning. Right now, the 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts in Philadelphia, 37 in Atlantic City, and we've seen them topping 40 miles an hour. Really not much relief in the winds until we get to tonight, and that's when they'll start to die down. Radar and satellite, though, clearly showing the heavy bands of snow now pushing offshore, and it's lightening up in Chester County and Berks, Lehigh. And even though it is not as heavy as it was earlier in the Delaware beaches, the strong gusty winds have been impressive. So you can count on lots of blowing snow. And so the blizzard warnings continue for the Jersey Shore and the Delaware beaches. But inland, even in Delaware County, you're starting to see a few spots of lighter snowfall, and moderate snow is continuing in the Trenton area. So it's going to be gradual improvement. By lunchtime, it's really going to be tapering off, not only in Chester and Berks County, but also in some neighborhoods in Delaware, too. Still moderate snow possible at the shore, but by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it's really improving even in Atlantic City. So by then, the snow is done. By then, this is how much snow we will have to shovel And so far, this is our snowfall forecast, and it is on track. So we will see improving conditions during the day today, but the real improvement comes tomorrow. 27 degrees after morning low temperatures right around 10, and wind chills in the single digits or below zero. But we will get a nice sunny day for snow shoveling duties on Sunday, and we'll see a little bit more melting coming our way on Monday. Tracy?
We all look forward to that. Thanks, Bill. Our live NBC 10 team coverage of this winter storm continues for you. Here's a live look at the blizzard conditions in Atlantic City on the boardwalk there. Bill just said wind gusts 37. No relief in the winds until tonight. We will check travel conditions with Matt DeLucia coming up in just a couple of minutes. Let's see how the snow is impacting conditions on the roads and travel conditions. First Alert traffic reporter Matt DeLucia is covering that for you. Matt.
And good morning, Tracy. It's a good thing it's a Saturday. Not too many people on the roads. We'll take a look here at 95 at the Delaware state line, where you can see that it is still snow cover, but not too many cars out there at this point, which is good. People are heeding the advice to stay home. Taking a look down the shore, though, look at that is really snow cover there. So this is in Longport. This is Atlantic Avenue. Our photographer John Marcucci is driving very slowly down that road there. He was telling us that some of the snow drifts out there are knee deep. So you definitely got to be careful down the shore. We can see on this map that there is still some snow falling throughout the area. We do have an overturned vehicle report of that in Abington, Fitzwatertown Road and Susquehanna Road. So you got to watch out, because those slick spots, they can be pretty nasty there, and you can spin out of control pretty easily. We're also getting reports of flooding down the shore. Route 40, both directions west of the AC Expressway. Because of flooding, all the lanes are closed there. And we're looking at mass transit as well. SEPTA does have some detours because of weather issues. New Jersey Transit, the bus and river line service, is suspended, at least for now. They may change that as the day goes on and they clean up. And PATCO will be operating on a snow schedule. Tracy?
All right, Matt, thanks for that. We love to see your video. So if you can take video safely, either from inside your house or outside your house, send it to us. We want to see the conditions where you are. And we thank Mike Sullivan from Point Pleasant, Ocean County, for sending us his backyard. Look at that, and you can see how much snow they've got, several inches untouched. Why would you go out? Just take pictures from inside. Plus, we've got you covered with all the conditions around the area. Here's more video. This is Montgomery County, Wynwood, a short time ago, several inches on the ground here. You can see the snow coming down, and there's still snow on the roads, too. Plows have a lot of ground to cover. And this crew isn't wasting any time getting to work. When you guys are done, could you come and do my driveway? This is Bucks County a little while ago. Time to do shoveling, for sure. That is a lot of snow still falling. Take it easy while you're out there clearing your walks and driveways, you know, in stages. That's always the good way to do it. Let's take a look at the conditions. Matt was telling us about the conditions around the area on the roads. Let's take a look now down in South Philadelphia. In addition to all the snow, visibility is poor. It looks a little bit better right now than it has been across the city. But if you do have to be out on the roads, give yourself plenty of time, extra space between you and the cars in front of you. Be really safe. And really, if you don't have to go out, we've got you covered. That's why we're on TV. Our live NBC 10 team coverage of the winter storm continues. Here's a live look at Center City, Philadelphia right now. And you can see that visibility reduced, but improved from what it was a little while ago. We'll take you back outside in just a few minutes ago.
NBC 10 News starts now.
Right now on NBC 10 News, a major winter storm is blasting the Jersey Shore. Take a look. This is a live picture from Cape May. And the shore is getting more than snow. They're getting very high wind gusts. Let's give you a look now at Center City. You can see roads passable for sure, clear in some areas, not as much snow. But some roads, depending on where you are, especially neighborhoods that haven't been touched yet, could be treacherous. Our NBC10 First Alert radar is tracking the storm minute by minute, hour by hour, and we have a ways to go until this nor'easter clears out of here. And we've got you covered. Good morning. Welcome to live continuing winter storm coverage on NBC 10 News. I'm NBC 10's Tracy Davidson. We're on the air right now to bring you team coverage from Pennsylvania to New Jersey, the Jersey Shore, Delaware, all of it. Count on our NBC10 team for major coverage of this winter storm. We have a team of meteorologists, we have a team of reporters, a team of photographers spread out across the region from city to the shore, plus First Alert traffic, keeping an eye on the roads and mass transit. And we begin our coverage this half hour at the Jersey Shore, where there are blizzard conditions. They are getting the most snow and the highest winds from this storm right now. Here is a look at Atlantic City, this major winter storm. Let's see. What can we tell you about the shore right now? We can tell you strong gusty winds. Really, you can see poor visibility right now. Shore doesn't normally get as much snow as the rest of our region, and really, this is the second time they've been hit this month. Now let's go to Ocean City, take a live look at the Jersey Shore in Ocean City, Cape May County. That's where NBC10's Karen Wah is in Ocean City for us now. Karen, how are the conditions there?
Well, I just want to demonstrate for you how much this snow has accumulated. I can sit down pretty much in the snow, perfectly legs perpendicular right now. When I stand up, this snow is exactly knee deep for me. We
have been having a little bit of problems with Karen's mic because of the conditions that are out there. We'll get her rehooked up. Maybe we'll just, put her on a hard wire so we continue to hear her. Let's check out the conditions in Westchester, Chester County right now. This is Gay Street, one of the main thoroughfares. This was around 7 a.m. where people were out shoveling and putting down salt this morning so that the roads and the sidewalks will be passable for everyone else. Now let's check out the snow in Philadelphia and the conditions. Snow is not deep, but the wind is blowing around. NBC10's Randy Gyllenhaal has gone to all areas of our city. He's now in Fairmount. Randy, what's it like there?
Yeah, so we've been all over South Philly, Center City. We're up in Roxborough. Now we're at the annual gathering of the Snow Day dogs in Fairmount, outside Eastern State Penitentiary. And this is the best part about a snow day, just seeing these dogs having a good time out and about. And we got Sam. He's my favorite I've met so far. Sam is 11 years old. Got his owner here. Tell me what kind of dog is Sam?
Sam's a Bernese Mountain Dog.
This is kind of his weather, huh?
It is. He's built for it. He loves it.
Yeah,
He's
got
snow day.
The coat in the summer is probably somewhat uncomfortable, but they like rolling around the snow when it gets like this.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's great. It's like a fur coat. He's perfect. He's built for it. Come on, Sammy.
And they get to make some friends. We got Jenna here. Jenna's got a brand new puppy. How old?
He's 4 months.
Harry, right?
This is Harry.
Oh, hey, Harry. Tell me about Harry's first snow day.
This is it. This is the big moment. He's just like watching all the big dogs running around, and he's just loving it.
Yeah, tell me about the snow. Were you expecting this much? Do you like to see it outside in Fairmount here?
I do, actually. It's so great for the kids. All of them going sledding later is going to be amazing. So I'm happy about it. I like it.
Yeah, we're getting a good snow day here in the city. I can tell you it's a nice day to walk around. A little cold. It's still blowing around, but as the system moves off the coast, it's going to be great to get outside, do things like this, head out and do some sledding. We're going to head to the art museum next, but it's really just fun to watch these dogs. I think we got a husky here who is just right at home in this kind of weather. His temperature's down close to 16, 17 degrees in the city right now. I just measured up in Brewerytown, 5 inches of snow. We're probably going to get a little bit more. It's great, fluffy snow to play, walk around, take the dog outside for a walk, and you can come outside here, outside Eastern State Penitentiary, with the Bernese Mountain Dog who's having a great time. Sam, 11 years old. This is probably his favorite snow day so far. Sam, how you doing? All right. Reporting live in Fairmount, Sam the Mountain Dog. We'll send it back to you guys. See you soon.
Sam, have so much fun. Harry, have so much fun. And Randy, you too. Continue to have fun with this snow. Well, we can tell you, though, that the snow is causing problems for Amtrak. It's canceling service up and down the East Coast. Here's a live look at 30th Street Station. All Acela service is canceled for today. Limited Keystone service will run between Philadelphia and Harrisburg only. That means no Keystone trains will run between Philly and New York. A number of other services also impacted today and tomorrow. Make sure you check with Amtrak before you head out. And we just got an update on mass transit from Matt DeLucia as well. SEPTA has some detours, and J Transit, bus and river line suspended. Our First Alert Weather team has you covered with the most accurate forecast. Let's check in with meteorologist Krystal Klei right now. She's tracking it all for us. We're going to be here for a while, Krystal.
Yeah, and we have already been here for a while. This has been a pretty good duration of snowfall for the area. We are starting to see some neighborhoods get to kind of the end of their snow for the day, and that's Berks County, just starting to move into a little bit of Lehigh County and Chester County as well. So you can see on our radar here that little edge where it's breaking. That's where the snow is coming to an end. Another thing to look out for are those little pockets that are deeper. They're hard to tell on snow radar. It's much easier when you see rain radar, yellows versus oranges, but you can see just barely these little waves, it looks like, of blue. Those are those little bands of heavier snow that have been moving up against the shoreline, and that's why we've seen our highest totals in those locations. So here's a tighter look. You can see that London Grove starting to get the end of our snow. Reading, the end of your snow really happening right now, and Limerick still in it. Most of Philly still kind of a steady snowfall. At times heavier snow with a few bands that have been rolling through parts of South Jersey. You see one passing Vineland and Morris River, and then it's the same down the shore. Now our winds are still very strong as well. Gusts at 35 miles per hour in Philadelphia, 37 at the Atlantic City Airport, and 30 at the Atlantic City Marina. That's what's whipping all that snow around, making visibility tough. So you've got the intensity of the snow, but then the wind picking up the snow, and that's what's been causing issues. We printed pretty much 0 to 1 for most of the area all day, but look at the improvement northward and in Coatesville now, starting to see better conditions there because the snow is coming to an end and the winds are not as strong. Now, I just showed you winds and visibility. The definition of a blizzard is all about those two things. That's when you have falling snow or blowing snow with sustained wind gusts 35 miles per hour or higher and visibility to quarter mile or less. You need those conditions for 3 hours straight. I've been looking at the Atlantic City Airport location, and it looks like we're at about 2 hours of those conditions. So if this continues another hour or so, then it will officially be a blizzard there. Either which way you slice it, it is nasty out there. We've seen Katie Zachary dealing with it, and we've actually gotten really some great posts from you guys at home. Keep sending them to us, but take a look. Look at how high that snow is on that table in the backyard in Fairless Hills. Same thing as you look over in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. You can barely see the kids' play set here. Harvey Cedars Police Department, always great about posting snow conditions on roads in that area. And then you see some other pics around the boardwalk in Atlantic City. You can't even tell it's a boardwalk because the snow has been coming down so heavily there. In fact, in Atlantic City, about 13 inches reported so far. So send us your pics and your reports. You can find us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and you can see our handle here at NBC or NBC10 Philadelphia. Send them on over. We'll keep showing them off throughout the morning. Back to you.
And we love seeing the pictures. This storm still has hours to go. Count on NBC10 to stay with you every step of the way. Here's another look outside from our camera at the top of Presidential City Apartments, 76. Go slow if you're out there. Took 76 in. It's pretty clear. The state roads are pretty clear, but there's a lot of neighborhoods where the plows haven't even gotten there yet. So stay home. We continue our live team coverage, and we continue to show you conditions across the area. That's what this person is dealing with. Those are the conditions to try to dig the car out, get all the snow off the car. This is Havertown, Delaware County, where they're wasting no time clearing off that snow cover. And that's what the roads look like. Go easy if you have to go out on the roads. Let's talk about airport. The storm is having an impact on flights. Look at the visibility. That is a live picture of the airport right now, Philadelphia International. As of 7 a.m., and we'll try to get you an update on this, at least 306 flights have been canceled, 13 flights delayed. Do we have an update? Around the country, more than 3,400 flights have been canceled. PHL officials say snow crews are working to clear the main runways. There are 40 million square feet of surface there. Crews need to clear the airport. That's equivalent to if you had to drive from Philadelphia to Lexington, Kentucky. So it's a lot of ground that they have to cover and then cover again and then cover again as the snow continues to come down. Delaware and New Jersey, specifically the Jersey Shore, getting the brunt of this storm. Let's check on conditions in Delaware. NBC10 Delaware Bureau reporter Tim Furlong live in Newark, Newcastle County. Tim, how is it there?
Yeah, I mean, Windy, cold, snowy. Not as bad as the
Okay,
beaches,
got
though. I'm
that.
hearing from some of my social media friends at the beach that down in Lewis and Rehoboth, they're really getting pummeled down there. The winds really are doing a job on it. This is Haines Street, by the way. That's Delaware Avenue in Newark. And, of course, it connects to Main Street in Newark, where our trucks are down there. That's the main drag through town here, where a lot of University of Delaware students hang out. Out here right now, you can see the streets, they're having trouble keeping up with it because the snow just keeps coming down. DelDOT handles 90% of the streets in the state of Delaware. They do not handle Delaware Avenue and Main Street in Newark. So the city itself handles it. They have private plow companies as well helping out, and lots of people like this nice guy with a really cool beard. He comes out here and he is shoveling. Everywhere you look, there are people shoveling out. We're going to talk to the guys here in Little Goat Coffee Roasting. I mentioned them on social media because I like their coffee a lot, but they managed to stay open. They're one of the few businesses that are open today, so we're going to talk to them real quick. JR, come on up. It also smells really, really good in here, by the way. So here, talk to me real quick.
What's up, y'all?
So you guys are one of the only places open right now. How has it been? What kind of traffic you getting in here? You guys been pretty busy? Come a little closer.
Me and the other opener came here from Wilmington. I was able to pick her up. 95 was fine. Could see the road. 273 was a little tricky, but nothing too crazy.
What about the streets here in Newark? Like a couple of these streets, like Haines Street, right in your front yard here. It's a little dicey.
It can get a little dicey if you just got a rear wheel drive or front wheel drive, but I don't think it's anything too crazy. You know, we're still in Delaware. It's a little icy, but just got to stay safe.
Yeah,
take her slow. Keep your momentum going, though.
And you guys are one of the few places open. So if you need a latte, you need a cup of coffee, like I'm going to need in about 10 minutes. This is the place to come. Yeah, this is. There you go. This really is one of my favorite spots, and they have a nice porch that's great all times of the year, especially when it's warm outside. Today, maybe today's not a porch day because you can see over here what kind of snow we're talking about. If we look at the ledge right here, you can see this is kind of what we have here. And I don't know that that's even really a fair indication of all the snow we have had here in Delaware, in northern Delaware, because it's blowing so much. So we've seen drifts in spots where it looks like we have a lot more than we do, and then you have other spots where it doesn't look like that much. So it's kind of hard to tell exactly how much we have. We are dealing with a lot of wind. Every now and then these power lines up here, they start going cray-cray. They are really whipping around, flapping around here in the wind. And of course, you see the four-wheel drive vehicles going by. They're not having too much problem because it's not too slippery with ice at this point. And I say at this point because it's below freezing. All this snow sitting on top of what's below, which is hard-packed snow, it's going to freeze up. There's not going to be much of a chance for it to melt. So you have to be very careful. If you have a sedan, if you have a Prius, I've seen a lot of small cars, little hatchbacks, not a good idea. They're the ones having problems today. You need something bigger. And if you have all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive, you might want to put it into 4-high or automatic and let it do its thing because you're going to need it today. But other than that, we are hanging in there in the state of Delaware. Again, the beach is having a tougher time today. Northern Delaware, a little easier time, but it's still coming down here. The snow's still falling, and the wind is still blowing, and it's still bitterly cold. Back to you.
Go back inside and get a really huge cup of hot coffee.
I don't hear anything.
That's okay. I know he will. Thanks, Tim. Well, what a difference a day makes. Take a look at this. On the left-hand side of your screen, Cape May yesterday. Right-hand side of your screen, that's today. We've been telling you that the Jersey Shore and Delaware beaches were going to get the brunt of this. Let's find out what's happening right now. And better yet, what's to come with NBC10 First Alert Meteorologist Krystal Klei. Krystal?
It is a mess out there. We knew this was going to happen. It's why we had the first alert in place. But yeah, It's a mess out there. So let's talk about travel outlook. We're recommending you do not drive. And it's a weekend, so hopefully you don't need to. You can just stay inside. But if you do have to by this afternoon or evening, here's what you should expect. Highways, the majors, are going to be slippery and snowy still, even as plows go through until they can really clean everything up. There's going to be areas that are a bit messy. Side streets are going to be snowy at best, impassable in some cases. I mean, there's spots that are at 13, 14, 15 inches of snow. You're not going to be able to drive through those spots. And then sidewalks snow covered until you get out there and you do your shoveling. And I'm going to talk about that a little more in just a moment. But let's start with a look at satellite and radar. And you can see we've been tracking the center of this low. And indeed, it is now starting to move away from us. So you're seeing the worst of the heavy snow bands bands that are kind of wrapping forward into parts of the Cape and then over parts of New England and off of our shoreline. They're seeing some serious power outage issues up there with major wind gusts. We actually didn't get the worst of this storm, fortunately, but we certainly saw enough. We could say that. And we still have some kind of heavier pockets of snow that are against the Jersey Shore. But overall, the color that we're seeing on our radar is indicative that this is not as heavy as it was a few hours ago. We are seeing the tail end of the worst of it at this point. Same thing in our Delaware beaches, some high totals, but now not as heavy. And look at that, a thing of beauty if you're sick of the snow. It's starting to come to an end in Berks County and Chester County, even the Lehigh Valley. Northampton's still getting a good bit, but parts of the Lehigh Valley are starting to see the end of this snow. So when we go hour by hour, by around midday, aside from light snow, pretty much our Pennsylvania neighborhoods and Delaware will be coming to an end. And then as we continue into the afternoon hours, 3 p.m., the rest of the area starting to clear out. So how much more are we talking? This is kind of just a rough estimate, but notice the areas in purple, about 1 to 3 more inches of snow. The areas in blue, about 1 more inch of snow before we'll finally be done with everything we have got. So let's get back to shoveling. You can actually wait if you want to shovel. The timing here you saw after 3 o'clock is when things are clearing, but it will still be windy. So it's going to be kind of knocking around if you're trying to pile it up somewhere, but B, still kind of uncomfortable because we're getting dangerously cold late today and especially into this evening. So if you're outside or if the kids are trying to play, you're going to have to take some breaks because that wind chill single digits this afternoon. The type of snow, this is why you can wait if you want to. It's pretty fluffy and it's not going to melt and then refreeze tonight solid. So even tomorrow, you should still have that fluff factor that makes it where you can kind of brush it off or scoop it off the sidewalk as you need to go. We'll talk more about our neighborhood forecasts coming up.
That's all good advice. Thanks so much, Krystal. Now let's take you to the Jersey Shore in Ocean City, Cape May County. NBC10's Karen Hua is live in Ocean City. Karen, how have the conditions changed since the last time we spoke to you?
I feel like every hour it just keeps on getting more brutal and more brutal. What you've been saying all morning long, these winds are the worst part. It's the type that makes your face hurt, the type that makes you tear up. So these winds, really no joke out here. But also what we've been tracking are our snow totals all morning long. It seems to be pretty consistent, about another inch every hour that we've been checking. Let's take another look right now, putting this into the snow. Where I'm standing on the sidewalk right now, oh my gosh, we're gonna have to extend that a little further. Gosh, that is nearly 15 inches, as you're seeing right now on the sidewalk, Ocean Drive, leading up to the boardwalk. So really just more and more accumulation. And like we've been saying all morning long, the Jersey Shore isn't really known for getting this accumulative snow, but it's been slammed twice this year. We saw that nearly more than foot of snow at the very beginning of this year, the first storm of 2022 just a few weeks ago. We're seeing this storm this weekend. And then as we give you another look at the street down here, we've seen a plow come by like every 30 minutes or so. You can see the snow there on the street is a little bit more shallow there. So we have been seeing a plow, but that really goes to indicate that crews out here, they're working a lot slower because of these harsh conditions. Since it's gotten a little bit lighter out here, we just saw 3 people head up to the boardwalk. They say they're gonna go enjoy the snow, so we're gonna catch up with them a little bit later, but I hope they don't have any trouble with their car as they're trying to leave here a little bit later in the day. But for now, we're live in Ocean City. I'm Karen Hua. I'm going to send it back to you.
All right, Karen, thanks so much. Well, they'll definitely have some clearing off to do when they get back in their car. Thanks again. Now, again, we've been saying this throughout the morning. Don't go out unless you absolutely have to. It's great that it's a Saturday morning. Most people can stay home, stay inside, stay safe. As we go to break, we'll show you the conditions in Center City, JFK Boulevard. Lots of plows out, seen lots of crews on the sidewalks trying to clear things out for people. Our coverage of this major winter storm continues in just a minute. We continue to follow conditions across the area. Let's see how the snow is impacting the roads. First Alert traffic reporter Matt DeLucia is here with that. Matt.
Yeah, good morning, Tracy. And we still have snow-covered roads down the Jersey Shore here. Looking at Cape May, you can just faintly see a little bit of that blacktop there because some of the plows have been able to get through. Here's a live look at Brigantine Boulevard here with our photographer driving through, and you can still see it. It's very tough to see that roadway. In fact, I was watching the shot a few minutes ago when he was in Atlantic City, and I did see a couple of accidents there off to the side of the road. You still see a lot of that snow still falling in the area. We are seeing more green on the map. That's good news, but we do have a crash still on the southbound side of the northeast extension between Lansdale and Mid-County, blocking the right lane there. And also in Abington, we have an overturned vehicle at Fitzwatertown Road and Susquehanna Road. Finishing off with a look at your drive times right now. Not too bad in Pennsylvania, average speed in the 40s. Tracy.
All right, Matt. Thanks for that. As this major winter storm moves through, we'd love to see what's happening in your neighborhood. I've already seen great video come in from Glassboro, Haverford, Bluebell. We want to see what's happening in your neighborhood as well. Go to NBC10.com or our NBC10 app. Click on the See It, Share It section, and then you can send us your video, and then you might see it on TV. We'd love to show it. For some, it's cleanup time, or they're trying to stay ahead of it. We found this plow clearing the snow from a parking lot in Bucks County just a short while ago. Cleaning up there continues as the light snow continues to fall. We will check conditions in Atlantic City as our live team coverage here on NBC 10 continues. A major winter storm continues to blanket our area. Look at this live picture. This is high above Center City. The shore is getting hammered with blizzard conditions, heavy snow, high winds. It's making for a nasty morning there. No matter where you are, expect hours of snow from this morning into the afternoon. You can see the winter storm here on our radar, just how big it is. We've got you covered with everything you need to know, and we will show you conditions across our area. Good morning. Welcome to a special edition of NBC 10. I'm NBC 10's Tracy Davidson. We're on the air right now to bring you live team coverage so we can show you what's happening with this major winter storm. Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware. Count on our NBC 10 team coverage this afternoon and this morning. Major winter storm. We have a team of meteorologists in the studio. In our newsroom, we have a team of reporters and photographers spread out across the region, from the city to the shore, and we have First Alert traffic. Keep an eye on the roads and travel conditions. Let's begin at the Jersey Shore, seeing the highest totals so far and the highest wind gusts of our blizzard conditions. Heavy snow is falling there and will be all morning long. NBC 10's Katie Zachary, she's in Atlantic City. Katie, how are things there?
Tracy, there's been a little bit of improvement, which is so nice to be able to tell you. We are under an overpass right now. I want to show you this car, this person who parked their car under a covering, thinking they would be spared from the snow and the ice and the snow drifts. And look at this. This is the perfect situation to show the wind story. The winds are so fierce and strong, and there's been so much snow here at the Jersey Shore. These snow drifts that have formed around this car, take a look at this. Take a look at this shovel. First of all, these snow drifts are up past my knees. Look how much snow is on this person's hood. And that's under a covering. I want to bring it over here quickly. We're just going to jog. Sorry, John. We're getting our exercise this morning. So this woman is the front desk manager, front office manager here at this hotel. You told me you love this weather.
I do. It's snow. I love it. I love that. I hate the aftermath of cleaning it up, but right. I love it.
Well, you hire people to do that. I saw the snow plow out here earlier.
Yes, we're waiting for our people to come and clean up the parking lot. But yes, our maintenance is doing a wonderful job trying to keep it so everyone is safe, at least on the sidewalk.
It's hard to keep up with this. This parking lot is snow covered, and you know these people who clear the snow are so busy today.
We've already run out of gas, so we're going to fill it up and wait for it to stop and then continue.
Okay. Thank you so much. Stay warm. She brought a towel out with her. I love that. She took it off before the live shot. I said, keep the towel on because that tells the story. It's freezing. People are just grabbing anything they can, especially those who live at the shore. They're not used to this. This is the second major storm they've had in about a month. A month ago, they had 12 inches of snow, where inland we got barely anything. So as Steve Sosna put it about a week ago, seems like a reverse winter. The areas that don't normally see this weather have been battered by these storms so far this season. I want to just show you, before we leave you, Tracy, I want to take you out to this local road. This is South Carolina Avenue. It's pretty well plowed. It's far better than the sidewalks. Traffic is getting by. Drivers are having to go slowly. People who need to walk anywhere in Atlantic City know that the visibility is not great. Our meteorologists tell me it's about a half, dwindling down to a quarter-mile visibility. Wind speeds are right where they will be for a blizzard, for the criteria of a blizzard. So the blizzard-like conditions that we started with this morning are continuing. The change, though, Tracy, is we're not seeing the snowfall. So that's nice. The wind is still there. The biting cold is still there. But maybe people can actually start venturing outside now that it's not, all the snow isn't coming down, and they can start shoveling, spending hours shoveling, because this area has gotten walloped. We'll send it back to you live in AC. I'm Katie Zachary.
And Katie still has a huge smile on her face. Katie, thank you so much. I know the conditions are brutal there. We appreciate you showing us around. Appreciate that. Well, the streets are snow covered in the city of Philadelphia. NBC10's Randy Gyllenhaal has been going to all the neighborhoods, Fairmount, Brewery Town. Now he's in Rittenhouse Square. Randy, what's it like there?
Yeah, so we're in the heart of the city now, Rittenhouse Square. The snow is still falling. It really is like a winter wonderland here. A beautiful morning in Rittenhouse. I want to show you some more dogs because, we showed you the dogs in Fairmount. You got to see them here in Rittenhouse, out and about. This is Helios. Look at him. Come here. Hey, buddy, how you liking that snow? Yeah, so lots of dogs out. We've been seeing them everywhere, dog walkers everywhere. Just take a look at the skyline, too. It's so beautiful with all of the trees covered in this light, fluffy snow. Probably about 5 inches or more in the city right now, and it looks great in Rittenhouse Square. Over here, by the way, we got Anna and Amanda, both new moms. First snow day for the babies?
First snow day.
Tell me about your kids. What are you guys doing today?
Just enjoying the snow, maybe make a snow angel, try to stay warm.
He seems to like it.
Yeah, she loves it.
He loves it. And then who do we have over here? This is Anna, you're Anna, right?
Yeah, this is Wesley. So he's excited to meet up with his friend Tessa. They've been taking walks together since they were really little babies.
7 months old?
Mm-hmm.
So definitely the first big snow.
First big snow day. He's questioning it, but I think he likes it.
He's a little more skeptical than she is, I think.
Yeah.
So you guys having a good time out in Rittenhouse Square. It's really a great morning to come out in the city right now. It's that light, fluffy snow, easy to shovel, nice to walk around in. Looks so peaceful out here, too, with all of the dogs, all of the people. A great morning in Philadelphia as the snow continues to fall. I just heard it may be wrapping up down the shore, but right now here in Center City, Philadelphia, snow continues to come down, sticking everywhere. Just a great morning for everybody. We're live in Rittenhouse Square. I'm Randy Gyllenhaal. We'll send it back to you.
Winter wonderland is how Randy describes it. Randy, thanks so much. Now we'll take you to an area that the conditions are more brutal. Heavy snow expected to cover South Jersey. The entire state is under a state of emergency that was declared yesterday so they can get resources where they need to go. NBC10's Lauren Winfrey is live in Mount Laurel, Burlington County, where she had seen some plows the last time we checked in. Are you continuing to see plows?
Continuing to see plows, Tracy, and we aren't really catching a break out here with the snow. It's still coming down, still hitting us in the face. And the resounding message all morning has been stay home. But then there are those who have to be out, like Brad Schmidt. He said he's been preparing for today since yesterday.
Give us room, try to think a little bit where we got to put the snow and, stay clear, keep your head on a swivel.
Brett tells me he plans to plow for 24 hours. He started this morning fueling up before hitting the road. The county plans to use 6,000 tons of salt to treat all 500 miles of county highways. And according to the National Weather Service, 8 inches of snow has been measured in parts of the county here. And another thing Brad told me, he said to, like you all heard, he said, keep your head on a swivel to the drivers. But in terms of what he's been doing, he made sure to fuel up early. And he says he plans to be out here plowing for at least 24 hours. So he has a busy day ahead of him in all this snow. Live in Burlington County, Lauren Winfrey, NBC10 News.
Yeah, all the plow drivers, municipality, state, even the private plow drivers, they're going to be working for the next 24 hours for sure. Lauren Winfrey reporting. Yeah. Thanks so much. Well, not an ideal morning for a bike ride, but if that's what you use to get around, that's what you use to get around. That's Pottstown. Trying to make it through those snowy sidewalks. Perhaps better than the road. I don't know what the road conditions look like there, but this guy looks like he's doing just fine. Snow is still falling. They are already working on cleanup in Bucks County. This is Warrenton, Bucks County. Plows are out, getting the driveways and the sidewalks If you can avoid going out, this is a day to stay in. Bundle up on the couch, under the blanket. Maybe get ready for, going out and playing in the snow, but we'll tell you what the conditions are like all across our area. And we have great pictures, great live pictures, great video coming in. And our First Alert Weather team has you covered with the most accurate forecasts, so we know what is coming up next. And for that, we go to meteorologist Bill Henley with what you need to know right now and what's coming up.
Well,
Bill?
the worst has passed.
All right.
Most of the storm has already happened in our area. But we haven't seen huge improvement in some neighborhoods, and you can guess it's the shore, as expected, getting the heaviest snow this morning, though the bands of the heaviest snow that we saw when we went on the air at 5 o'clock this morning, 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock, it's pulling away as this low is pulling off to the northeast. This is the center of the storm, and it's slowly pulling away. It's made some significant progress. Yesterday morning, that was off the Florida coast. Now, the heavy snow is offshore, but it's still pretty good snow and cold gusty winds at the shore and into New Jersey and Delaware. But the farther inland you go, the better the conditions will be in the near term. And then this afternoon, it'll even be ending at the shore, and that should happen by mid-afternoon. It's pretty much over for most of Berks County, western Berks County, western Chester County, seeing it taper off, and it's much lighter right now in Allentown than it was. And one of the indications is the visibility. The more snow, the heavier the snow, the lower the visibility. And it was down to a quarter mile or less at the shore, but it's now up to half a mile. So it doesn't look like this one's going to be officially called a blizzard. It has to be a quarter mile or less with strong winds for 3 hours in a row. And so far, it doesn't look like we've achieved that. Gotten close, but not quite. Improving at Philadelphia International, 1.25 mile visibility there, but look at the improvement off to the north and west. Lancaster dropped the advisories for the winter weather. It's 10-mile visibility, 7 now in Reading, and now Pottstown and Coatesville at 3-mile visibility. So we are seeing improving conditions this morning. The hour-by-hour forecast shows by noontime, more neighborhoods will really see it come to an end in the suburbs, into the Lehigh Valley and parts of Delaware. And that's much lighter snow in South Jersey than what we've seen earlier. That's at noontime. And then by 3, 4 o'clock, it's over at the shore as well. That's 3 o'clock, barely snowing in Burlington and Mercer County and portions of Atlantic County. So we have seen a lot of improvement already, and we'll see more during the day. What's really not going to improve much is the cold. That's going to stay with us. The wind chill right now, 0 in Pottstown, 9 in Mount Holly, 6 in Trenton. Feels like 6 degrees in Philadelphia and 2 in Wilmington. That's right now. Overnight tonight, the temperatures will be falling. And you see, once the snow comes to an end in Philadelphia, the temperatures don't move up much, even though we might get some late day breaks in the clouds and see a little bit of sunshine before it clears out. And that drops down to just down to 12 degrees in Center City, then 18 degrees 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So if you're waiting to do some shoveling, might have to wait a little bit longer. And we love seeing your pictures too, and the snow amounts. Thank you, David. 8 inches in Fairless Hill, 6.5 from Mike in Cherry Hill. Nice snow covered in Strawberry Mansion. Really a winter wonderland. Thank you for all the pictures. Tag us on Twitter, send them on Facebook, Instagram. We are watching and reading those posts. Tracy?
Yeah, we love seeing those come in. Bill, thanks. Our live NBC10 team coverage of this winter storm continues. Here's a live look at I-95 in Wilmington from our camera at Blue Rock Stadium. We will show you conditions in Cape May, Clifton Heights, and Collingswood up next. We continue our live NBC10 team coverage for you of this storm as we show you the near blizzard conditions right now in Cape May. Actually, the visibility looks a little bit better than it did a couple of hours ago. Now let's talk about shoveling. A lot of us are going to be doing a lot of shoveling. This is what one family in Collingswood had to do this morning, and this gives us an idea of how long it takes to get it done. Tom Feiner shared that with us. We love seeing your video like this. And apparently the little guy that you see at the beginning, eventually it's just dad doing it. The little guy got some snow in his glove, had to go inside. That's never good. We have a team of reporters and photographers spread out all across our region. Now let's go to the Pennsylvania suburbs, check on the conditions there. NBC10's Johnny Archer is live along Baltimore Pike in Clifton Heights, Delaware County. Johnny, what does it feel like there?
It's still cold out here, I'll tell you that much. We're dealing with a little bit of wind and people screaming at us driving by here at Baltimore Pike. But, we're dealing with some of those slushy conditions. We've seen some of those PennDOT trucks go by, the plows going by with the salt making the roads a little bit better. But as you can see, there's still a little bit slushy conditions here. Certainly slippery. You definitely want to take your time if you're driving in these conditions. You can see this car driving by us right now, giving us a wave. Hello there, giving us a wave as they drive by, taking their time. A little bit earlier this morning, I actually had to help a woman. We're actually at a Wawa on Baltimore Pike and had to help a woman who got stuck getting up the driveway of the driveway into this Wawa here. And if you take a look at that video, me and a couple gentlemen that were here had to help push her up that slight grade, just to give you an idea of how slippery things can be. She had front wheel drive and was just having a little bit of trouble there getting into that Wawa gas station, and she eventually got there and on her way to work. She was a little late for work, but she got there. But I guess depending on who you talk to, some people love the snow, some people don't. We talked to both parties. Take a listen. Tell me how you feel about this snow.
I hate it. I do concrete for a living, and I just hate it. I don't know what else to say.
How you been holding up so far, though?
Good, man. Just hanging out, drinking coffee, enjoying it from the inside.
I love it. I love this weather. I even like shoveling, and I'm enjoying it right now as long as I can get home.
Yeah. As long as she can get home safely. It sounds like that you don't want to be out on the roads, and that seems to be the theme of today, is stay off these roads if you don't have to be out here. That guy's going a little too fast right there. He might be slipping and sliding around, so just take your time. It doesn't matter what kind of truck or car you drive. It's still slippery conditions out here, so just slow it down, take your time, and get to your destination safely. For now, we're live in Clifton Heights. Johnny Archer, NBC 10 News.
That is great advice. Go easy on the roads. Plus, conditions change depending on what roads you're traveling on. Johnny, thanks so much. All right, let's check in with Bucks County. Here's County Line Road. This was a couple of hours ago, not looking too bad. I mean, you see it packed down, but definitely the plows have made a couple of passes here, and we saw a couple of cars out on the road. But we've got you covered so you'll know what you're facing if you do have to go out. Now let's find out what's to come with NBC10 First Alert Meteorologist Bill Henley. Bill?
Well, we are seeing a little improvement here. That really depends on which neighborhood you're in. In Center City, it still looks pretty miserable out, but it seems like people are having fun. I'm watching on our live shots. The wind is blowing and there's snow falling, but it's nowhere near as heavy as it was earlier. So we're seeing slowly improving conditions, increasing visibility. That's one of the key signs, is seeing some improvement with the storm system. And the snow is going to be tapering off. By afternoon, many neighborhoods will see the snow come to an end. And by mid-afternoon, it's finally over at the shore. Then we might even see a few breaks of late-day sunshine, more likely in the Lehigh Valley, Berks County, some of the western suburbs, than in South Jersey. If we don't get it today, we will get it tomorrow. Tomorrow will be a bright and sunny day. Radar and satellite shows this one is still chugging, though those bands of heavy snow have exited the area. It is still snowing for Delaware and South Jersey, and the wind is still strong. It's not quite as strong as it was earlier when the wind was gusting to near 50 miles an hour, but blowing snow is going to be an issue. So blizzard warnings are still in effect till 4 o'clock this afternoon. But inland, you can see, even though it's a steady lighter snow in Philadelphia, it's really light in some of the suburbs, now into Newcastle County and Delaware County. So improving conditions, but cold. That's not going to change much during the day today. The temperatures will hold steady today and really plummet tonight. The low temperature in Philadelphia tomorrow morning down to 11 degrees, and the wind will still be blowing, though not as strong as what we have today. It's going to feel like it's below zero in many neighborhoods tomorrow morning. Then, not quite as cold Monday and Tuesday mornings, and we will get some nice sunshine tomorrow afternoon, so those temperatures will be climbing into the upper 20s. But the wind, not going to really back off during the day today. Those gusts up to around 35, 36 miles an hour into the afternoon. And by 6 o'clock this evening, you see a little bit of improvement there, but not much. So the hour by hour feels like temperatures this evening. This is 8 o'clock this evening. So 0 in Lansdale, Coates, down to 1 below in Allentown. Look at that. Nobody will feel cold with the wind coming through tonight. We will get that sunshine tomorrow and a nice warm up. And even though it's below freezing with a high of 27, there will be some melting with bright sunshine. And we'll get more clouds around on Monday, but it looks like it's going to stay dry. And the temperatures will be coming up 35 degrees. And if you've been watching that 7-day at the bottom of the screen, we always have it there. It shows a really nice warm up on Wednesday and Thursday. By Thursday afternoon, we've got temperatures in the 50s, but it will come with rain. But I don't normally shovel rain.
Right.
So that sounds a whole lot better to me. I don't know about you.
It sounds better to me, too. We'll take that. Thanks, Bill. Our live NBC 10 team coverage of the winter storm continues right now. Here's a live look at the near blizzard conditions at the Atlantic City Boardwalk. Gusts about 37, Bill said earlier. And the temperatures, we're still dealing with the high winds, the snow, especially at the shore, and the freezing temperatures for a while. By 8 o'clock tonight, Bill says Atlantic City, you'll be experiencing 3 degrees. Back in just a minute. Let's get you updated now on the conditions on the roads and mass transit. Matt DeLucia has been watching that all morning for us. Matt, what are you seeing now?
Well, Tracy, we got a few camera angles for you right now. So in the city, we have the Schuylkill Expressway at the Vine Street Expressway, where you can see that plows have been doing a good job there, but it's still slick. We have been getting emails from viewers. One said that she was going into New Jersey and that, quote, the roads are bad. And we've been hearing a lot of that. Looking here at 95 at the airport, also, it's mostly plowed, but again, you do have to take it slow. We're seeing speeds in the 40s and 50s, so people just taking it easy. But down the shore, a completely different picture. Cape May, you can barely see the roads. And our photographer, John Marcucci, is here in Atlantic City. I think this is by the White Horse Pike, where you can see it looks like there was a spin out or an accident right here where somebody is off to the side of the road. And we've been seeing quite a few spin outs and crashes and fender benders. There is still snow falling in the area, so you do have to watch out. Still seeing a lot of red and also some flooding down the shore as well. Route 40, both directions west of the AC Expressway, all lanes are closed because of that. We'll finish off with a look at Delaware, where we're seeing a lot more green. That is good news, but again, try to stay off the roads if you can, because the snow is falling and the plow drivers, all those salt crews, they still need to do all their work to make sure everything is safe for you guys.
You are right. Let's take a look at some plows working in Delaware County, Clifton Heights a short time ago. Plows are out in force, and road crews always remind drivers, give them space to work. Stay far back, let them do what they have to do. And one of the reasons why we've been telling you to stay home, not just to keep you safe if you don't have to go out, but because the more people who are off the roads, the better for the road crews. Whether they're salting or plowing, they can get their work done and continue to keep the roads safe for us. Let's take you to Wynwood now. From Delaware County, we go to Montgomery County. This is Wynwood a short time ago. Several inches on the ground here. That looks pretty. That looks like time to go out and play in the snow kind of snow. But now let's take you to Bucks County and show you the shoveling is underway. I like that Krystal gave us sort of an idea. You should probably start like around 3 o'clock, and that's when you can really get to it. But you might want to do it now and then again, just to make the load a little bit lighter for you. But definitely before nightfall, because that's when it's going to get really, really cold. Let's take a look at conditions on I-95 in South Philadelphia right now. We have the snow, we have the visibility because of the snow and because of the gusty winds, although this doesn't look too bad at all. If you are going out, we've heard it from all of our reporters, take it easy on the roads, go slow, leave yourself space between you and the car in front of you. Take your time, or just stay home and enjoy this snowstorm with us. Our live NBC 10 team coverage of the storm continues. Here's a live look at Center City right now. We'll take you across the area coming up.
NBC 10 News starts now.
Right now on NBC 10, a major winter storm blasting the Jersey Shore. Here is a live look at Cape May. The shore is getting snow. They're getting high wind gusts, so they have blowing snow as well. And across the region, we're seeing very cold temperatures. Now let's give you a live look at Center City, Philadelphia. Not as much snow as the shore for sure, but we have already seen about 6 inches in Philadelphia. Our NBC10 First Alert radar is tracking the storm minute by minute, hour by hour. Bill says most of the storm has passed us, but we still have a ways to go as this nor'easter clears out. We've got you covered. Good morning. Welcome to live continuing winter storm coverage here on NBC 10. I'm NBC 10's Tracy Davidson. We're on the air right now to bring you team coverage so you know what's happening in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, down the shore, and Delaware. Count on NBC 10 for team coverage of this major winter storm. We have a team of meteorologists in the studio. They've been doing a great job showing us exactly what's happening and what's to come. We have NBC 10 reporters and photographers fanned out across the area from the city to the shore, and we have Matt DeLucia keeping an eye on the roads. We begin our coverage this half hour at the Jersey Shore, near blizzard conditions, and you can see the poor visibility there in that live picture of the Atlantic City boardwalk. We'll keep you posted on what's happening in Atlantic City. Shore doesn't normally get as much snow as the rest of the region, but this is their second major storm this month. And I think Katie was saying that Steve Sosson was calling it like a reverse winter, because usually down the shore is not where they see the most snow. And then Ocean City, Cape May County, then let's talk to NBC 10's Karen Wash. She's live in Ocean City right now. Karen, what are the conditions like there? Last time we saw you, you were really getting hit.
That's right, Tracy. We've been reporting on these brutal wind conditions down here all morning long, but I do want to bring a little moment of positivity. You see the snowman that I'm standing next to that's pretty much taller than me? We saw these two guys who came down from Vineland earlier this morning, around 7 in the morning. They successfully built their snowman, and as this day has gone on, we've seen a few more people brave this storm and come down here to the boardwalk to really marvel at this site. Like you said earlier, Tracy, it's quite a rarity to see snow accumulate down at the Jersey Shore, but it's already happened twice this year in just the few weeks of 2022. It happened just a few weeks ago, more than a foot of snow in the Jersey Shore for that first storm of the year, and then again it's happening this weekend as well. Just moments ago, we also caught up with a father and son. They drove an hour and a half down from Bucks County just to marvel at this. Take a listen to what they had to say.
Wanted to see the show. We knew there was a bomb cyclone coming, so we wanted to see what it was all about and experience it firsthand.
Tell us about how it was like driving down here. You guys came down last night to avoid today's snow.
Yeah, actually it was snowing at home. Then in New Jersey it wasn't snowing at all. Clear sailing all the way down here.
Are you guys native Pennsylvanians, native from this area?
Mm-hmm.
For those who aren't really good at driving the snow, for those people who are just visiting, what are some driving tips or snow tips that you would give them?
Don't drive. Stay out of the snow.
So just like they said there, just a cautionary tale. Please don't drive if you do not have to, unless it's absolutely an emergency. I just hope that father and son, they have an okay time getting back to Bucks County. It's going to be like an hour and a half drive if they go really slow there. So just everyone stay warm, stay at home. We're live in Ocean City. I'm Karen Hua. I'm going to send it back to you, Tracy.
All right, Karen, thanks so much. Now we take you to Chester County, to Westchester and Gay Street around 7 this morning, just as it was starting to get light out. People were out shoveling and putting salt down this morning. Today's storm is really hammering the entire East Coast, Northeast for sure, including Massachusetts. NBC's Ryan Kath is live in Cape Cod for us, giving us a look at what the conditions are like there. Ryan? Ryan?
The conditions are nasty. That's about how to describe it right now. The wind is just gusting, blowing sideways. We're on Corporation Beach here in Dennis on Cape Cod, and the wind has just been whipping all day long. If we walk over here a little bit, you can see how this is a real pasty snow that's just sticking to everything, and that's why power outages are going to be a huge concern here throughout the day. You can see the wires whipping in the wind right now and swaying back and forth. I'm already hearing about a lot of power outages here in town, and we are just really in the midst of it right now. We're in the teeth of this storm, and it's going to be going on throughout the day. We'll send it back to you.
Stay safe. Thanks for that. Those are brutal conditions. Let's check out very different conditions in the city of Philadelphia, where about 6 inches of snow has fallen. NBC10's Randy Gyllenhaal has been all over for us. He's been in Fairmount, Brewery Town, Rittenhouse Square, now the Art Museum. Randy?
Yeah, take a look at this live look on the Ben Franklin Parkway. Really snowy outside the iconic Art Museum steps. We're here on the Rocky Steps this morning. It's probably about 5 inches of snow, so it's not a ton, but we already got some people out here, including Nikhil, who's been sledding the steps all morning long, and his dad here. Tell me about the sledding this morning.
It's been great. Not too bumpy.
Yeah, give him a push here, I guess.
Yeah, here we go. All right, lean back, feet up.
Feet up. Well, there he goes. That's pretty slick.
To the bottom every time. Well, probably not this time, but.
Yeah. The problem with the Art Museum steps is you really need a lot of snow for it to work, but he's making it. Look at him go.
Yeah, he gets to the bottom, so we're getting our money's worth.
Yeah, tell me about your plans for today.
We're just gonna hang here for a little while until until we get too cold, and then we're gonna head back to our hotel.
All right. Nikhil and his pop, thanks for chatting with us. Other sledding options in the city if you want later today, Lemon Hill and Fairmount Park, that's always a great option. Clark Park in West Philadelphia, see tons of families out there. And then the hidden secret, I probably shouldn't say this, the backside of the Art Museum, that's where there's some great sledding as well. And this snow is really conducive to this kind of sledding because it's light, it's fluffy, it's sticking to nearly every surface. So we'll leave you guys with a live look of the Ben Franklin Parkway here from the Rocky Steps as the snow continues to fall in Center City, Philadelphia. A beautiful sight. Come out, enjoy it, do some sledding if you want, take it easy, and just try to stay off those roads until those streets crews can get to every neighborhood. For now, we're live on the Art Museum. I'm Randy Gyllenhaal. We'll send it back to you.
That's great advice. And there's nothing better than a dad showing a kid how to get in the sled. Put your feet up and then just go. All right. Thanks, Randy. Appreciate it. Snow is causing problems, actually, for Amtrak. It's canceling service up and down the East Coast. Here's a live look at 30th Street Station. All Acela service is canceled for today. Limited Keystone service will run between Philadelphia and Harrisburg only, which means no Keystone trains will run between Philly and New York. A number of other services also impacted today and tomorrow, so make sure you check with Amtrak before heading out. Same advice if you're flying. We'll get an update from Philadelphia International Airport coming up in just minutes. Right now, let's get you updated on this storm. Our First Alert Weather team has you covered with the most accurate forecast, and Krystal Klei is here with more.
It's been a busy morning for us.
Yes, it has.
We're starting to see the tail end of this in some of our northernmost neighborhoods, but for a lot of people, this is still a pretty steady snow that's coming down. So here's the latest as we look across the region. Now up to at least 16 inches of snow. That's the highest report I have seen at the shore. That came from Forked River. So that's the highest I've seen so far. Remember, our forecast was potentially 18 or even a little more. I think that's what we'll end up with, is some spots that maybe get over 18. Still some heavier bands out there, but they are not as heavy as they were early this morning. So the worst is offshore. Yeah, there's still some pockets that are heavy, but the worst of it, that 2-3 inches per hour that we were seeing, that has moved well offshore, impacting New England at this point. And remember, those strongest winds continue through at least midday. So we still have that blowing snow factor that we'll be dealing with. So you've got snow that's blowing, but then you still have the intensity of snow coming down, and that's impacting our visibility. And take a look. You can really see where things have improved. Coatesville at 6, Reading at 7. Snow's pretty much come to an end there. But we've got some bands that are still especially hitting the eastern half of our area. In these areas like Bucks County, Mercer County, Burlington County. Because remember, this is a coastal system. So as it's riding to the northeast, still going to be grabbing the east half of our area. This is where we're seeing still some problems with visibility. Trenton's at a quarter mile, still 0 at the Atlantic City Marina. Half visibility for a half mile Mount Holly. That's where the heaviest snow is coming down right now. And you can see this on our live radar. So let's take a look. There's a live radar view, the cutoff right along that western edge of our viewing area. But I do want to point out, if I can get my touch screen to work here, that there are still little bands that are developing. It's a little hard to tell on our radar, but I can kind of draw them on for you. So there's one right about there. I see one right about there, and it looks like maybe one more that's been kind of moving through this general area. So these are some spots where we're getting briefly periods of a heavy snow, and then it continues back with a steady snow. So this is what's still tacking on to our totals. When we zoom in, there's Chester County and Berks. Look at that, London Grove. pretty much done with the snow there. If you're in this area, tweet me. Let me know if there's anything still coming out that you can see out your window. But I think it looks like we're finally getting to the back edge of this thing based off of our radar. And then look how much deeper you see right here in Bucks County. That is a little bit of heavier snow near Buckingham. Same thing at the shore still. These little kind of bands that are coming off from the water's edge that are producing some heavier periods of snow. And in areas like Mount Holly, Mount Laurel, those are spots where we are still seeing some visibility problems. So it's kind of wavering with periods of heavier snow, and we're still tacking on the totals. The wind's not helping us. Gusts around 30, 35 inland, and you see gusts around 30 at the shore. Actually, at the Atlantic City Airport, we're putting a little higher, closer to 40 miles per hour there. And we'll wrap it up here by taking a look at some of the live pictures folks have been sending us. Dan Lee, one of our photographers, great shot looking over the city here. Pete always sending us some great pictures and video as well. Tim, of course, King of Delaware, sending some photos of the snow there. I mean, all of our neighborhoods are very active with the snow cover. We're going to talk more about how much we've seen so far, how much more till we're done with this. That's coming up after the break.
Our live team coverage of this major winter storm continues now as we take a look at a scene that we're going to see a lot of in the next few hours, most of the day likely. This is Delaware County, Havertown, wasting no time cleaning off the car. This is just a little while ago. Now the roads in the area still snow covered. Plows have a lot of ground to cover. State roads, as we've seen, a little bit better than other side roads. Some side roads, no matter where you are, may be untouched as of right now, but no worries, the plows will get there. Let's talk about flying conditions, and believe it or not, that is a live picture from Philadelphia International Airport, and you can see how poor that visibility is. As of 9 o'clock, we checked, and they tell us about 306 flights have been canceled, 16 flights are delayed. Around the country, more than 3,400 flights have been canceled. PHL snow officials say that their snow crews are working as hard as they can to clear the runways. And as always, if you are flying, you want to make sure to call ahead to see what's happening with your flight, to see if it's canceled, if it's delayed, or what you're going to need to know. Now let's go to Delaware. Delaware and the Jersey Shore getting the brunt of this storm. Let's check conditions with NBC10's Tim Furlong, our Delaware Bureau reporter. Tim, last time we talked to you, you were getting a big cup of coffee, right?
Check. Yes, JR and I got a big cup of coffee at Little Goat. It was awesome. It was fantastic as expected. Delaware is very different right now. I'm still hearing reports. We're here in Newark, but I'm hearing reports from down at the beaches that it's still coming down really hard along the coastline in Lewis and Rehoboth. Still some really like whiteout conditions, dangers. Here in Newark, you can see the plows have done an okay job with Main Street here in Newark, and some of the cars are slip sliding away. I'm not going to let JR get too close to the street. In fact, I'm going to pull him back just a hair because I'm worried about my friend here. But up here, it looks at this point like the snow is tapering off. I keep checking, and it's funny. We talk about the NBC10 app. It really is pretty awesome because when you look at the app, it shows you the radar, and you can see, oh yeah, there it is. It's kind of going away. So we can see right now that the snow is in fact tapering off, but you can see we have a lot of snow here. DelDOT has plows up and down the state. They cover 90% of the roads in Delaware, but they don't cover all the roads, including some of the streets here in Newark. If you look at some of the snow totals for northern Delaware, you know, it's hard. I keep hearing like different things, like we got a lot or we didn't get a lot. This is outside Five Guys, so this is like a kind of a protected area. You see, that's what we're talking about. It doesn't look like a lot of snow, but part of me thinks that maybe we got more snow than that, but it's hard to tell because it does blow and drift a little bit. So I haven't found one spot where you go, yes, that's definitely how much we got. So I can't wait to hear our meteorologists. They always send out these like rap sheets about these storms and how much we got in different spots. So I'm going to wait to hear that. But you can see there is, we did get a significant amount of snow in northern Delaware. The roads, okay. Haven't heard of too many accidents. People heeding the warnings in Kent and Sussex counties where they got more snow. They had a situation where the roads were at a level 2 driving thing. So you can't, a restriction. So you can't actually drive on the roads unless you're essential personnel. In Newcastle County, it's level 1, which is really just an advisory. So they don't want you to drive if you don't have to drive. But other than that, you know, you can go out, be careful. Hey guys, we want to talk to you real quick. Okay. Are you University of Delaware students, I assume?
Yeah.
Gotcha. What do you think? What do you... that was a little annoying. What do you guys think about the snow and the recovery from the snow? Do you think we're done with the snow here?
I have no idea. I don't check the weather. Yeah. I don't know. Check the weather I hope.
Well, you hope it's done? Do you like the snow here in Newark, or are you okay?
I don't know. I've never been here while it snowed before like this, so.
Well, today was
it's okay.
Yeah, all right, cool. Well, have fun. Enjoy your many beverages.
Okay.
You guys are either really thirsty or those are for your friends, so you better get going. That's a lot of beverages right there. But anyway, so yeah, that's the situation here in northern Delaware. My house in North Wilmington, my wife sent me some pictures. A good deal of snow, but definitely southern Delaware, central and southern Delaware got hit the hardest. And so I'm going to be very interested to hear from our meteorologists when we start seeing those totals come in, because it's fascinating the difference in just our little 3-county sandwich there. The bottom, the meat and the bottom roll got the most for sure. Again.
I love how you see the state as a sandwich.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tim.
Oh yeah, I always think of Kent as the little cream in the Oreo, and then there's Newcastle and Sussex. Never mind.
I never knew. All right, Tim Furlong, thanks so much. We'll check back with you. All right, here's what we all need when we get this much snow: a ride-on snowblower. Let's just take a minute and take that in. That's good. This was media this morning. It's going to take a while, and it's still cold. Look, anybody outside still has to deal with the brutal cold. But when you got a ride-on snowblower, that's a sweet ride, as Bill Henley says. That is pretty nice. Yeah, we got a lot of snow in some areas. What a difference a day makes. Take a look at these side-by-side pictures that we have for you. On the left, you know this live picture that we show you from Cape May all the time. On the left, that was yesterday. All right, it was cold, but it was beautiful. That on the right-hand side is quite a difference. That's today. Let's find out what's to come for all of our neighborhoods. NBC10 First Alert Meteorologist Krystal Klei is here with that. Such a difference. But, I keep looking for silver linings, which I always do. Number one, Saturday. Lots of people staying home, stay off the roads, right? Two, the whole team, the NBC10 team of meteorologists, have been telling us all along the way exactly when this was going to be coming. You were refining the totals and timing and reminding us that it would be very different depending on where we are.
Yeah, and we've known pretty much the entire week. I work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesdays. I have Thursday, Fridays off. When I was here early in the week, we already knew that parts of Delaware, the shore, were going to be the hardest hit. And then it was just figuring out how big the hit was. And man, it has been a big hit. So take a look at the numbers here. These are the latest reports. I've been updating this for 5 hours now? Forked River, 16 inches for your total. Currently, the snow has not stopped yet there. Galloway Township, 14 inches. Then we looked at Harrington, Delaware, about 8 inches there. And in Williamstown, 9 inches of snow. So as expected, foot and above at the shore. And then that half a foot to foot range in parts of central Delaware and parts of South Jersey. And then you look Philly and Folsom and Delco, right around a half a foot. Again, right what we were expecting. So that delineation between the half a foot along the I-95 corridor and over a foot. I mean, man, a big difference in a small area, which is what we were expecting to happen. Now, we've still got more snow to deal with here. You look at radar and satellite, there's the center of the storm. It's just cruising along to the northeast as expected. You ever wonder why we call them nor'easters? That wind now wrapping around, coming in from the northeast. So there you go. And you see the snow that's still moving through. As a result, some of the worst of the snow is hanging along our eastern edge because that's what's closest to the center of that coastal low. So there we see on our satellite and radar, and you can see these kind of grayish blue colors. Those are still pockets of the fairly heavy snow. Not as bad as it was early this morning when we had this super deep blue over us, but it is still a pretty steady snow that is falling, especially in parts of Ocean and Burlington County up to Mercer County. Even seeing a few pockets that are rolling off the ocean into parts of southern Delaware, as Tim just mentioned. Down there, still not good visibility at all. And of course, the road's pretty much impassable in areas that haven't been treated and plowed yet. The snow's coming to an end in Chester and Berks County. It's getting lighter in the Lehigh Valley. So let's go hour by hour and get rid of this snow here. You see that by noon, it's really lightening up and pulling off of the western half of our region. And then around 2-3 o'clock, much of the snow has moved off even the shore. So how much more are we talking? Those spots in purple, another 1 to 3 inches. Those spots in blue, another 1. So Philly mostly around 1, maybe northeast Philly closer to that 2-inch mark for how much more we can get before we're done with this. As for your wind speeds, Still pretty strong through midday, gusts about 36 miles per hour, gusts at 30 or so at 5 p.m., and then starting to drop off tonight. But even at 15 to 20 miles per hour, it will be dangerously cold once the snow is out. This afternoon, we're around 20. Tomorrow morning, we're at 11 degrees and the wind chill at 3 below. We'll talk more about the bitter cold coming up in just a bit.
All right, Krystal, thanks for that. We've been saying all morning long, and again, it's a good thing it's a Saturday. If you don't have to go out, wait a little bit, stay home. Check us out here on NBC 10 as we take a live picture of Center City. We're showing you live pictures across the area. There are the Liberty Towers right there. When we continue, if you do have to go out, we're going to check road conditions for you with NBC 10's Matt DeLucia. That's coming up as our live coverage of this major winter storm continues. Our live team coverage of this major winter storm continues now with how the snow and the storm is impacting road conditions across our area. Let's check with First Alert traffic reporter Matt DeLucia. Matt.
And Tracy, fortunately, a lot of people have been staying off the roads. Those who do need to be on the roads, they are trying to be as careful as possible, but we are seeing some accidents out there. But looking at the top two cameras here, so this is Pennsylvania. So you have 76 at City Avenue there. The roads are still pretty messy right now. People have been telling us that the roads are still very bad. 422 at the Pennsylvania Turnpike, also a bit snow covered. But down the shore, you still have Cape May, barely can see the roadway there, and Egg Harbor Township. So this is the Atlantic City Expressway. That is still snow covered right now. So we have been seeing a lot of people, reporting just treacherous conditions out there. So really got to be careful, especially down at those shore points. You see the screen here where the snow is still falling, and we have a jackknife tractor trailer on the New Jersey Turnpike. So this is northbound at exit 3 for the Black Horse Pike. The right lane is closed. So we've been seeing spin-outs. We've been seeing all sorts of accidents and fender benders. I've also been in touch with AAA throughout the morning. They say they really haven't seen too many phone calls just yet for service, but they are expecting more later on today as more people see the video of these roads and think, hey, this is great. I can go out. The plow's already out there, and then they get trapped, especially with dead car batteries as well. So if you see a plow, try to stay 6 car lengths behind. Don't drive next to one. And above all, please, if you are going out, clear the snow and ice off of your car. It would be big help for all the other drivers out there. And it is the law as well, especially in New Jersey. Tracy.
100%.
Yeah.
That can be very dangerous when it comes off the top of a car in front of you. Matt, thanks for that. As this major winter storm moves through, we would love to see what you're seeing out your window or in your neighborhood if you're out and about. If you can safely take us pictures or videos, we love to see them and we love to share them on air. So go to NBC10.com, our NBC10 app, to the See It, Share It section and send us your snow videos. And then you may even see them right here on TV. Go out, have a little fun in the snow, come back inside and join us here on NBC 10. Here's somebody who knows how to get your ball, have a little bit of fun in the snow. This little dog and his tennis ball. It's been a fun morning in Havertown. That is the way you should enjoy the day. Although, aren't you cold, buddy? That looks very super cold to me. Hey, if you are out, be careful on the roads, be careful walking. Let those snow plows and salt crews do their work, and we will continue to show you live pictures and conditions across the area here on NBC 10.
NBC 10 News starts now.
A major winter storm continues to blanket our area. Here's a live look over Center City, Philadelphia. Now, the shore is getting hammered with near blizzard conditions. Heaviest snow is along the coast. Most of the storm has moved out, according to Bill Henley, but shore points can still see another 1 to 3 inches before the storm is completely offshore. No matter where you are impacted by the storm likely. You can see the winter storm and just how big it is as it continues to move away from our area here on First Alert Radar. Good morning. Welcome to a special edition of NBC 10 News. I'm NBC 10's Tracy Davidson. We're on the air right now to bring you live team coverage from across our region. Pennsylvania, the suburbs, New Jersey, South Jersey, the shore, Delaware, all for you to see what's happening across our area during this winter storm. And you can count on NBC 10 for team coverage. We have a team of meteorologists in studio and working in the newsroom. We have a team of reporters and photographers spread out across our region. They're out in the elements, so you don't have to be, from the city to the shore, plus First Alert traffic keeping an eye on the roads for you. As we have been telling you, the Jersey Shore is taking the brunt of this storm with the snow, with the winds, and the chilly temperatures across our region. NBC 10's Brian Sheehan is live in Avalon. Last check, Bill said about 15 inches on the ground there, Brian. Tell us what it looks like where you are.
Tracy, what a difference 12 hours makes. We're on Dune Drive here in Avalon. We were out here at 11 o'clock last night. It didn't look anything like this. Now it is just covered in snow. We have a plow coming down here right now. I have to say, the guys here in Avalon Borough, they are doing an awesome job. I live on a back road. The back road was cleared this morning. The guys are out here now. My photographer, Eric Cheevers, if he doesn't mind panning over here back at the shopping center, you see a guy down the strip coming down the sidewalk plowing. You know, I don't know if you can hear it, but it's windy down here. And, you know, this area is under a blizzard warning. 15 inches so far has fallen in Avalon. I was talking to people last night that were hanging out at the Princeton before the snow fell. And they said, Brian, we were watching you guys earlier. They said 15 inches of snow. Is that really going to fall? I said, hey, guys, they don't call us most accurate for nothing. But the wind is really picking up down here. I talked to the Emergency Management Agency here in Cape May County earlier. They said that the roads are bad. They're working as hard as they can to clear the roads, but they're advising everybody just to stay off the roads. For the most part here in Avalon, if you see over here, it's desolate on Dune Drive. We've seen a few people who've come out just to take a look at the elements. This is a rarity here at the shore. Not this year, though. We've seen plenty of snow down here. They say that even though it is windy, even though you see the snow blowing in the wind right now, the wind hasn't been a problem in terms of power outages. So that's good, but they still have a lot of work to do. Tracy, I heard you say at the top of the show that we could still see another 1 to 3 inches down here. We have seen quite enough. But yeah, that's what we're seeing here in Avalon right now. We're actually going to get back in Storm Force 10. That's what we're driving around in today. That's what we've been driving around here. So if you watched us yesterday afternoon, we were driving down from the city down to Avalon. We're going to get back in that thing. It can drive in the snow. We're going to take our time and we're going to drive over into Sea Isle and see what people are seeing over there on the other side of the water. But for now, that's what we're seeing in Avalon. I'm Brian Chi, and Tracy, we'll send it back to you.
All right. Thanks for showing us around, Brian. Appreciate it. Stay safe. I know you will in Storm Force 10. We'll check back with you when you get to Sea Isle. Appreciate it. All right. Let's go to Center City, Philadelphia. Streets are snow covered only about 6 inches, far less than what they're seeing down the shore. But surely those 6 inches will still keep plows busy and everyone who has to clear sidewalks. NBC 10's Lauren Make live with us now in Center City. Lauren, exactly where you are and tell us what you're seeing.
Yeah, Tracy, and it is still coming down here. We are at Kelly Drive and Sedgley, right where Boathouse Row starts, and you got a lot of snow on the ground, you got snow coming down, and you got folks who are walking around in the snow. We've got Mike and Erin and Will here. First of all, how long did it take to get all these cuties bundled?
It took too long. Probably took a couple hours. Take the car out, clear the walkway, get the kids dressed up. Get them redressed up when you get here, so it's been taking a minute.
And what are they thinking about the snow today?
Hey, Erin, what are you thinking about the snow? Do you like it? Yeah, he likes it. So it's a positive feeling about it.
I mean, this is a Saturday. You guys all get to be together. How are you going to be spending this snowy Saturday?
Well, the plan is to find some other families and just kind of go sledding for a little bit, and then we'll probably head back to our neighborhood and
hit up a diner
and get some hot food.
Did you have to dig out today?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
How long did that take?
Probably took about a good 45 minutes, but I'm thorough. I'm very thorough. Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, stay warm, stay safe. Thanks for stopping to chat. It looks like you're going to be having some fun.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
All right, guys. Well, the snow is still coming down, so there's going to be plenty of opportunity for folks to have some fun in the snow. And you notice that the wind is blowing, and it is blowing that snow across. That is also something that we worry about a little bit with the roads. I'll tell you, I was out talking to the streets department yesterday. That's something that they get concerned about because this snow is that sort of fluffy stuff, and it can blow right back onto the roads. So if you are heading out, even on major roads like this, you can see that there is still quite a bit of snow sort of packed on there. So you definitely want to be careful. These folks are on foot today. If you can, that's a good idea. Tracy?
Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Oh, tubing in the snow. Nothing better. All right. From Lauren Make, we go to Lauren Winfrey. She is in South Jersey. She's in Mount Laurel, Burlington County. What is it like where you are, Lauren?
Tracy, it's cold and the snow is still coming down, but it's cold. I can't stress that enough. I have been making friends out here, though. I met two more people, Eric and Ronell. Take a look. We have some video of them. Ronell and his friend, they were just trekking through the snow as if it was no big deal, just out here having a good time. He said he was trying to find a bank. He's in town from Florida. He said he was last in Virginia and it snowed there too, so he really can't catch a break here. Then we have Eric. He's with his crew prepping to do some more plowing. He said he's been plowing since 7:30 last night, and he probably won't finish today until 9 o'clock. And we have sound from both of them.
No sleep, but this is the break. Gas, some food, hot chocolate, keep it moving.
Then I came here. The weather is still bad. So it's not bad on me.
So you can't catch a break? You can't get out of the snow?
If I have to do something, nothing could prevent me to doing it.
Yeah, these people are determined, and I get it. I'm out here too in the snow, letting you guys know how it feels out here. But for those having such a good time out here, that's amazing too. So love that people are making the most out of today. But like I said, the snow is still coming down out here in Mount Laurel. It is cold, and we're doing our best to stay warm. Back to you guys in studio.
All right, get inside, stay warm. Keep us posted on everything that's happening there. Now, talk about getting around. This guy using a bike to get around in Pottstown. He stuck to the sidewalks instead of on the roads. If that works for you, that works for you. Hey, here's what works for you. Snow blowers. Yeah, out in force this morning. You can expect to see a lot of those in the coming hours. A lot of people with shovels and a lot of snow blowers. It's going to be tricky getting around for a while, but, you know, take it easy. We know the drill. Get it all clear, and then you get to get out. Let's find out what's happening right now with this storm and how much more we have to come and what's happening in your neighborhood. Our First Alert Weather team has you covered with the most accurate forecast. Bill Henley's here with that.
We've seen some improvement already. We're going to see a lot more improvement as we go through the afternoon. Right now, the snow is still falling in Philadelphia and the wind is blowing, but you can see people are out and about. You can get places. It's just not really pleasant outside. The winter storm is still producing. We've got steady snow in New Jersey, and the visibility is low in some neighborhoods, but we're already seeing it taper off in Pennsylvania and parts of Delaware, too. It's going to take some time to come to an end in both states, but it will end as we go into the early afternoon hours. But the cold, gusty winds, well, you can count on those continuing right on through the day and tonight. They may back off a little bit, but so cold. There it goes. There's the low pressure that's causing all of this mess in our area. That was just off the east coast of Florida yesterday morning, and it's pulling away from our area. When we went on first thing this morning, it was down here, so it's making improvements, slowly moving away. So we are seeing those heaviest bands that were right over New Jersey and Delaware to start with, well offshore. But we still have this pretty good snowfall from Philadelphia through most of New Jersey and even into Bucks County and parts of Montgomery County. But you can see it's already improving in Berks County, in Chester, and into portions of western Delaware. I know it's a thin state, but it is western Delaware that's seeing improvement. It's still a steady snow that is falling in Lewis and most of Sussex and eastern Kent and really actually southeastern and eastern central Newcastle County. So stand by. There's still snow on the ground, but this is an improved picture. Earlier today, we could barely see anything. You can just make out the shape of the side there of the Marquis de Lafayette Hotel. And not much traffic. That's a Plow out there, no doubt doing some salting as well. 24 degrees right now in Cape May. The temperatures will get colder tonight, so salt becomes less effective. So slippery conditions that are still around this afternoon are going to be persisting right on through the night tonight. This is noontime, so we're getting close to this time right now. You can see it's tapering off. So this computer model is verifying. We look to see if this actually looks like the current radar, and it does. So we're still seeing steady snow in Atlantic City and Cape May. That's at noontime. So if we go into the 3 o'clock hour, look at that improvement. Snow over in Philadelphia, Bridgeton, Allentown, and the last light snow coming through in Atlantic City. So we will get some more accumulation, but not a lot. I mean, most of what's on the ground is going to be adding another inch into the Pennsylvania suburbs and portions of Salem and Gloucester and Camden County. Meantime, at the shore, you could pick up another 1 to 3 inches. And that's true of the Delaware beaches where we're getting that steadier snowfall. The cold, that's going to stay with us. The temperatures will bump up a little bit. Once the snow ends, we'll get a few degrees warm up, 23 degrees at 3 o'clock. But by 9 o'clock this evening, our skies are clearing. We might even see a break or two of late day sunshine, but with clear skies overnight, the temperatures plummet. Look at that 7 a.m. temperature tomorrow morning, 11 degrees, and the wind will still be blowing. So it's going to feel like it is at or below zero for most neighborhoods. So if you enjoy shoveling in the cold, you can do it during the day today or tonight, but tomorrow we'll get that sunshine and a nice warm up tomorrow afternoon compared to what we're dealing with today, Tracy.
There's a motivation to get it done later today, not tomorrow morning. All right, Bill, thanks so much. Our live NBC10 team coverage of this winter storm continues. Here's a live look right now at I-95 in Wilmington. DelDOT just tweeted that the inclement weather conditions, the high winds and continuous snowfall make it difficult for roads to be clear of snow, even with the hard work of our plow crews. Level 2 driving restrictions still in effect in Kent and Sussex County. We will check on conditions in Cape May and Camden County up next. We continue our live team coverage now of this major winter storm with a live look at near blizzard conditions right now in Cape May as the snow continues to fall. And meteorologist Bill Henley says they can expect at least 1 to 3 inches more. Krystal, Klei here too, taking care of what's to come on this storm. Now let's look at a family taking care of what's already come. The snow has fallen, and clearing the snow is a big job. Takes the whole family to get out there. This is a family in Collingswood. This is what they had to do this morning. Tom Feiner shared this time lapse with us. Everybody was out there, and then at one point, you're like, wait, wasn't there a child out there? Oh, there was, but apparently he got some snow in his glove, and you know there is nothing worse. Had to go inside. Hope he's warming up with hot chocolate right now. Well, people up and down the East Coast are dealing with this storm, including Connecticut. NBC's Caitlin Burchill is live for us in Connecticut to give us a look at what's happening there. Caitlin, I think you are east of New Haven, right?
Yes, that's exactly right. Welcome to the great state of Connecticut, where everyone will complain that the taxes are high and we get too much snow. We are in Guilford. So yes, it's east of New Haven. You are exactly right. And let me just set the scene. Guilford is like this gorgeous farm town, but it's also on the shoreline. So this road behind me is called Boston Post Road. This road goes all along Connecticut's beautiful shoreline. So let's say it wasn't a winter storm. It was the summer and we were thinking sunshine. Bumper to bumper traffic, folks getting to our beautiful beaches here in Connecticut. Not the case today, and what's pretty incredible is that people are actually staying off the roads in Connecticut from what I've seen. Behind me, I think that looks like a gas company there, but we've seen plowed trucks filling up their gas, and not a lot of people except, I can't speak about Philadelphia, but I can speak about New England. I've lived in Connecticut, Maine, and Utah, but okay, in Massachusetts, classic Connecticut. You know what's open today? The liquor store here. It's open, so I was going to help them shovel it out here. We've talked to a few people. They did come out in the road. They wanted to get something to warm up. The owner here at Guilford Wine, she said that, or the worker, I'm unclear if she owns it. The worker here said the big to do yesterday, whiskey. Lots of folks buying whiskey to help them get through the day, I guess, today. So let's check this out. Just a little bit of snow here in this area of Connecticut, but man, the winds are just blowing. This guy just keeps blowing away every time I put it down on the pavement. I just use an app on my phone. About 48 mile per hour winds here. So as you can imagine, as we get closer and closer to the beach, what that is like. And here in Connecticut, they have to think about, like in other places, of course, all around the East Coast, we're thinking about the high tides as well. So that is a big thing to think about today. There you go. There's a wind gust just for you guys in Philly.
Caitlin, we appreciate you being out in that with us. Wow. Caitlin, thanks. We have a team of reporters, as you can see, up and down the East Coast, also across our viewing area. Let's go to the Pennsylvania suburbs where the snow is starting to taper off. NBC 10's Johnny Archer will be happy to hear about that. He's in Clifton Heights, Delaware County. Johnny, how are the conditions where you are right now?
They're definitely certainly tapering off, and I could use some of that whiskey that Caitlin was talking about up in Connecticut there for sure right about now, because we've been out in this cold for quite a long time. But yes, we're still dealing with a little bit of light snowfall here. The winds have definitely subsided quite a bit, but every once in a while we'll get hit with a gust of wind that'll kind of smack you around. But you can see the roads here on Baltimore Pike, just some wet, slushy conditions. The plows have been going up and down Baltimore Pike, putting down that salt to make things a little bit better for the drivers here. But earlier, if you take a look at this video, we had to help a woman. She was actually coming in this Wawa where we're stationed right now, and she couldn't get up into the driveway. She has two-wheel drive, front-wheel drive, and was just having a little bit of trouble. And me and a couple gentlemen that were pumping their gas had to give her a little bit of assistance there, but she got on her way up, got to the pump, and was heading into work. She was a little late for work, but unfortunately she had to go to work like so many other people. We actually talked to another man named Michael Williams, who's out there working today. He's out there cleaning drains, and he says that he has been busy just trying to keep up with all the demand. People have, I guess, have their drains clogged today. Take a listen to what Michael Williams had to say. Tell me how you feel about this snow.
I hate it. I hate it. I do concrete for a living, and
that's not the right.
I just hate it.
That's not the right soundbite.
I don't know what else to say.
How you been holding up so far, though?
Good, man. Just hanging out, drinking coffee, enjoying it from the inside.
I love it. I love this weather. I even like shoveling, and I'm enjoying it right now as long as I can get home.
Okay, that wasn't Michael Williams, but that was a group of people that we talked to earlier. Obviously, some people are happy about the snow, some people are not happy about the snow, but the gentleman named Michael Williams I talked to, he owns a draining company, and he said he's been getting about 70 calls today. So he's out here just trying to make all those calls and make all those deliveries and keep people's drains clear and cleaned during this snowstorm here. But that is the latest from Clifton Heights. Johnny Archer, NBC 10.
Now, Johnny, I understood Caitlin and the liquor store. I get that. I don't understand the clearing of the pipes, but we're going to have to find out more from this guy, okay?
Right. We'll try to get back to and hear from Michael Williams a little later.
All right, Johnny, appreciate that. Well, take a look at this. A lot of shoveling happening today. This is Cherry Hill this morning. Oh, this little guy's like, Mom, I got this. Okay, maybe not. Oh, hi. Oh, look how great that is. Wait, let's see. Oh, that's so great. There's been a lot of kids out there having fun today, but make sure you dress in layers, bundle up. I know mom and dads know that already, so have so much fun today out in the snow. Let's find out more about the snow. It's already starting to taper off in some areas. Let's get you an update with First Alert Meteorologist Bill Henley. Bill?
And in some areas, it never really got going. And it's where most people would like to see some real snow.
Yeah.
I'm talking the Pocono Mountains. The skiers are hitting the slopes, but minimal accumulation. If you look closely, you can see a snowflake or two. But this storm system is mainly missing the Pocono Mountains. It's a live view from Camelback. Looks like a nice day. Versus this, which really doesn't look very nice at all. That is a gusty wind. A live view from the Lowe's Hotel. Look at those clouds. Still producing snow in Philadelphia, but you can see the building. You can see some snowflakes moving past the Jefferson building. It doesn't feel great at all outside right now. We're getting steady snow in New Jersey, and that snow will be tapering off in Pennsylvania and Delaware. It's already starting to taper off. Then the cold, gusty winds that you see here, they're going to continue. Our first alert is still in effect for this major winter storm through 7 o'clock this evening. Now, by then, the snow will be long gone, but we still have the cold, gusty winds in effect for Philadelphia, the suburbs, New Jersey, Delaware, and the shore. And the first to see the improvement will be the suburbs and Philadelphia, and then eventually South Jersey and Delaware, and eventually the shore. We're still seeing wind gusts of 30 to 40 miles an hour. Staying with us into late this afternoon, and though the winds will taper off a bit later today and tonight, bitter cold conditions right on through not only the day today, but tonight. There's the radar and satellite, and you can see it's still coming down for our neighborhoods in South Jersey and into Delaware as well, but it's slowly pulling away from the Lehigh Valley. It's really taking its time moving out, but eventually this is going to let up. The heaviest snowfall that we saw first thing this morning at 5, 6, and 7 o'clock is now well offshore. So there has been some change, but the wind is still gusting at the shore. So blowing snow is going to be an issue. But look at that. Delaware County getting a nice break. If you're in Delaware County, send us a picture of that. You might be seeing some sunshine before long. Later this afternoon. It's going to take some time for these clouds to move out. The wind, though, is bringing in dry air, but it's also very cold air. So the wind chills, this is 9 o'clock this evening. If you have plans, I know there's some games tonight. They're still on, last I heard. You're going to really have to bundle up. 1 below for Lansdale, 2 below in Coatesville, 2 for Avalon. I mean, the entire area is going to feel so cold tonight. But there is improvement in the works. Once we get past the snow, and this ends early in the afternoon for Philadelphia, we'll top out at 25 degrees. We'll get that bitter cold air tonight, but see lots of sunshine tomorrow. And even though it's below freezing tomorrow, it will be warm enough for some melting. And then the melting accelerates a little bit on Monday. And I want to show you something else, because we've been talking about this all week, too. The warm-up that we're going to see. This is the temperature trend. Yes, the bitter cold today and into tomorrow, but look at the warm-up that's coming our Wednesday, and again on Thursday up to 55 degrees. It likely comes with the cold front, which will give us rain. Then once that cold front comes through, as we go into next weekend, it's going to get colder. But what a turnaround, Tracy, in the temperatures coming our way this week.
That's going to feel really good. Thanks, Bill. Our live NBC10 team coverage of this winter storm continues. Here's a live look now at Atlantic City, where you can see the snow is still coming down. We have reduced visibility, about a half mile, according to the meteorologists. We will check travel conditions with NBC10's Matt DeLucia in just a few minutes. We are continuing to follow the conditions on the roads with this snow. NBC10's Matt DeLucia has you covered with what you need to know if you have to be out.
Right, and Tracy, we are just plowing through the day, aren't we? Right, there you go. It's been a long day, and it's going to be a long day for these plow crews, because they are working very hard out there on the Black Horse Pike in Mays Landing. And, you know, the drivers behind this, just going very slow. But we have seen a lot of accidents, fender benders, jackknife tractor trailers. I mean, it's just still a mess. You see the snow is still falling on a lot of the major roadways in our area, so you do have to still be careful for at least a little while longer. 422 westbound between Route 29 and Walnut Street, we do have an accident there to watch out for. And also, if you don't want to drive, you want to take mass transit, SEPTA does have some detours because of the weather conditions. The New Jersey Transit bus and Riverline service is still suspended. They may reopen that later on this afternoon. And PATCO is on a snow schedule at this point, Tracy.
Thanks, Matt. We'll be right back.
NBC10 News starts now.
Right now on NBC10, a major winter storm is blasting the Jersey Shore. Here's a live look at Cape May, where we are just learning that blizzard conditions were confirmed by the National Weather Service in Mount Holly overnight. Blizzard criteria was met in Monmouth County, Long Beach Island, Atlantic City, Cape May, and all of the Delaware beaches. Blizzard being defined as 3 or more hours of visibility reductions to a quarter mile or less due to falling, blowing snow and sustained winds or frequent gusts of 35 miles an hour. So they had quite a night, and you can still see the snow-covered roads there in Cape May. Now I'll show you a much different picture. Center City, Philadelphia. Not nearly as much snow. Last check, about 6 inches. But some of the side streets have not been gotten to yet, so be careful if you got to be out. Our NBC10 First Alert radar is tracking the storm minute by minute, hour by hour, and you see it there slowly moving away. Some areas still are getting another 1 to 3 inches before we're done, and we will be with you for it all. We've got you covered with what you need to know. Good morning. Welcome to live continuing winter storm coverage here on NBC10 News. I'm NBC10's Tracy Davidson. We're glad you're here. We're on the air right now to bring you team coverage from across our region, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware. You can count on NBC10 for team coverage of this storm and the aftermath as it starts to move out. We have a team of meteorologists in studio, a team of reporters and photographers, hardworking teams out there in it for you from the city to the shore, plus First Alert traffic, keeping an eye on the roads if you have to go out. We begin our coverage this half hour at the Jersey Shore, Blizzard conditions, as I was just saying, confirmed overnight from the National Weather Service. They are getting the brunt of this storm as we take a live look at Atlantic City and the boardwalk there. And as you know, the shore doesn't normally get as much snow as the rest of the region. This time, though, they got the most of the snow and high winds and reduced visibility, and you still see it right there. Now let's take you to Sea Isle, also seeing the brunt of the storm. NBC 10's Brian Sheehan has gone from Avalon to Sea Isle. That's where you said you were going, yes? How? You made it.
Yeah, we made it. We made it. We're on the promenade here in Sea Isle at JFK Boulevard. I'm just to give you an idea, I am 6 foot tall, and this is up to my knees. I was trying to get to the beach. I wanted to show you the beach to show you how cool it is because, Tracy, as you said, this area doesn't typically see this type of weather, but my photographer, Eric, it just wouldn't be safe. So I'm going to tweet a video out in a few minutes to give you an idea. But yeah, this is what we're seeing here in Sea Isle. I am not surprised that those blizzard conditions were confirmed here because you can just see the snow whipping here on the promenade in Sea Isle. It's kind of difficult to tell how much snow we actually got as you see me trying to maneuver my way here onto the promenade because of the wind. But if we go ahead and show you down JFK Boulevard towards Landis Avenue there, you see some crews are out. They've been doing a great job all over Cape May County this morning, taking care of the roads, the back roads, the main roads. I did talk to the emergency management officials, and they're telling us that there's been no major issues. Flooding was not a problem. That's a good thing. We see a lot of tidal flooding here, especially too along the back bays. Heavy drifting from snow has made it difficult for those road crews, but all major roads are passable for emergency personnel. We were been saying Avalon got 15 inches of snow, Sea Isle probably around the same. They just are right next to each other. But yeah, for the most part, Tracy, we have not seen many people out. The people that we have seen have just been walking about from their homes to come out and see this. I did talk to a couple people who did travel from Pennsylvania down here to the Jersey Shore today, or yesterday, I should say, because they wanted to see this. This is just such a rarity that we typically don't see here along the Jersey Shore. But yeah, that's what we're seeing here in Sea Isle City. I'm Brian Sheehan, NBC 10 News. You know that water tower over there says smile, you're in Sea Isle. Might be a little difficult to do today if you're out here for a while. I think my face is going to be frozen. My smile's going to be frozen on my face soon, Tracy.
Well, it's cold and the winds are gusting there too. What do the winds feel like?
Yeah, you know, it really, I've been out here for 10 minutes or so. And I got to be honest with you, Eric. I got to be honest with you, I can't feel my face right now. So the wind is picking up, and obviously it's worse on the promenade because we're getting that wind. I don't know. I feel like with this hat, I look like a potato, and I don't know. I'm probably red, super red right now.
Well, we appreciate you being out in the elements. You have such a good attitude about it. Go get warm with your photographer. We appreciate you showing us all around Sea Isle City. Appreciate that. Let's show you this video that's just in. Walking the dog. This guy's all bundled up from head to toe. This is out for a dog walk in Hatfield a short time ago. Cold and windy, and you will want to layer up. That's what we've been saying. You know how you do that. You got to layer it up. Best to stay in if you can, though, but come on. If you have a dog that needs to go out, you got to go out. If you have a kid who wants to go out, you got to go out, because sometimes this can be really, really fun. Let's take you to Westchester now. This was much earlier, just as it was getting daylight today. This was on Gay Street around 7 a.m. People were shoveling, putting salt down. My guess is there are going to be a lot of tired people and a lot of sore backs. Please take it easy if you're out there shoveling. Snow is also causing problems for travel, not just on the roads, but Amtrak. Amtrak canceling service up and down the East Coast. Here's what we know about that. A live look at 30th Street Station. All Acela service is canceled for today. Limited Keystone service will run between Philadelphia and Harrisburg, which means no Keystone trains will run between Philly and New York. A number of other services also impacted today and tomorrow. Make sure you check with Amtrak before you head out. Same advice if you're flying. PHL reporting more than 300 flights canceled. Check before you go. We still have a few more hours, especially in certain areas for this storm. So let's find out The latest with NBC10 First Alert Meteorologist Krystal Klei. Krystal?
Yeah, so this is my latest thoughts. I've been kind of updating this graphic every hour or so. So here's the latest for you as we finish up our morning and get ready for this afternoon. The snow is now ending to the west, our western neighborhoods, Chester County, Berks County, parts of Delaware. So I'll show you that in a moment with First Alert radar. Still have a few heavier bands, though, mostly in the eastern edge. Remember, this is a nor'easter. The winds are coming up from the northeast as that system rides up to New England. So what's happening is it's pulling away. That eastern edge is going to see the last bit of the heavier bands. Major travel issues pretty much all over the board with the exception of our northernmost neighborhoods. And now we've got to worry about that bitter cold that's going to start to set in as this system starts to move out. But some good news. We don't have anywhere on the map right now, with the exception of the Atlantic City Marina, that is reporting a quarter mile or below visibility. So that is some improvement, that aside from our coastal points, inland areas now at about a half a mile to a mile. Still some low visibility, but not as bad as it has been throughout the morning. So that is a small improvement, a small win, we'll call it. There's a live look at NBC10 First Alert radar. And again, I'm going to turn on our touch screen here so I can kind of draw on the map for you. And what you see is, notice everywhere where you're starting to see just land. Yep, that's the end of the snow, that little boundary pulling out to the east. So parts of the Lehigh Valley, Berks, Chester County, even parts of Newcastle and Kent County are starting to dry out. A good sign for us. When we zoom in, you can see the difference here. Reading, Westchester, Limerick still maybe getting a little bit of snow, but look at lower Bucks County. Still some steadier snow there. Same thing for Mercer County. And then Burlington, you can actually see here, right around here, that's a little bit of a heavier band that has developed. So we are still seeing some areas that are getting a steadier snowfall, but not everyone. Same thing with the Delaware beaches, still this little final band kind of pulling on through, but we are starting to see the end in sight here. So let's talk more about the temperatures across the board. Feels like temps 3 below in Allentown. We're at 4 in Philly and 5 in Millville. It is really cold out there with the winds and the cold air that's set in place. So for the rest of the day, from now to 1, the snow will exit entirely from Pennsylvania and Delaware. We're already starting to see that. Should be totally done by around 1 o'clock or so. 2 to 4, that's when the snow exits the shore. And then overnight is when we go from very cold to dangerously cold, especially up in the Poconos. We're talking wind chills that could cause frostbite in about 30 minutes. That's how cold we are talking. All right, enough of the kind of doom and gloom part of the storm. How about the fun stuff? I love the dog videos we've been getting. Look at all these great tweets and Facebook messages we've been getting. Look at how deep the snow is. This is in Northfield, New Jersey. Kids playing in the snow. Remember, it's pretty cold, so keep maybe the playtime a little shorter. But how about Sarah sending us a picture of her pup? Same thing with Kelly and her 2 dogs. Just some awesome pictures and videos we've been getting. Ooh, down the Art Museum steps. Randy posted that one. So we've got some really fun pictures. And if you've got something in your backyard you want to send us, go ahead and tweet us at NBC Philadelphia. We'll have more on the timeline of this storm coming up.
Well, we've shown you Cape May County, the Burbs, Chester County, Montgomery County, Bucks County. Now let's check in with the city of Philadelphia, where only about 6 inches of snow fell. NBC10's Lauren Make is live now. Lauren, tell us where you are and what you're seeing.
Yeah, Tracy, we are on Kelly Drive right here at Sedgley, right where Boathouse Road begins. And this is an area folks are often running and biking for exercise. Not quite as many people today, but we are seeing some folks. We were seeing some folks running out here earlier today and not missing a day, even in the snow. But I'll tell you, with this wind, it really, you can feel it. Take a listen. How's it feel out here?
Oh, it feels great. Running that way, not nearly as fun, but it's a beautiful morning for a run.
Because the wind is hitting your face that
it's
way?
Absolutely brutal, yeah.
Were you expecting this when you came out? Did you know you were going to get hit in the face like that?
I did not know the wind was going to be this bad. Running out to Manayunk, my eyelashes were frozen. It was an experience.
But you're making it through.
Absolutely, it's a wonderful day.
In no matter what the weather. And I tell you, Tracy, you were saying 6 inches. I brought a ruler out here to see where we are here right now. This says even 3, but that could be because of what we were just talking about, because of that wind. You can see it sort of blowing sideways here on my face. This is very fluffy snow. So it's going to blow away. It's going to blow around. And that is why it may be hard to measure in your yard right now. That doesn't mean that all that snow didn't fall on the ground. It just might mean it's not still where it came down. So, Tracy, that's the problem. That could also be a challenge if you're shoveling today.
Oh, yeah, the drifting. That'll get you every time. Lauren, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Well, we have seen improving conditions, but this storm still has a few hours to go, depending on where you are. And you can count on NBC 10 to stay with you every step of the way. Here's another live look outside from our camera. On top of Presidential City Apartments, a live look at 76. Hey, you're going to hear us say a lot today. If you don't have to be out, it's a Saturday. Stay off the roads. Let the crews do their work. Stay inside. And we're going to bring you all the pictures and all the information you need to know. Our crews are awesome, and they are out doing the work for you. We'll be right back. Oh, here's something that's going to make you smile from Ridley Township, Delaware County. Oh my gosh, how cute is that? NBC 10 viewer Amy Coning shared these pictures of her dog, Lacey. Lacey's ready for a snowy walk. Oh, how cute is that with that winter coat? Now, the storm is impacting flights and travel. Here's a live look at Philly International, where visibility has improved slightly as of 9 a.m. The airport tells us more than 300 flights have been canceled. 16 flights are delayed. As always, call before you go. The snow is starting to taper off in Delaware. Let's check conditions there. You know who we're going to talk to in Delaware. NBC 10's Delaware Bureau reporter Tim Furlong live in North Wilmington now. Tim, how are things there?
Cold. It feels like it's colder than it was in downtown Newark where we were an hour ago. It's still better than the beaches where they're just getting hammered with snow. You can see here, you can see the grass here. As a snow lover, I'm a little disappointed we didn't get a little bit more in North Wilmington, and once again, the beaches got it. I do want to warn you, though, that if you go out to your car, take a look at this. This is what I'm going to be dealing with before I head home, which home for me isn't that far from where we're standing here, but it's caked on. It's a lot of ice like this, and it's just so cold out here that everything is freezing. There's not much wiggle room on that. I just got off the phone with DelDOT a couple minutes ago. Actually, we went back and forth via text. C.R. McLeod and I, he's the spokesperson. I want to tell you what he said, because this is the latest conditions. He was literally on a conference call texting me as you look at Route 202, which is Concord Pike here in North Wilmington. I can tell you, DelDOT is saying the primary roads in Newcastle County are improving. They're just getting to mostly wet. Secondary roads out past Greenville, they still have snow cover. DelDOT's continuing to plow. Their winds and drifting are going to be an issue into the evening. Kent County, the primary roads are still the focus. They have not started touching the secondary roads yet. And in Sussex County and the Delaware beaches, it is still snowing hard. Primary roads still covered but passable. Cold temperatures are going to keep things icy. And those driving restrictions we've been talking about in Kent and Sussex, they are still in place at this point. Which means you are not technically allowed to drive in Kent and Sussex County unless you're an essential worker. In Newcastle County, it's an advisory still in effect, and basically they're saying at this point, we don't want you to drive, but if you have to drive, just do it carefully. And as you saw, the roads in North Wilmington, depends on the roads. The Brandywine Valley, probably not great at this point. But here on 202 and some of the roads in the neighborhoods and stuff, I think you're starting to do okay. We're in an Acme parking lot. It's kind of half plowed. So, it's not great. Just be very careful if you do have to go out. And I know it sounds dorky and we've been saying it all day long, but just stay home, watch NBC 10, bake some cookies. I don't care what you do. Play Xbox, do whatever you do. But if you can avoid driving, it's probably a good idea. And in fact, I'm going to go home and bake some cookies and maybe play some Xbox and hang out with my wife and daughter. That's what I'm going to do, at least. But because, I don't think I want to drive anymore in this because it's still a little dicey up north. And certainly for those people, Tracy, watching downstate, it's pretty bad. One more piece of good news. I look over my photographer's JR's head and I see the sun, which is pretty awesome. You're starting to see the sun. And I'm hoping tomorrow we have one of those days where you wake up and the snow's still clean on the ground and the sky is blue, and maybe put the drone up, get some pictures, have some fun, and celebrate the snow in Delaware. So it's pretty. It's been fun to see it fall, but I wish we got more, though. Back to you.
Yeah, we always appreciate your drone video. We really, really do. It's going to be sunny tomorrow. It's going to be another cold one, though. Get inside, get warm, have fun with the Xbox. Hey, here's what we all need when it snows like this, a ride-on snowblower. This is key. This is media this morning. It's going to take a while to dig out, depending on where you are, but especially if you're shoveling. Take it easy if you're shoveling, maybe in shifts because of the bone-chilling temperatures. Let's find out more about the snow, the storm moving out, the bone-chilling temperatures. NBC 10 meteorologist Krystal, Klei, here with all of it. Krystal?
Yeah, so, Tim said he's starting to see the sun. That really makes sense because what we're seeing on radar is then where he is, the snow has thinned out quite a bit. So next will be the sun starting to burn the clouds off, and then finally the crews can get out and really start cleaning up across the area. But let's talk totals. Updated the map from the last time I was with you. Avalon, 15 inches. Southampton, New Jersey at 9 inches, and Galloway Township, 14 inches. So most of the shore is anywhere from like 12 to 16 from what I've been seeing. But look at Millsboro, Delaware, a lot of around a foot or so in the southern portions of Delaware too, and then around a half a foot near Philadelphia. Rittenhouse sitting at 6.2, Folsom at 6.1. So we are looking at really some high totals across the area. This ended up being a big snowstorm for mostly the I-95 and areas in southward especially, but I will say parts of Bucks County, lower Bucks, got a pretty good hit with these last couple bands that have been rolling through. So there's that storm. The low is now riding off to the northeast. New England getting pummeled. We're seeing the end of the snow here. So still some pretty good steady snow in parts of South Jersey. But check this out. See, you're getting these little pockets that are a lighter blue. That is the snow starting to thin out in a few areas. That's the weakening that we want to see so we can be done with this. Still pretty steady at our Delaware beaches, but check that out. Lehigh Valley, Berks, Delco, and now even parts of Bucks, Montgomery, and Chester County really starting to see the end. You're getting maybe some light flakes out there, but the accumulating stuff is starting to move out, and this continues here as we go into the afternoon. So past about 1, we're done in Philly, and then around 2 to 4 p.m. we will be done at the shore. So here's your driving forecast this afternoon. If you can hold off, please do so. It's still going to be very snowy out there, so you're going to need to proceed with caution. Tonight, the majors should be cleared. It'll still be slippery out there. And then tomorrow, it will be better. We get the sunshine. You'll still have to watch out on the side streets, but I do think we'll see a lot of improvement. Our wind's still strong, around 25 to 30 miles per hour. Gusts are higher, 30 to 40 still at the shore. And check out what it does to our wind chills throughout tonight. Single digits by 4 o'clock this afternoon. Overnight falling below 0 across the map, and that continues tomorrow morning. Brutally cold, feeling below 0 through Sunday morning.
Krystal, thanks for that. Up next, road conditions around the area as this major winter storm begins to move out and the cleanup begins. As we show you a live picture of Center City and the Liberty Towers, our coverage continues in just a minute. Our team coverage of the impact of this winter storm continues now with a look at the roads with NBC10 First Alert traffic reporter Matt DeLucia. Matt?
Yeah, and Tracy, as the snow begins to taper off in some areas, we are seeing a lot more people heading out on the roads. This is 95 at Cottman. You can see a lot more traffic there, and people are still going slow, so that is good. So you will be out on the roads for a little bit longer than you probably anticipated. The Atlantic City Expressway here in Sicklerville, you can see this is pretty empty, but a lot better conditions here. A few hours ago, this was just totally white. You couldn't see any of that pavement. Looking at the map right now, you can see that the snow is sort of moving out of that area. So a lot of the majors here, 476, 95, still getting a little bit of snow at this point. But for the most part, it will start to taper off and people will be able to clean up, with those plows going out there. 422 westbound between 29 and Walnut Street. We still have that crash out there. And then we'll finish off here looking at Wilmington, Beaver Valley Road. There's an overturned vehicle there as well, Tracy.
All right, Matt, thanks for all those updates. As this major winter storm moves through, we would love to see what's happening in your neighborhood. We love when you send us your pictures, your video, what's happening, the conditions, your dog, the kids sledding. We want to see it all. So go to NBC10.com or go to our NBC10 app. It's a free app. Download it. It's awesome. Click on the See It, Share It section, and then you can send us your snow videos, and then we might show them on TV or on social media as well. Now, here is somebody who really knows how to have fun. Hey, buddy. Oh, my gosh. The dogs have so much fun in this snow. He's got his tennis ball. This is Havertown. Everybody should be able to have that much fun in the snow. I know a lot of kids are having fun sledding right now. Stay warm if you're out. And again, stay off the roads. You can let the crews do their work. You can stay safe depending on where you are. And we will continue to keep you updated. We will keep you updated on air. We will also keep you updated on NBC10.com, on our free NBC10 app. And we'll be back on with another update in 1 hour from meteorologist Bill, Henley, Krystal, Klei, all of our photographers and reporters in the field. Thanks so much for watching us today. Stay safe NBC10 News, always here for you. Count on it.